But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Oh, the new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com. When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the O'Reilly Auto Parts Streets of Long Beach. We're at round one of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by BlackView Dash Cameras. A beautiful day here on the streets of Long Beach. I'm Jared Deanna, Ryan Sage. Great to be back here with you once again. A short off season because, man, it just they call it the silly season in racing, and it's been silly. A lot of things have changed up, but how you doing?
Doing great, and really looking forward to kicking off this year. I mean, we've seen a lot of changes in the offseason, as you said, but one of the things that has really been pointed out, I think, in particular, is the fact that the field has really diversified. We've seen some new names come into the series, guys from Eastern Europe and Russia, and if you look around at all the flags that are represented here, it really is an international field. That mixed with guys teaming up and putting together business and competitive partnerships, we're looking to have a home run of a season here in 2017.
And if yesterday was any indication of what's going to go down today, the essence of drifting, the head-to-head battles, we are in for one heck of a show kicking off season. What's crazy is this unforgiving track. But let's take a look at our top 5 qualifiers from yesterday who really made a lot of noise.
Well, a kid that we've been talking about for quite some time, Alex Hilbrun, laying down a very solid 91 on his first run. He wasn't able to back that up with the bigger score, but he did go for it. You can see right there just a little bit off the wall. Now, this was kind of the standard that a lot of the drivers were going for, but for Alex to put him in good position as he will receive a bye here this afternoon.
Yeah, that is a critical thing. So the fast pass into the top 16. Now, Frederick Osbo, a former Formula champion, not last year, but the year prior, he debuts a new car, the Toyota Corolla IM. It's a hot hatchback, running a similar engine package, but he's out for it.
Well, a lot of eyes on Frederick Osbo to see how well this car is going to do competitively, especially in today's head-to-head. He got himself a 4th place. He's into the top 16.
Qualifying number 3, Ryan Turk. On paper, he's back in the same car. He's back in more of a polished engine package, and he's looking strong. Qualified 3.
Well, I think as opposed to some drivers that started fresh, Turk built upon what was successful for him last year, found where the mistakes were, and I think that gives him an advantage coming into 2017.
A driver that has just, peaked up a lot of, kind of perks up everybody's eyebrows. It's basically James Dean. James Dean from Ireland. He's coming in strong.
Well, we were talking about how impressed we were with the 91 on his first run. His second run was a 96, which we never see in the sport. So he is setting a new standard, and yet he's only our number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, you never see 96. Well, it's very rare you see a 97. Who does that? Vaughn Gitt Jr., a Formula Drift champion. He's back. He hits the 3-wheel motion. His car looks very different, very unique in comparison to a lot of the other vehicles outside of his teammate Chelsea DeNofa.
Yeah, well, we're certainly going to be keeping an eye on Vaughn. He was a bit frustrated that he had to bow out of the championship last year. He was very, very close, ended up 3rd. You know he wants to come back and take that first crown that he has and double it up so he can get near Forsberg.
All right, so we talked about Vaughn, but let's talk about James Dean some more, because he's not just showing up here. We've seen him in Formula Drift competition before, but now he is in a vehicle that he's very comfortable with. It looks prepared. It's ready to do battle, but these are some of his accolades, Ryan.
Well, this is a driver that has done everything you possibly can do in Europe, and he's been here in the series before, but it's a different series now. It's a different level of competition, and he said, you know what? I'm going to bring the car that I want to build to compete in FD and see what I can do against the world's best. And so far, he is doing phenomenally.
Yeah, and him and his Polish teammate, Peter Vinck, and those guys both bring a lot of talent. And also, you got to think that's great resources. 2 similar vehicles outside of just kind of the livery, but they're out for it, man. But James Dean, now you got to talk about Chris Forsberg, your first ever 3-time Formula Drift champion. On Forsberg, you're looking at Forsberg's stats, there they are.
Well, like James Dean, he certainly cemented himself as a true champion, 3-time champion, and a legend in the sport as you take a look at just what he's accomplished. Obviously, he's still going for it. He wants a 4th championship. He's in the backup car from last year with the V8, so it looks strong, but he wants to debut that new car, and I'm sure we'll see it in rounds 2 through 8.
Yeah, you talk about the new car. He was looking to do a twin-turbo V6, but smoked not 1, but 2 engines, so like you said, he's in the backup car. Well, talking about all the drivers, but now we're going to bring in our 3rd member of our broadcast team, Ryan Lantain, who's going to elaborate more on the judging criteria.
And we're here with Ryan Lantain to break down today's judging criteria. We are now in tandem competition, which goes as follows. You have driver A, driver B, competing in elimination head-to-head matchups where each battle consists of 2 runs. The higher qualified driver will lead the first run, chase the second run, and the judges need to determine a winner, or if it's too close to call, they can go one more time. Now, Ryan, as we talk about the track, let's go back and look at the map that you guys distributed in the drivers' meeting yesterday and break down a little bit of what you guys are looking for in the head-to-head matchups.
So on this map, you can see yesterday's qualifying scores. Today, we're not going to be using any scoring whatsoever. We are going to be comparing driver A to driver B. So we're going to be looking at their leads comparatively and their chases comparatively. Here you can see the touch and go, the zones that we're looking at, and the inside clip that's on the course. We have it broken up by sectors for the qualifying, but today we're going to be looking at the overall through the whole course.
And that is the preferred line that you guys are looking for, but to get into that line, we have to start you off in a chicane setup. So tell us a little bit how the chicane and the start works.
So you're seeing the chicane right now. It's a set of cones that are set up. You can see that lead driver on the right. He needs to go through that chicane. The chicane is there to slow the lead driver down, so the chase driver has the opportunity to initiate next to that lead driver, just as you saw in that video.
Well, the lead and the chase driver have responsibilities in head-to-head matchups. So first let's start with the lead, and then we'll go to the chase driver.
Sure. The lead driver needs to adhere to what we were asking for yesterday in qualifying. So they need to run a 100-point qualifying run, essentially. We're asking for perfection here. Now, we're looking for them to be running a chaseable lead run as well. We want them to make sure that they're doing everything they should be doing in qualifying to give that chase driver the opportunity to get close, to be consistently close and comfortable getting close and knowing that they can trust that that driver is going to be adhering to the accel-decel map as well. So there's an area where the driver should be accelerating or maintaining pace, and there's an area where they should be slowing down. And if they slow down in an accel area and something occurs on track, then that's going to be held against the lead driver.
And the chase driver, whether or not the lead driver is doing a good job, has responsibilities of his own. What are the chase driver responsibilities and goals?
The chase driver needs to initiate no later than the latest initiation point on the track. The chase driver needs to maintain close proximity all the way through the course. We ask for the best that we can get from them, and then we compare both chase runs. So who did better in that chase position? Then we're looking for the chase driver to also match the angle, the line, and everything transition-wise, movement all the way throughout the course that lead driver's doing.
And for those that didn't watch us yesterday or don't understand how the style aspect works, break down what style is and how it pertains to head-to-head matchups.
So style is broken down as IFC, initiation, fluidity, and commitment. And in that qualifying session, we're looking at how quickly they initiate, how quick the car rotates to angle, how smooth it is. We're looking at the fluidity throughout the course, how the car rotates from high angle in one direction to high angle in the other without making any corrections or bobbles. And then the commitment side, we're looking for them to be really aggressive throughout the course, using the vehicle's momentum and pace to fill all the zones, minimal e-brake usage, because that is, as we see it, a bit of a crutch. So how this is going to transition over to Tandem, we want them to utilize as little as possible the e-brake. We want them to really push the cars as hard as they can. So full throttle everywhere. The perfect example is Von Gitten's run yesterday. That's a 97-point score, which is one of the highest we've had in years. And essentially, if somebody can recreate that in the lead position, they're going to be looking pretty solid.
And when drivers are pushing hard, sometimes mistakes happen. Sometimes those mistakes are too big. We used to call them zeros. Now we call them incompletes. So for Tandem, what are the incomplete runs?
So if you spin out, so full loss of control on track, opposite drifting, which means drifting with angle in the wrong direction you should be on that portion of the track. Anything latchable openings, so that's a hood, the hatch, the trunk, doors, that is a distraction thing, but it's also a safety thing because parts can fly off and get into the chase car, potentially disrupting his drifting. Unsportsmanlike contact or behavior overall, anything that we deem to be unnecessary contact, anything too aggressive or retaliatory or anything like that. And then an inactive chase run that could happen. Maybe the chase driver feels like he doesn't have to push too hard in the chase position because maybe the other driver made a mistake on his chase. So we want to make sure they're pushing as hard as possible all the time.
Well, Ryan Lantane breaking down the judging criteria here for the head-to-head matchups. We've waited 6 months for this day, and now the 2017 season is about to kick off as we get into the top 32 in just a few minutes.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, Fueled by Enthusiasts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, better parts, better prices.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
How we doing out there, Long Beach? Streets of Long Beach, we are back at it once again. Jared Deenda, Ryan Sage, and this is round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. And, you know, Ryan, interesting turn of events here. You know, we had about 30 cars showing up, then some vehicles unable to score a run, so a sufficient amount of buys.
Yeah, we were estimating between 32 and 34 cars for the season this year. We saw some guys drop out last minute, and then we had some guys not able to actually make it to the line. So we've got a few buys here. Von Gittin Jr. will be your first buy up. He'll get a sweet pass right into the top 16, and then we'll follow into our next battle, Dean Carney and Jonathan Castro. And with a lot of new faces in the series this year, especially the Eastern European guys and James Dean, and just seeing the diversity really grow, it's been really exciting to see those guys come over here and compete against the best in the world. So we're excited out here in Long Beach.
And you know, not for, you know, there might be, again, a minimalization of vehicles, but they are all killer, no filler. I mean, these guys yesterday were throwing down, and notably Von Gittin Jr., he will be our buy runner, #1 qualifier. But just seen some phenomenal runs yesterday. Not a lot of carnage. You know, we saw Pat Gooden go on the tire wall, but nothing big, huge, massive destruction.
No, it was a great qualifying day, and you know, we very rarely see drivers get into those mid to high 90s, and we saw at least 2 drivers get above 95, so the driving is top notch. The guys are coming out, throwing it right into that first wall as we see Vaughn take his buy run.
Here we go for our first run. Turn it and burn it. Von Gittin Jr. is Monster Energy, Nitto Tire, Ford Performance Mustang RTR. Running that Roush Yates engine under the hood. You know, Ryan, that's really become his signature style, the very loose setup. You see the vehicles just squat and really pull up that tire. And Vaughn has had some intense battles here over the years, but I think Vaughn's one to watch.
Well, a lot of people, I still see people posting online about, you know, is there any technical benefit to the front wheel coming up? And because we have open pits here, if that's of interest to you to find out, you can go talk to Vaughn yourself. He'll definitely tell you.
Yeah, go straight to the source. Next up, Dean Carney. He was up here in the booth, and right before practice, right before this, he was watching his competitors, seeing what's going on. I had some words with him, and his team works really hard. And that Viper, like Lantaine said, it's no secret that it's a very difficult car to drive, and he's really made it work. He's flourishing in the vehicle, the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper, and he works hard. And I know you mentioned that you saw him working late into the night on Thursday night and getting his car back up and running. So he's had some gremlins, you know, under the hood of his vehicle.
Well, a lot of guys run it down to the wire because there's a lot of off-season moving and shaking. There's sponsorship deals that are taking place. They're trying to figure out what program do I want to put out there. And so a lot of times, you know, they're putting on the cap at the very end of the week leading up to the event. And sometimes it works out great and sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, we've seen some guys really put in a lot of work here. And by the time you get to Saturday night and everything's all said and done, you're ready to lay your head down on the pillow for a while.
Jonathan Castro, you can see him warming up his tires underneath his Methodon vehicle. And here we go. So we are seeing Dean Carney and Jonathan Castro. Castro run the 2AR engine, similar to that of Frederick Osbo, his vehicle operated by the same team, Papadakis Racing. Dean qualifying 16th, Castro qualifying 17th. So a fairly equally matched according to yesterday's qualifying. And our first official battle here. Dean Carney, Jonathan Castro, and we are ready to run. The start chicane being instituted again. If a cone is hit, they will restart it. And the chase car can leave before the start light illuminates. Here we go, Dean Carney in the lead. Jonathan Castro in the chase position. In that first corner, Castro quick to get on the back bumper of Dean Carney. Dean getting all the way out to the wall in that first rear clipping zone. Big angle from Dean Castro. So you can see Dean actually not getting all the way out to that outside zone. Now tighten it up. Castro, pretty good job there. They knocked down that Black Magic Intense Tire Shine front clip. Let's take a look at that again. There was some, you know, kind of going back and forth there. You saw Dean big angle, so he lost some speed. Let's take a look at it again, Ryan.
Well, I really like Castro's approach here. He knows that Dean has a lot of forward bite in that vehicle, and you can see Castro tucks up on the inside right here, stays with him, but then right there, that forward bite gives Dean an advantage coming out of that turn. He gets right out to that touch and go, and a great job on outer zone number 1. Ryan, Castro starts to surge here, but as we go through the smoke cloud, what do you see between these two competitors?
Dean did a great job of getting out wide to the touch and go and outside zone 1, but he ended up with too much angle, I think, at outside zone 1, and he was not able to reach outside zone 2. In the chase position, Castro sort of did his own thing in the beginning, but got back in step with him at outside zone 2. So we'll see how they both do in their other positions now, and then we can compare both leads and both chases.
Who is going to outshine the other as Castro and Carney? Castro will now lead. Castro really flourishing, you know, last year in that 86, and you got to think, you know, where's his head at coming into this season?
Well, certainly, you know, the very diverse Toyota racing team, he has been a part of that, and, you know, from Gushi to Osbo and Turk, Castro, you know, making up part of that 4, and certainly, you know, really putting together a strong program in the off season. Talked to me about, you know, hey, I want to do some stuff for the Latin community in terms of, you know, promoting the Formula Drift when we head down to Orlando, so he certainly gets it.
Here we go, Castro out front, Dean Carney in the chase position. Castro, boy, straight line approach, no feint entry, allowing Dean to be close to the door, not getting out to that touch and go. But here goes Castro in that first early zone, into the second, but Dean right there. Very good fluid approach from Castro, but like I said, not getting the touch and go. We're going that section, but as far as rear clipping points, take a look at it again.
Well, pretty interesting here. You can see Castro struggles a bit to get out to the touch and go coming out of turn 9. He's going to initiate here. Now watch Dean is going to stay close to Castro, really put the pressure on. Castro does not reach out there. Dean adjusts, makes a good adjustment to keep that proximity there. And then Ryan, it looks like Castro misses outer zone number 2 as well. What are some of the takeaways here from run number 2?
So if you look at comparing lead and chase to chase, I would say that Castro was not as strong in his lead position at the beginning, but maybe a little bit stronger on the second half than Dean was. Now in the chase position, Dean, I think, did a much better job throughout the entirety of the course, maintaining proximity and mimicking what Castro did. Mimicking is a big part as well, and that's something that Castro didn't do very well in the beginning of his chase run.
All right, so thank you for your insight there, Ryan Lontaine. Let's go to the judges. You see Brian, Ryan, and Andy, and slide them right. All of them. It's unanimous. Dean Carney gets the win, knocking out Jonathan Castro. And that's got to be a confidence builder for Dean. He seems really tired, man. I mean, just being up here, just working on his car. So that's, you know, showing you that the work pays off. Bakchis, Cameron Moore. Now, these guys have gone against each other twice before, and Odie winning both of those 2 times. Now, Odie, he's back behind the wheel of an S chassis. He's comfortable. He looks strong, and he has some phenomenal chases over the years here on the streets of Long Beach. He knows his track very well. Cameron Moore, now this is his 2nd season in Formula Drift, a new car. He's a butcher by trade during the week, hence the big meat cleaver and the blood-soaked kind of livery on the side of his vehicle. But you know, Nameless Performance, they built his car. They prepped it, the same vehicle or same team that operates that of Forsberg and notably Ryan Turk, because he is running that GT86. So a lot of resources going into that vehicle that have been utilized on Turk's vehicle. Bakchis will lead. He qualified 8th compared to 25th of Cameron Moore. So that just right there shows you statistically Bakchis is the guy to beat in this battle. Here we go. Odie out front. Falcon Tires livery. The teal and blue is back. Drift wheels go round. Here we go. All the way out to the touch and go. Bakchis. Cameron Moore not getting out to the outside zone. Good job by Bakchis. Into that final front clip, and Cameron Moore trying to shut the door, but early on, let's really take a look at that again. You saw Cameron Moore did not under the bridge. That's a really, really big zone to look at in sector.
Well, it looked like Moore was really just trying to keep Odie in his eyesights here, but while he was doing that, Odie was getting out to that first touch and go and that first outer zone. You can see good initiation here by Odie. A little bit of a hesitation as he gets back on the throttle. Now, great job there on that first touch and go, then wrapping back around. Excellent job there. You can see Cameron was on a little bit more of an inside line, didn't reach out to that second touch and go. Ryan, is that what you saw from Cameron Moore in the chase position, and what stood out to you?
Yeah, there was nothing glaring other than what you said. It looked like Cameron might have sacrificed going from touch and go 1 to outside zone 1 so that he could maintain that proximity or maybe gain a little bit more coming right in front of the judges stand here. But it looked like Odie did a good job in the lead, pretty clean. So let's see how they do in the opposite positions now.
You can see Dean and his team working on his vehicle. Said he's been having some issues throughout the week, but he works hard, getting it prepped. They'll have some more time to look at it in between the halftime break, 32, and then going into 16. And we are clear to send. Cameron Moore out front. That signature teal and blue, if you're a longtime Formula Drift fan, since day one, the teal and blue, the scallops, back at again. Him and Matt Field running them. So it's cool to see. Kind of a throwback here. Throwback all year. Here we go, Cameron Moore initiating. Coming to review of the judges. Decent job getting out touch and go. Now filling that rear clipping zone. Bakchis on the door of Cameron Moore, maybe giving himself a little bit of room here. Pretty good job there by Cameron Moore out front. Cameron Moore looking promising.
Yeah, definitely a decent run here for Cameron Moore. You can see some of the differences that Odie also does not let him get away. Odie tucks up immediately on the inside as Cameron Moore pushes out here to that first touch and go. And it looked like Odie got a little bit further there, but right there, Cameron, good job on that first outer zone. But you can see Odie right there on the inside, keeping him close, almost door-to-door action here. What are some of the takeaways, Ryan, here as we finish up this battle here between Odie and Cameron Moore?
Yeah, as I compare chase runs, it seems to me that Bakchis did a better job in the chase position of maintaining proximity and actually mimicking what Cameron was doing throughout the course. Cameron had to make a couple of adjustments and maybe some sacrifices in his chase position to maintain that proximity and to actually try to mimic what Odie was doing. But it was a really tight run both ways. They both had some pretty good clean runs. There was nothing glaring from either one.
So getting some insight here from Ryan Lontaine. You can see Odie Bakchis waiting in the wings. They are in the hot pit area, which is the pit areas for the Indy cars. Here we go, Cameron Moore and Odie Bakchis. And there it is, Odie Bakchis getting the victory, advancing on. It is unanimous. Odie Bakchis gets the victory and advances on to the top 16. Peter Vinck, a newcomer to Formula Drift competition, and Chelsea DeNofa. Ryan, I heard you say a very interesting battle. Why do you say that? Why does that kind of stand out in your mind?
Well, for DeNofa, in terms of Peter's involvement in the series, there's not a lot of track time between those two guys to know exactly the different driving styles, so that'll be certainly interesting. And obviously for DeNofa, this is the very first matchup in his new vehicle and his new partnership. And for Peter, his first battle here in the States.
Yeah, this is his first battle ever. Formula Drift rookie. He's from Poland. And Chelsea DeNofa quickly applying the pressure. You see some shimming there. Whoa, big angle from Chelsea. And unfortunately, he comes to a halt, and Peter Vinck goes through the course. So Chelsea DeNofa, our winner here from last year, a new car, a new team, a new look, a whole new vibe. But Peter, a new driver overall. Nobody's driven against him here in the States here, so he's a rookie. Let's take a look at this again here, Ryan.
Well, Ryan, I want to go right to you on this. It looks like part of this, at least from the initial onset, looks like Chelsea was very aggressive at the beginning. He kind of had to make a little bit of a straightening adjustment coming out of turn 9, and then as he transitioned into outer zone 1, just over-rotated behind Peter and forced himself into the wall here. Let's take a look at it again and get your comments.
Yeah, so on initiation, Chelsea is proving that he's got something to prove. He's really, really close. Makes a slight bobble there, while Peter in the lead is really smooth. Chelsea just pushed a little too hard, and we saw this last year a lot as well in the same area where people transition a little too aggressively under the bridge and they end up rotating, over-rotating, spinning out. But Chelsea was pushing really hard and leaving nothing on the table for sure.
So Chelsea taking his time getting back. You saw Peter's vehicle.
001. Okay.
So again, Peter's vehicle looking stout. I mean, that thing looks like it's harnessing a lot of power. He's running the 2JZ S15, similar to his Wardhouse Drift team teammate of James Dean. Join the conversation online, hashtag FDLB. Tell your friends they could watch online for free around the globe. Many different ways to watch, including the brand new Formula Drift app. And I'm sure Chelsea was just kind of a slow crawl, making sure everything was okay. He did get on the tire wall, but they did their job.
Well, DeNofa, I think, actually has a good opportunity here because Peter cannot allow Chelsea to go out and lay down, you know, a 95-plus point lead run. He needs to really keep the pressure on. He can't sit back, even though it sounds like from Ryan's interpretation that Chelsea will have an incomplete on that first run. Peter still does need to apply the pressure and make sure that he doesn't sandbag.
Yeah, an incomplete run as compared to previous years, a 0 because no longer a number denomination. Here we go now, Chelsea, big, huge angle, getting out to the outside zone. Okay, so look at this is exactly what you're talking about, Ryan. Chelsea DeNofa really stepping up, but is that enough to offset an incomplete run in that chase position? I mean, that's signature Chelsea style, just with a different weapon at his hands.
Well, as we take a look at the replay here, it looks like Peter will most likely be the victor, but you can just understand how much potential there is for Chelsea DeNofa in this vehicle here. An incredible lead run, way out to the touch and go, big angle. He's on the throttle the entire time. Misses outer zone one just a little bit, but overall very aggressive driving. And Peter staying with him, knowing that he's still got a job to do. Ryan, what's the takeaway here from DeNofa and Wycheck?
You pretty much said everything there is to say, Ryan. Good job by Chelsea in the lead position. He pushed really, really hard. He did miss outside zone 1 and then had a big e-brake pull, but overall, like you said, you can see what that car and Chelsea are capable of. So hopefully in the next round, you'll be able to make it work a little bit better.
All right, so you have to assume they're going to slide right, and there it is. Peter Vinck, Wordhouse Drift Team, on his Formula Drift debut, advances on, going through last year's overall winner, Chelsea DeNofa. All right, so as we advance on, this will be a bye run for our 2015 Formula Drift champion in a new car. This is the Rockstar Energy Drink, Nexen Tire Toyota Corolla IM. Fredrik Aasbo, the Norwegian Hammer. Again, a bye run he qualified for, so he got one of those spots that allowed him a bye run. His 2 AR powers. Hot hatchback out of the gate already showing that no matter the vehicle, Fredrik Aasbo is a Norwegian Hammer to be dealt with. All right, so Aasbo advances on. Already getting through some of the top 32. We will have that halftime break, and then we'll be going in the top 16. So ample time to see the pits, see and meet and greet some of your favorite drivers, and also go over to the Autocon car show and all the vendors. You can see them if you're on the go over the bridge, check out all the vendors on the inside of the track or the outside. I guess we are on the inside, depending on which side you're on. But check out all across the track and the venue. Again, this is round 1, the O'Reilly Auto Parts, Streets of Long Beach. We are live here on the streets of Long Beach for round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. This is the first round of 8. Hopefully we see a lot of you that are in the building at Irwindale. The final round to crown a 2017 champion on our 14th year of the Formula Drift Championship. Christos Bluss, Rob Nishida. Christos Bluss from Latvia. Yes, getting all the way out to that touch and go. Rob Nishida trying to chase him down. And Christos doing a great job here out front. Rob Nishida could not be faulted though. Great job by him. A really good effort there by Nishida.
Well, certainly never fun to go up against one of your teammates in the first battle, the top 32, but it looks like here, Ryan, that you can see Kristaps Bluss continuing to build momentum here. A pretty solid lead run against Robbie Nishida.
It was, and Robbie, you know that he's at a disadvantage in last year's car. He has a new car that he's building, but he's trying to make it through this round with this car, and you can tell it's not quite where it should be. He's had to make some sacrifices in terms of line, coming around from outside zone 1 to 2, but he's able to maintain proximity throughout the run. So he's making it work while making some sacrifices.
Yeah, Nishida, just a veteran of the sport. He's been around for numerous years. We've seen him in different vehicles, and you know, he's really found a great home with Achilles Radial. And you said, you know, teammates going against each other, Ryan, and that needs to be mentioned. Achilles Radial stepping up, really embracing Kristaps Bluss, Robbie Nishida. They got a bevy of drivers, a lot of talent. So now Nishida will lead. Kristaps will give chase. And talking about drivers and progression, Kristaps Bluss really looking strong. His 3rd year of Formula Drift competition. And just with him, you know, it being his 3rd year, you could just see the confidence building. And he knows he could take down some of the big dogs. And here we go. Robbie Nishida will lead. Kristaps giving chase. Into that first corner, you can see Kristaps initiating at the same point that Robbie Nishida did. Not simultaneous, but just at that point. And Kristaps into formation, but look at that. That's that point where you see Kristaps getting close. Was it too close? He allowed himself a little bit of room there. Ryan, what's your assessment?
Well, definitely looks like Kristaps had to modulate his speed just a little bit in the chase position. He was closing the door from the touch and go to outer zone 1. So you take a look at this here. You can see Robbie coming out of the gate here. Kristaps immediately back on that rear bumper on the right-hand side of Robbie Nishida. And then Ryan right here, what's Kristaps doing as he adjusts behind Robbie Nishida on outer zone 1?
Yeah, it looked like he feared he might make contact, so he kind of tried to slow himself down, and it backed him up a little bit. But he managed to maintain drift, stayed in proximity, and got back on the throttle. He might have fell off a little bit, but he got right back on. So just a minimal error there from him, but it was done in the name of aggressive driving, and that's what we're always asking them for. We make little allowances for mistakes in the chase position because we want them to push really hard.
All right, so Kristaps and Nishida over in the hot pit area awaiting the verdict. And the judges. Nishida and Bluss. Slide them left for Nishida or right for Bluss. And are seeing a one more time from Brian. Ryan saying Kristaps and Andy saying one more time. So they are going at it again. And Lantain, you were the only judge to go with sliding with Kristaps Bluss, and I could see Lantain actually conversing with Brian, excuse me. Ryan Lantain, I'm hearing you wrap out with Brian. You are the only judge that actually sided with Kristaps. The other two going one more time, and you're talking to Brian.
Yeah, Brian was saying it was really close for him to go for Kristaps, but it's because he wasn't as deep in the touch and go, and because of that correction that Kristaps made while following him just past outside zone 1.
So up here I have Kyle Mohan. Kyle Mohan, you're here from Long Beach, and you had some car issues, unfortunately not. What happened, man?
Yeah, you know, it was unfortunate. Hometown, we're really happy to be out here. The Mazda built to Apex Mazda Trix MX-5 was doing amazing, and just unfortunate car issue.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in a second. Want to elaborate here. Alex Hilbrun, the Inca Maya race, Inca Madness Racing. That monster BMW, and Alex Hilbrun, you know, he's really coming on strong. It's, you know, he made noise in Pro 2. Now here he is. He won the top 5 qualifiers yesterday, and really making it for himself. But Kyle, about you, you've been banging away. Your best event was here in Long Beach. You know, if I can remember, it was top 4. You got it here. And the MX-5, that's a tricky car, man.
Yeah, I love it. I started off in small cars, small displacement, so it's a nice step back to my roots. And, you know, debuting some new partners this event, Top One and Nexen Tire. It was just super disappointing to come to our home track feeling so strong in a car I really love, and then experiencing some technical difficulties.
Well, you're kind of one of those loyalists, right? I mean, you're running a rotary, you're not putting an LS in it. Why are you so adamant about running the rotary? I mean, you're a rotary dude forever.
Yeah, you know, I love the rotaries, you know, angry triangles all the way. And, you know, I love turbocharged cars. There's something amazing about building a 2-liter motor to over 1,000 horsepower. And, you know, my shop in Signal Hill, built to Apex, we specialize in Mazdas and rotary cars. So for me, it's not only a part of my racing, but it's also my business, my life. I love turbocharged rotary motors.
That's cool, man.
It's my microjet engine.
Microjet, that is cool. I mean, yeah, and again, there's something to be said about that as far as being a loyalist, and there's a lot of fans out there. All right, let's go back to the action. Here we go. Juha Rintanen, Jeff Jones. So Juha out front from Finland going against Jeff Jones. Look at these 2 S chassis, 2 kind of different schools of thought. Jeff Jones very shallow on the clipping zone, and Juha getting out to that second outer zone. Jeff Jones in tow. You saw Juha push around that Black Magic Intense Tire Shine front clip, but in that chase position, Jeff Jones is just a bit sloppy out there, but you saw him just being relentless. What's your take on Jeff Jones there, Kyle Mine? Because you've seen him in competition a few times.
Oh, these guys are both great, you know, both on S chassis. Jeff and Juha both are talented drivers. Jeff, he's been around for a long time. Really happy to see him out here having some fun, and looks like, you know, a revised version of his car. So I don't know, both these guys are good friends. I'm rooting for both of them.
Yeah, and Juha Rintanen, he's from Finland. He's on Nexen Tires, which is your, you know, your tire sponsor. What do you make of the Nexens? Because you've seen many different tires over the years of your competition.
Oh, I'm loving the new Nexens. You know, amazing traction, great performance throughout every run. So, you know, happy to see Juha and all the other drivers on Nexen this year. Great tires.
All right, so who do you want to see? Who do you want to do battle against, Kyle Mohan?
Oh man, I got to get Osbo. You know, I'm throwing it out right now. He's got that new car. You know, we had an amazing battle in Florida last year. I love that track, so we're really looking forward to round 2. And you know, I'd love to get him back for that one. But every competitor out here is a friend. I love the Formula D field family. Any one of these guys, happy to battle, happy to go after them. But there's a couple I definitely feel like I owe them another go around at it.
Built to Apex, that's your shop?
Yeah, so Signal Hill based, all of our products are made in America, built to Apex. You know, derived from our racing program, our experiences over the past 14 years, drifting, road racing.
Strictly rotary, or just
no, we do everything. So everything from LS parts to rotary parts, expanding into carbon fiber. So
all
here we go.
So here we go. Back to the action. Sorry to cut you off there, but now Jeff Jones, Juha Rintanen. And there you see Jeff Jones into that outer zone. And through that second outer zone, Jeff Jones looking very poised out front, but Juha cannot be shaken. Well done. Oh, and you see Jeff Jones correct. Man, what's your take on that?
It was great. You know, Jeff Jones really threw it in hard those first couple turns. Unfortunate correction there at the end. It'll be interesting to see how the 2 runs shake down comparison to comparison, but both drivers are obviously out there, you know, fighting in very similar chassis.
Have you ever judged an event yourself?
Yeah, it's difficult.
I wanted to ask because, you know, you'd rather be on the track, but
yeah,
it's a thankless job.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Very thankless, and I give these guys credit for you know, putting up with all of us. But yeah, I'd definitely rather be out on the track than judging. But I did a couple amateur events recently, and it gave me a lot of perspective on how hard it is to you know, really critique not only competitors but also people that you compete against sometimes.
Yeah, like you said, you appreciate them until they go against you, right?
Oh yeah, then you know, absolutely.
All right, so here we go. Jones and Juha Rintanen, and Brian, Ryan, and Andy are going to Juha Rintanen. And Juha. Again, Kyle Mohan, thank you again, buddy. Good seeing you. And anybody, how would anybody find out about your information?
Well, thank you just for coming out. Check us out, KyleMohanRacing.com. We've got all the social media channels available. And just watch us on Formula Drift. We love this party. We love coming out to events. We'll be seeing everybody around the country.
Right on. Well, thanks, Kyle, and hopefully better results in round 2, which is Orlando.
That is our plan. We're going to come out fighting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, so advancing on, Juha Rintanen back in the mix, and he is in the top 16. So, again, Alex Hilbrun advances. You saw his bye run, and Juha Rintanen advances on. Here's another bye run. Now, this is James Dean. He not only had a 91, but he backed it up with a 96. James Dean is the truth right now from Ireland. A lot of eyeballs on him from across the globe. That 2JZ-powered Woodhouse Drift Team S15. James Dean advances on to the top 16. So we are already more than halfway through our top 32 action. So we're going to have a great time here at the halftime show. But we have a few battles here left, Ryan. And we do have another bye run. Ryan Turk will get the bye run. Oh, this should be a fun one. Michael Essa. Both these guys going against, no, sorry, what do you got? Essa, Christoph Bluss? Oh yeah, we got to revisit, thank you so much. This is the one more time battle, I apologize. So the BMW of Christoph Bluss and Robin Nishida. So the one more time battle between these guys. Really just not a definitive winner. Both of them kind of making some simple mistakes. I know they're going to tighten it up. And Kristaps will lead. Nishida will give chase on this one more time battle. Clean start, and here we go. Kristaps initiating. Wow, getting all the way out to the touch and go. Both the drivers, Robbie actually going even deeper on that touch and go. Robbie not getting all the way out to that outside zone. Kristaps filling it up properly. And Nishida around on the door of the BMW. That beast of a vehicle of the Latvian driver, Kristaps Bluss, that smoke machine.
Well, you got to give a lot of credit to the preparation for Robbie's vehicle. I mean, Kristaps Bluss's car is known as one of the quickest in the series, and Robbie Nishida's hanging with them here. You know, you can see Bluss super deep into that touch and go. Not a real clean approach there, but Robbie's right there staying with them. Ryan, you take anything away here from this first run between Bluss and Robbie Nishida?
Well, on the proximity side of things for Robbie Nishida, I think he's very lucky that Kristaps lifted in such an aggressive way, trying to avoid hitting the wall at that touch and go. You could tell that Kristaps was going in a little too deep, got off throttle, and it allowed Robbie to really get close, and at that point he was able to maintain the proximity throughout the rest of the drive. So that was pretty fortunate for Robbie, and he did a good job. He was maybe off a little bit on outside zone 2, but you could tell that because of Kristaps' big lift there, it threw off his line a little bit, and he was late going into outside zone 2. He was very much on the later portion of that zone, so he didn't fill it quite as much as he should, but Robbie was there mimicking him and doing exactly as he should in the chase.
See Robbie shimming his way up there, running that Voodoo 13 suspension. Got the Wisefab on the corners of the HGK Motul Achilles Radial BMW. Both these guys on Achilles. Really stepping it up over the years. Achilles Radial, another team very stout from Pro and Pro 2. So Nishida will now lead in the second half of this one more time battle. Again, tell your friends, hashtag FDLB on all your social media networks. Let them know you're out here or you're watching. Comfort of your own home or work or wherever you're at. Here we go. Nishida initiates. Look at that, Kristaps. Simultaneous initiation. So Robbie Nishida really getting there. Kristaps making his presence felt. Tucking into that Achilles Radial smoke wave. And well done by both the drivers, Nishida and Bluss. gaining some applause from not only the fans, but even the judges.
Ryan, just as an example of what you guys want to see from the chase driver, is there any major mistakes here that you can point out from Bluss in the chase position? It seemed like right after that first touch and go, he was right to the door of Robbie Nishida.
That's exactly what we're looking for from a chase driver. He's a little bit shallow on line here, but he gets right inside, nice and close, maintains the same proximity throughout the rest of the run. No corrections, mimicking Robbie. See there, as Robbie rotates, Bluss does the exact same thing in the chase position. Really, really close. That's a really strong chase, and I'd have to say it's better than the chase that Robbie Nishida had.
Yeah, it's really just hard to deny that. Okay, so we are seeing the HGK Motul Achilles Radial BMW of Christos Bluss. What do you make of Christos there, Sage?
Yeah, I think he's an incredible driver. I thought his performance last year in Orlando, we talk about it all the time, is one of the best performances we've seen. Would have won that event hands down had he just not made that one mistake in literally the last corner of that Orlando Speed World facility. Yeah. But yeah, great driver, and really looking forward to see him develop his program throughout the year.
So here we go. The results are in. Nishida or Bluss. Slide him left for Nishida. Slide him right for Christos Bluss. And look at that. Andy saying one more time, but he is outnumbered. Majority rules. Brian and Ryan say Christos Bluss gets the win. So Christos advances on to the top 16 and behind the wheel of his HGK Achilles Radial BMW. So the Latvian lover, as I like to call him, is advancing on. And at this time, our other member of our team had an interview with Dean Carney, and Lorette Nickel is with Dean.
Dean Carney advances to the top 16, but he hasn't made it easy on himself. 2 blown head gaskets. Dean, your stress level must have been pinging.
Yeah, we've had a stressful week. We came here on Tuesday actually for media day, and we blew a head gasket on the second lap, complete disaster. Went back to the shop, we tore it all down, we put in the spare motor, and came here yesterday in the second lap. I practiced again yesterday, we blew another head gasket, but we're thinking it could maybe be a crack in the block in a liner maybe. So we didn't tear it apart too much actually last night. So yeah, it kind of left us very limited on practice and stuff, but yeah.
Okay, and your team working real hard right now.
Yeah, my boys are kicking ass, like they have had no more than 3 hours sleep any night this week. They've been absolutely amazing, so definitely a credit to them.
Dean, thanks so much.
No problem.
All right, well, thank you, Lorette, and thank you, Dean Carney, and thank you to his team, because, again, he advances on, but not without a lot of stress and a lot of head gaskets, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely a lot of challenges here for the first event of the year, kind of shaking things out, but he looks confident, and he'll be back out there for the top 16.
Yeah, so, again, kudos to him. So we are now, again, more than halfway through top 32. Next up, Michael Essa, and that is incorrect. That should be Daijiro Yoshihara, and you can see Daijiro Yoshihara there, and there it is. There's the proper graphic. So Essa and Dai going against each other 3 times over the history of them doing battle, and Michael Essa winning 2 compared to Dai Yoshihara's 1. Now Michael Essa and Dai Yoshihara, both Formula Drift champions. Michael Essa doing it behind the wheel of a BMW, this BMW in particular, but definitely refined. Now, Dai Yoshihara, he did it behind the wheel of an LS-powered S13 chassis, this BRZ. He's had some more seat time. Him and his team have definitely refined the vehicle. He says it looks strong. Yesterday, he looked good. Dai Yoshihara qualifying 18th compared to Michael Essa's 15th. Here we go. Essa out front, initiating and rolling into it. Dai Yoshihara, the center of the road here as far as Dai Yoshihara. Whoa, and Dai coming to a halt before the course ends. That's going to really set Dai Yoshihara back. What happened there?
Well, that was pretty reminiscent, I think, of Irwindale last year. We saw something kind of like that on the inner bank from Dai, where he's at angle and then basically just falls out of angle there. And it seemed to be, if I remember correctly, something actually wrong with the vehicle. But let's take a look at this. It looks like he's pulling off, waving somebody down. So I have to imagine there will be a potential competition timeout unless it's nothing mechanical, but it certainly seems like it does at this point. Ryan, from your perspective, it looked like Essa had a little bit of a hiccup on initiation, but obviously the most amount of weight is going to be placed on what Dai did coming out of outer zone 2.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't initiate, basically. He kind of drove to angle, which was really poor on Essa's part. So in his case, he's sort of lucky that Dai had this issue right here. So you can just see the front end all of a sudden washes out on him, and he completely loses drift, drives ahead, and avoids hitting the wall, thankfully. But it might be something they need to fix. It looked like he was trying to wave someone down, so hopefully it's not something too serious. But it might be waiting for a few minutes for Dai to come back out on track.
All right, so we are inquiring on what's going to happen with Dai Yoshihara. He's having some issues. All right, so we are finding out what's going on here with Dai Yoshihara, but Michael Essa has the advantage after Dai Yoshihara's misfortune. Okay, so Lorette Nickel caught up with the Formula Drift. You know, he's back at it again, and just saying, he's got a lot of eyeballs on him. Lorette Nickel caught up with James Dean down in the pits.
A multi-time European and Irish drift champion. He is back after a long absence from 2010 here at the 2017 season. And James, yesterday you told me that you were actually really surprised by your result, qualifying second. Why was that?
For sure. After being away for so long and always dreaming about competing in Formula Drift again, we came back this year with great support from Warthog's Drift team and Falcon Tire, and put a very good program together with a great team. And first event, you know, things change. It's the best level in the world. You're against the best drivers. So for me, I just wanted to put down the best runs I could, and to finish up in second place was beyond a dream come true. So I'm super happy with that.
And a lot of eyes are on you. Does that add any kind of pressure?
Not really. I'm just trying to treat it as a normal drift event, like at my local track back home. So we're all here to have fun. We're all drifting, so yeah, I'm trying to treat it as normal as possible.
James, great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
All right, so some words there with James Dean. Yeah, I had some words with him after the drivers' meeting and announcing, you know, how the qualifying results went. He says, dude, dreams are just coming true. He's living a dream. He's just along for the ride, and the results are just gravy. And what he's doing, because if you're a drift fan internationally, not just outside of Formula Drift, he's really made a lot of noise over the years. So it's great to see, again, it truly be international. This should be what you got anything to add there?
Well, I was just saying that hearing from our officials here that obviously Dai is going to have to take that competition timeout. It sounds like it's a belt issue, or they're replacing some belts. It does look like they're going to be able to get it fixed in time, so should be able to get the second half of the battle, but obviously a big hill to climb there. We will move on to this next matchup.
Yeah, and that being considered, you know, he takes his competition timeout, but he will have a disadvantage with an incomplete run on his side. So Dai Yoshihara fixing the vehicle, competition timeout. Michael Essa will have the advantage after we see their second, or you know, that first run is completed. Next up, Chris Forsberg, your defending champion, your first ever three-time Formula Drift champion, behind the wheel of his NOS Energy Drink 370Z, and then the Urban Air, a new title sponsor there for Alec Honadel, and the Hoonigan supercharged V8 S chassis. What do you make of Alec Honadel? And this should be a fun one. I mean, it's kind of like, let's call it what it is, a Formula Drift veteran since day one, 2004. You can see Dai Yoshihara and his team working, thrashing on it, but going against Alec Honadel, who's really a rising star.
Well, if you're a fan of the series and you follow all the nuances, you definitely have probably heard us say a few times that, at least for me personally, the battle between Alec and Chris at Montreal last year was one of the best battles of the year as far as I'm concerned. So this is quite a treat here. Unfortunately, it's going to be in the top 32, so somebody that is a championship contender, which I put Alec in that category, is going to get knocked out here in this round, and it's going to be a big hit there. But we're going to see it as Alec warms up his tires and heads to the line to face 2016 champion Chris Forsberg.
Yeah, and that's, again, Forsberg, if he, him and Ryan Turk did an Instagram takeover on Formula Drift, and he was really transparent about not popping one engine, not popping two, but he didn't pop them. There was just some blow-by. Basically, they had some issues with the head gasket issues, right? They had a gasket issue. There was some, I think it was coolant getting through. It was really interesting turn of events for them. So they said, scratch it. We'll obviously get it dialed in. Hopefully we get to see the twin turbo VQ engines. And now he's back behind the wheel of an old faithful, the V8 VK56 370Z. Here we go. Forsberg will lead. Alec will give chase. So Forsberg initiates. Into view. Alec Honadel right there. Drops in a position, really applying the pressure is Honadel. Look at Alec Honadel. Mirroring him everywhere he goes, shredding some bumpers, so contact was made between Alec and Forsberg. You see Forsberg taking out that front clip, and Alec knows who he's going against. He's going against a champion, so he knows he needs to bring his A game, but he pushed too hard, obviously.
Well, at this point, it'll be up to the judges to ascertain fault. Anytime you have a collision like that, the judges do need to ascertain fault in order to determine who's going to be at the disadvantage. But we talked about it, how awesome these two are driving together, and look at this right here. Forsberg starts off with a strong lead, but Honadel pushing hard right here. Now, at this section of the course, there's always going to be a little bit of a slowdown as they adjust and transition to that area. So the judges will have to make a determination on who is at fault there as we take a look at it one more time. Coming through outer zone 2, you can see Forsberg's a little bit late, shallow in that zone, and then right there, that's where the contact happens. Ryan?
All right, so so you see some shredded parts there off the vehicle. Lantain, your elaboration there?
So as we pointed out in the drivers meeting, we need to watch all replays that we can whenever there's contact to assess fault. And that's what we're doing right now. We're going to get all the replays together and make sure that we watch them all. It did look on first view that Honadel straightened up a little bit, then made contact, and then hit again before losing control. So that's our initial assessment, but we just want to make sure we see everything that's on that has been recorded so that we can make the proper call.
And we'll see what happens here between these two guys. Taking a look at it again, you see Honadel pushing hard. A beautiful day out here at the streets of Long Beach compared to previous years. Last year we saw a lot of rain. Okay, so here it is again. You see Forsberg navigating through the course. Honadel in tow. It just seems that bumper kind of caught that back tire and it just popped it right off and took some other components with it.
We're just waiting for another angle to come up here, but what we're seeing now is that it looked like Honadel was pushing very hard. You can see that he had really close proximity throughout the entire course until that point, and that is an allowed slowdown area. In our XL decel map, that is an area that is denoted as a slowdown area, so there's nothing that can be said about Forsberg slowing down. Not that we saw a major slowdown from him, but even if he did, that is an allowed slowdown area. So it just looked like Honadel, he lost drift, not completely, but slightly behind Forsberg, made contact, then hit him a second time, and that's what caused him to spin. So we're going to we'll clean up the track a little bit, and then we'll get these guys back out for the second part of their battle.
And I believe I'm seeing Alec Honadel's spotter. I believe he is calling the competition timeout. So this is a completed first run here between Forsberg and Honadel. And Ryan, you had some words with the officials?
Yeah, they are going to give fault to Honadel, so a tough break for him, pushing hard. Those kind of things happen, but I think Ryan explained it perfectly. Chris didn't really slow down that area, but that is part of the ACL-decel area that there can be some allowed slowdown. It would just look like Honadel was pushing too hard, and he straightened up a tiny bit, probably had a little bit too much forward momentum. So I think a good call from the judges there. And the reason why the drivers are waiting at that particular part of the course to find out who was at fault is because Honadel wanted to use a competition timeout if he was at fault, and Forsberg wanted to look at his car if he wasn't at fault.
Right.
So that's the reason why they went back to the line. So what that'll mean is we'll move on to the next battle, and we'll revisit the second half of Chris Forsberg and Alec Honadel.
And also remember, we have the first run in the books between Essa and Yoshihara, and there you go. You see quickly the Honadel team lift the car up, check out what's going on. Hopefully it's just cosmetic, nothing big or detrimental. But here's the second half of the Yoshihara Essa battle, and if you can recall, you just saw Essa pull off the side of the course. He had a belt issue, but he is back up and ready to run, ready to do battle against Michael Essa. Turn 14 distribution, turbo V8 Subaru BRZ of Dai Yoshihara. He's on Falcon tires, longtime supporter of Dai Yoshihara.
So Jared, just to recount the second half of this run, it looks like Dai obviously had a mechanical failure coming out of outer zone 2, so he has an incomplete run, and now he takes a lead as Michael Essa will chase him down.
Here we go, Dai out front, Essa giving chase. Dai Yoshihara coming into view. Now he's got a big uphill battle here, as you put it, Ryan, because he has that incomplete run on the first run. Now Essa, good approach, not getting too aggressive, but definitely in the mix and saying, this is mine. I mean, that's going to be all she wrote. Unfortunately, like I said, with Dai Yoshihara having that mistake, pulling off the course, Essa just needed to do exactly what he just did, and that's going to be Michael Essa advancing on in that Essa Autosports Achilles Radial BMW. Ryan Lantain, you talked about it yesterday. You said if you know, you said Essa won practice yesterday. I think, and is he kind of showing that glimmer today?
Well, he was lucky, like I said earlier, that Dai had that issue in the chase position because he had a very poor initiation. He was very slow to get to angle. The car didn't look like it wanted to rotate, and that would almost be considered a late and double initiation all in the same package. So it didn't look good for him early on, but he ended up putting it together a good chase run against Dai.
All right, so now slide him right. Unfortunately for Dai Yoshihara, that's going to be all she wrote for this weekend. And Michael Essa gets the victory. Michael Essa and the Achilles Radial Essa Autosports BMW advances on to the top 16. We'll see him in head-to-head competition. Fortunately for the Turn 14 distribution Subaru BRZ of Dai Yoshihara, he is knocked out. So the Falcon Tire shrouded vehicle is being parked for the weekend. All right, so next up, Gorgy versus Ken Gushi. So Gorgy Chivchan from Russia against a Formula Drift veteran. His nickname is The Future back in the day, and after 14 years, I don't know if we can call him that anymore. I said that jokingly yesterday in the drivers' meeting, but the Goosh, Ken Gushi, the Goosh is loose. He will be leading in that Greddy Performance Boost Brigade. Nexen Tires, Toyota Racing GT86, and Gorgy here in his NGK S15 on Nitto tires. All right, Gushi will lead, Gorgy giving chase. Nice job by Goosh, Gorgy right there. Oh, and a big correction there from Gorgy, shutting it down. Ken Gushi, proper through the course. Gorgy unfortunately having some issues straight out.
Well, a tough start for Gorgy here. You can see Ken Gushi, the higher qualified driver, taking the lead. Initiates right here. Gorgy on the inside and just unable to hold drift through turn 9 and shuts it down. Now at this point, Ken does need to make it all the way through the course in order to get a complete run, since he was the lead driver and had no hindrance in front of him. He is able to do that. Gorgy tries to pull back towards the end there, but Ryan, obviously that's going to be an incomplete, yeah?
That's exactly it. He just either had a mechanical problem or a misshift. Something could have happened in that area that caused him to straighten up. So that'll be an incomplete on his part, and he's going to have to put together a heck of a lead run now. And, you know, for him to do well in this case, Gushi would have to have the same type of issue in the chase position. So we're going to have to see how they do as they switch positions now.
Gorgy from Russia, he won, talking to him, he's got a decent amount of English, and talking to him, he has won some rounds and won championships in Russia. That's how he earned his Formula Drift Pro license, similar to that of Christoph's Bluss. So Gorgy will lead, and Gushi will give chase. So here we go, Gorgy out front, Gushi giving chase. All right, Gorgy using all the course, Gushi going towards the middle of the course. Now Gushi still needs to apply the pressure, and you saw it looked like Gorgy was rotating, you know, to just my knee-jerk reaction. Unfortunately for Gorgy, it seemed that he was spinning out, and Gushi just kept moving and went to his door. Let's take a look at this again. Ryan, your quick assessment there, or do you want to say anything before?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it again. We'll walk through the steps here with Ryan Lantane, but at first pass, it does look like there was a lot of angle coming out of the outer zone number 2. Gushi was definitely right there. Gorgy was getting ready to transition, and then you see some contact. Obviously, the judges need to give fault here. Let's take a look at this. Ryan, walk us through this as you're thinking this through on the replay.
It was a good initiation by Gorgy. I was surprised at how far back Gushi was at this point. I expected him to be closer. He didn't get out wide to that touch and go as Gorgy did, but here he got back on. It just looks like Gorgy got too much angle and slowed down in what we would consider to be early for the slowdown area. The slowdown area starts pretty much right around where Gushi would be, you know, for our Excel decel map. But it looked like Gorgy was slowing down just as he exited outside zone 2. So that would be early, and Gushi would not expect someone to be slowing down in that area. So whether it was an over-rotation or some other issue that Gorgy had in that area, I don't think that Gushi would be expecting that there.
So Ken Gushi, that was a second run, and we saw Gorgy make that big mistake there on initiation. As we were talking about, might have had mechanicals, might have misshifted. Something might have been up, but on the second portion, we saw contact. That was looking at that first run with Gorgy in tow, or not in tow. So we were quickly moving through the 32, and now it seems that hitting some bumps here, hitting some bumpy road, or hitting some cars. We're seeing contact from Honadel. We're seeing Gorgy and Gushi making contact. See Essa, or excuse me, Yoshihara peeling off.
Yeah, so you can see in that video, that angle that we had right there, that Gorgy was slowing down pretty much right at the end of outside zone 2, which is far too early for the slowdown area. So in that case, we would put fault on Gorgy for doing that in that area. He's not supposed to be slowing down there. You can see that the angle has, you know, he started to rotate around. The tire smoke's kind of falling off. There should be more tire smoke in that area. So in that case, we would have to assess fault on Gorgy.
So getting some insight from Ryan Lantane. You have to assume that Gushi will get the win. All right, so here we go. Gushi and Gorgy. Slide them right for Gushi. Let's make it official. Ken Gushi gets the win. Ken Gushi gets the win. It's unanimous. Tell you what, though, you know, Ken Gushi in that chase position, he didn't seem as confident. You know, he hasn't gone against Gorgy for one, and so that contributes to it. But that could have gone one more time potentially, if there wasn't contact.
Well, knowing what to expect with the people that you drive with is, you know, a huge factor in this whole thing. So obviously Ken Gushi pushing hard, and Gorgy going a little bit too big there out of outer zone 2. Moving on into the top 16, he will face Chris Forsberg.
Well, that's still to be decided.
Yeah, if Forsberg wins against Honadel after the second half of their battle here.
So right now, this is a bye run for Ryan Turk. Ryan Turk hitting a cone, but we will not restart, obviously. But Ryan Turk in that gum out, nameless performance, Hankook tires, GT86. Well played there from Turk. working it out, stretching the legs of this 2JZ powered 86. And Ryan Turk advances on to top 16 as he had one of the top qualifying runs. He qualified 3rd yesterday, which again, due to the mistakes of some drivers and absence of some, there were a few buys, 4 of which advanced on to the top 16. So Ryan Turk moves on. If you haven't seen it, he has his GT4586 over here, which is the Ferrari-powered Toyota 86. Again, be sure to find yourself in the other vendor area, not just the one where all the pits and paddocks are, but the vendor area. Go over the bridge, head on over the bridge. I can see a ton of sponsors and vendors over there. Also the AutoCon car show. So you not only see the car show, but head on, either depending on the inside or the outside, but head over the Firestone Bridge and check out all the sponsors and the other vendors on display over there. All right, so here's the second half of this battle. Honadel and Forsberg. We saw the contact from Honadel and Forsberg. Honadel called his competition timeout. He was at fault. Forsberg was allowed to inspect his vehicle. Forsberg kind of kicking back here, giving himself some room, playing it safe against Honadel. Now diving in, taking out that front clip is Honadel. So Honadel with that mistake, with the contact, rotating with the contact and rotating. Ryan, let's take a look at it again.
Well, Chris Forsberg has been in this position many times before. He knows what he needs to do here. He needs to push hard, but not too hard. He knows he's got a big advantage after the judges gave fault to Honadel. Ryan, I mean, really with a big hill like that to climb with Honadel, you really just got to go lay down the best lead run you can and hope for the best, right?
That's essentially it. It looked like Honadel here was trying to get away a little bit. He wasn't quite filling the zones the way he should have. Coming through the touch and go under the bridge to outside zone 1, it didn't look like he was trying to maximize the usage of the track. It looked like he was trying to be fast. But Chris maintained proximity as best as he could in that condition and did a pretty good job in the chase position.
All right, so here is the verdict. Honadel and Forsberg. And slide him right. Chris Forsberg gets the win. Chris Forsberg advances on to the top 16. Speaking of Chris Forsberg, he will be joining the Maximum Driftcast halftime show. We are debuting a new halftime show this round. So if you haven't followed the Maximum Driftcast, that of Paco, Corey Hosford, and Sam Nelvin, aka Drift Idiot, there's a halftime show. It'll begin 15 minutes after Top 32 concludes. Also, the track gate will be open, so that way you can head on over. You don't have to go over across the bridge. You can actually go on the very track you guys see that these guys are shredding on. So, again, the track gate will be open, so you'll be able to make your way over to the vendor, but we will be having, again, a Maximum Driftcast halftime show featuring the Maximum Driftcast fellas. Here we go. Our next battle, JTP Justin Pollock against Pat Gooden. Justin Pollock. Oh, look at Pat applying the pressure. Nice job. Oh, and Pat slamming into the wall. Wow.
Well,
all right. So the second half of this 32 has proven to be quite a contact sport.
Well, I think certainly this will be our first one that's going to get real interesting here. We've seen some activity in that area before, not only here, but for the Super Drift that we have next weekend at nighttime. Let's take a look at this as it comes back up on replay. I believe we're going to see Justin go very deep in touch and go area, and then as they come back around, Pat was very, very close to JTP. Ryan, walk us through your first instincts here.
Pat was looking really good at this point, and I was wondering, is he going to be able to get out of the way for Justin to transition? And he clearly did not. You need to, as a chase car, give the lead car the room to do what they need to do. So Justin had a really aggressive, wide line on the touch and go, and he was setting up to rotate the car to get out to outside zone 1, but he couldn't because Pat was right there in his way. And you could tell Pat started off really strong, but he ended up getting maybe a little bit too far inside and couldn't back himself off enough to give Justin room to rotate. And unfortunately, this might go to good in terms of assessing fault. So not only does he get his car into a wall, but he's at fault.
Yeah, what a bummer for Pat. So almost the right place, just the wrong time. All right, so. And Pat has had a tough go. I know that he was going into coming into this round, his vehicle being operated by Huddy Racing out of San Diego, and I know they had troubles with their first engine, so they defaulted back to last year's engine, and he looked great yesterday. But right now, again, just bad placement of the vehicle. So we'll get Pat Gooden off the course. We'll find out who is at fault, but I have to, as Ryan Lantain was saying in his assessment, Pat Gooden is probably at fault here. But when we come back, we'll continue more here at Top 32. This is round 1, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Streets of Long Beach. Round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. When we return, more head-to-head action here on the streets of Long Beach.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
All right, welcome back once again here to the streets of Long Beach. And if you want to win some wheels, win a set of wheels from Drifts, Hardcore Wheels for the Street. Take a photo of you watching this weekend's event, and then hashtag FD Drifts, that's DRIFZ17, and to win a free set of Drifts wheels. Again, hashtag FD DRIFZ17. You could win a set of wheels as run by Odi Bakchis. You can see his signature teal and blue Falcon Tire vehicle. And then also another competitor that advances on, it is that of Ken Gushi. So Ken Gushi caught up with Lorette Nickel earlier today.
Congratulations, moving on to top 16, but I don't think that would have been easy for you, as yesterday you were having gearbox issues. Walk us through what happened.
Right, so on the first run, well, first of all, the car was feeling solid all weekend during practice. You know, even on the media day practice, my team has been doing a phenomenal job getting the car ready. However, on the first run to qualify, at the last corner, hairpin, turn 11, I upshifted into third gear from second, which I shouldn't have done. And that pretty much messed up our dog ring, or the selector ring, inside the gearbox, and we lost a third gear dog ring. But upon inspection, which we only had like 40 minutes to inspect, we knew the third gear itself was fine. We had a speculation that the dog ring was out, but we had no time, so we were just like, okay, you know what, let's just go for the second run. If it pops out in mid-drift, then just kind of try to bail out of it. That's exactly what happened. Upon entering turn 9, or the first corner, I got back on throttle and it just popped right out of gear. So we were, you know, fighting that yesterday, but today's a whole new day. They got it back together last night, and we're out here going into the top 16.
So have all the problems been fixed?
So far, and we've been fighting grip issues too. The surface is extremely inconsistent here, but thankfully Nexen has been helping us with providing tire data and whatnot, and having our assistance in determining what tire pressures to run. So it's been pretty good so far. Throughout the morning, we were changing the alignment here and there, but it's pretty solid now.
Okay. Ken, great job moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Ken Gushi. Good luck to you in top 16. Hopefully you've worked out all the kinks of your vehicle, as we are now seeing our next battle. So our next battle. So we'll revisit JTP and Pat Gooden, but Pat Gooden obviously took a hard hit, so they're going to take a look at that. And with it being Pat Gooden's fault, he will need to utilize a competition timeout. Right now, Dan Burkett in a great looking Toyota Supra against that of Matt Kaufman. Now, Matt Kaufman, these guys have never seen battle against each other. Dan Burkett coming from Pro 2. This is his Formula Drift Pro rookie season. And, okay, we got a restart here as Matt Kaufman jumps the light. All right, so what's seems that Matt Kaufman running the Ford power plant, the Roush Yates engine under the hood of his S13. Dan Burkett, that Toyota Supra. All right, here we go. Matt Kaufman out front. Dan Burkett giving chase. Whoa, and Dan getting into the tires. Okay, let's take a look at that again, that quickly. Man, again, this top 32 on this portion, this latter half, getting very interesting. Oh man, like I said, great looking car, but right now he is tearing that thing up.
Well, coming out of this first corner here, Ryan, give us your first impressions. It looks like Dan was a little bit too aggressive here into turn 9.
It looked like Burkett initiated pretty late, something that we all kind of noticed immediately, and he might have had a little bit too much momentum, you know, because of Kaufman's earlier initiation, and, you know, that is a slowdown area. It seems like maybe because of Burkett's late initiation, he still had a little bit too much speed, couldn't slow down, and kind of plowed into the side of Kaufman. But we're going to have to see all of the replay angles that we have to make that assessment.
All right, here it is once again. So Kaufman initiating early. Yeah, look at Dan, very late, and boom, just goes into the side of Kaufman. So in that chase position, wasn't a case of transition, it was just pushing too hard. So that'll hurt Dan Burkett, not just physically as far as the fiberglass on his car, but that's going to really hurt his chances of advancing on and defeating Matt Kaufman. So unofficially, and knee-jerk reaction, looks like it is Dan Burkett's fault there. Taking a look at it again. Judges just analyzing, making sure that they are thorough as far as assessment. Was there some weird initiation on Matt Kaufman's part? Was there any stalling, Ryan?
Yeah, they're just looking at the different replays that we have available, and they are giving fault to Radan Burkett, so he'll be at a disadvantage here. And if he does need repairs to his vehicle at this point, he'll have to call a competition timeout. Looks like both cars getting buttoned back up and hopefully heading back to the line. Otherwise, we will move on to the next battle, which is Matt Field and Nate Hamilton.
Yeah, real unfortunate there for Dan Burkett. Formula Drift rookie. Matt Kaufman, we've seen him in different variations of that same vehicle, just aesthetics. He says, you know, I asked him what he did to his vehicle, changing it up from last season this season. Nothing outside of the graphics. So, you know, he's familiar with the car. He's ready to do battle. And we still have Pollock and Gooden that we need to go through. Win a set of wheels. Tag a photo you watching from Centerline Alloy Wheels. Check them out as run by Chelsea DeNofa. Tag a photo you watching this weekend's event. So look at that Centerline giving away. Hashtag FD Centerline 17. Enter to win a free set of Centerline muscle car wheels if you haven't seen those. And again, Chelsea DeNofa running the ATD wheels of Centerline Alloy Wheels. Hashtag FD Centerline 17. Taking all these photos and you could potentially win some Centerline alloy wheels. All right, looks like Dan Burkett still down there in the pits. See what's going on. Ryan Sage, this second half of this 32 is proven to be
Things always
pretty aggressive, huh?
Yeah, just hearing Jared over the radio here, it sounds like we've got Lorette Nickel with an interview with Chris Forsberg. We'll see if that is true or not.
All right, so Dan pulling to the line. We'll get some moments, but Lorette Nickel caught up with the three-time Formula Drift champion, Chris Forsberg.
Things always change in Formula D, and he knows that story. Car A, the 370Z, went through 2 engine swaps and the cylinders weren't sealing, so you went to plan B, and you haven't driven this chassis since 2011, so walk us through that.
Yeah, this was actually the first 370Z I ever got, and we built it and I drove it in Formula Drift back in 2011. And then this became my secondary car that drivers like Jonathan Castro and Jeff Stoneback drove over the past couple years. And then now going into 2017, we took my primary car, and with Nameless Performance, we built a twin-turbo V6 with the actual engine that comes with the car. And it's always been kind of like a vision or dream of mine to get back to the actual engine that comes with the car. And you know, with pushing new boundaries and pushing the envelope, we are starting to see some signs of like mild fatigue. We're having some issues with sealing up the engine properly at the beginning of the week. After some testing, we put in the spare motor. That one started to show the same symptoms. So instead of trying to just force it through the weekend and end in a mechanical failure, we're here to win championships and no matter what. And so I dusted this car off and cleaned it up. And this car actually has not run since Irwindale last year. And it's the exact same setup as it came off the track. Just a quick cleanup and dial in the Long Beach settings, and we're out here running.
Okay, well, best of luck, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Lorette. You can see Dan Burkett still thrashing, working on his car. You can see Matt Kaufman. Is that him outside of his vehicle? I believe it is. So they're down there in their hot pit area. So, all right. So right now we are advancing on to our next battle. We have quite a few that we need to revisit. That of Pollock and Gooden, Kaufman and Burkett, and also Forsberg and Honadel. But right now, let's advance on to Field and Hamilton. Yep, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I am mistaken. Kind of bouncing around here, getting confused. All right, so Matt Field and Nate Hamilton. This was to be the final battle. We'll see what transpires here. Matt Field, he's from the Bay, Little Tex. Nate Hamilton, nice job by Field. Good angle, Hamilton. Just not getting the outside zone. And a correction there by Nate Hamilton. And taking out that front flip. and Field navigates the course properly, and Hamilton really having some issues there in the chase position.
So Ryan, for you, just looking at this run here, I mean, obviously the latter part of the run, there was a big problem from Nate Hamilton. It looks like here Field just doesn't get out to the touch and go. What does Hamilton need to do here in order to adjust and try to keep a good distance here as a chase driver?
We noticed that Hamilton actually initiated before Field, but Field didn't initiate late, so there was no need to do that. But then Field ended up not going as wide as he should, probably through the center section here, or the straight section here, so the touch and go one outside zone one. But unfortunately, Hamilton straightened up completely, and we'll get an incomplete for that.
All right, so some issues there for Nate Hamilton. He will need to definitely tidy that second portion of this run up. He'll be out front. Field will definitely be aggressive. Want to thank all the ladies and gentlemen out here of Cal Club flagging, emergency volunteers. They're out on the corners waving the flags and keeping everything safe. They're in the, again, men and women in white, either up here in the tower or down there on the track. So thank you, Cal Club, flagging and emergency volunteers. All right, here we go. Nate Hamilton will lead. Matt Field giving chase. Nate Hamilton initiating, coming into view. Matt Field maybe giving himself some room. And Hamilton tapping the touch and go, throwing him out of shape. Matt Field giving himself some room, playing it safe. All right, and there it is. And that's my quick assessment. That looks like Matt Field will be advancing on to the top 16.
Well, from you, Ryan, it just looks like a mistake here from the onset. Interesting initiation here from Hamilton, but then makes contact and is not able to get to outer zone number one.
Yeah, that transition was forced early due to that hit, which worked out well for Matt. We always tell the chase car to follow the lead car even if they're offline, and Matt did a good job of doing that. And he was able to maintain somewhat of an acceptable proximity and also mimic Nate's line and angle throughout the rest of the course.
All right, so here we go. Hamilton and Field. Hamilton and Field. Slide them left for Hamilton, but they all go right for Matt Field. Matt Field advances on as Falcon Tires, Drift Cave, Vaptasia S14. The Beast from the Bay advances on, taking out Little Tex, Nate Hamilton. All right, so it looks like Pat Gooden is not able to make it to the line. We are getting word, so that would mean JTP, Justin Pollock, would need to make a bye run. So we'll see where that works out. And also the battle between Kaufman and Burkett. So basically, JTP should be advancing on, but we'll wait till that official bye run happens. And there he is. So Justin Pollock, Roush Performance, Ford Mustang on Falcon Tires, will advance on, and this is his bye run as Pat Gooden and him getting in the contact. So JTP, Justin Pollock, and we'll see top 16 competition. And there it is, make some noise for JTP, Justin Pollock in that Ford Mustang. Ripping through the course and advancing on into the top 16. So Ryan, the other battle that we are left to find out what is going on would be Kaufman and Burkett. Okay, so now, again, if you can recall the Burkett contact between him and Kaufman, Burkett was at fault on initiation, so he has a disadvantage here as far as if there was a needle, it would be all in Matt Kaufman's corner. So here goes Burkett out front, Kaufman in the chase position, and Burkett initiates. Kaufman does the same. So Burkett getting all the way out to that touch and go. Kaufman doesn't want to play it too safe here. I wouldn't consider this an inactive chase, but doesn't look as confident as he's been in the past. And they power through that final front clipping point. Ryan, not the greatest run by Kaufman in that chase position, but you have to take into consideration what went down with Burkett and that contact on the first portion of that run.
Yeah, for sure. This is very similar to some other runs that we've seen in this top 32, where a driver has an incomplete, and really the lead driver, as you know, Ryan stated, is really trying to go out and lay the best lead run that he can. The chase driver just trying not to get too crazy. So I mean, Ryan, you don't really see anything out of the ordinary here between these two drivers on this run.
Not really. It looked like Burkett up ahead was not really filling the zones the way he should, and it also looked like Kaufman wasn't really in proximity as much as he should be, maybe taking a lower line, but that might have something to do with the fact that Burkett wasn't filling the zones ahead of him. So, but of course, like you said, Burkett had that incomplete on his first run, so he has that to contend with for sure.
All right, so here we go. Remember, 15 minutes after this concludes, this is our final verdict, and Matt Kaufman gets the win and advances on to the top 16. Matt Kaufman, 9.59, advances on. Dan Burkett, unfortunately, is knocked out. The Formula Drift rookie takes himself out with that contact. So in 15 minutes, we will be beginning the Maximum Drift Cast Formula Drift halftime show featuring Paco, Corey Hosford, and Sam Drift Idiot Nalvin. So that should be fun, but we'll be back here live 3 p.m. Local time is 12:30, so we have a considerable amount of time here, man. That's quite some time. We got 2.5 hours. I'm going to go catch a nap at the hotel real quick and come back. All joking aside, we'll see you back here at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the continuation and the top 16 opening ceremonies for round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Again, 3 p.m. local time right now, 12:30, so about 2.5 hours. Ryan, anything to add here as far as top 32 or thoughts, concerns, questions, comments? That's a negatory, good fella. All right, we'll see you back here at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Enjoy the sights and sounds here at the streets of Long Beach. This is the O'Reilly Auto Parts Streets of Long Beach, round 1, Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
Turk, you got permits for this, right? I don't know. I thought that was your job. We just arrived in Independence, California. We got my man Chris Forsberg. We're gonna destroy one of the sketchiest roads I have ever seen. A lot of cliffs, and we're gonna show you what it takes to hopefully come out of this clean.
Going well so far, just getting situated at the hotel. It's pretty rustic, might be haunted.
We're fresh off of Formula Drift Long Beach. As you can see, Turk's car is up in the air getting its regular maintenance.
Can you grab me 10, a 12, and a 14?
We're currently at 4,500 feet, but it's only going up from here.
I feel like I'm in Colorado.
It's gonna knock us down about 20% of horsepower. We talked to our tuners. I'll probably be around 500-600 horsepower, but more than enough to get the job done.
Just not put it on full kill and we should be okay.
Sourdough is an excellent choice for most breakfasts. However, not for PBJ.
It's a bad choice.
Who did this? Jacob? He would.
Up here is like a mountain here. We instantly do follow film. Chris spins tires and helmet cam of Chris. Thumbs up, e-brake into here.
Sounds good to me.
In a minute here, we're gonna head up the mountain and start our shot list.
All right, we're on the road that leads us to the drift road, Onion Valley Road. My ears are popping. We're already high in elevation. Really hoping the cars are gonna work properly.
Very epic backgrounds.
Look at this. Looks like we're in the French Alps. This is the complete opposite of the East Coast and the woods and forests that we have, so this is absolutely phenomenal.
I actually found this road, no joke, on Google Maps, and it's pretty exciting to be out here and see it in person. We like to do these things with fresh tracks just because ups the intensity when you realize that the driver has only tried this once. Power up and out, and you're off up into that.
Hopefully we make it to this turn in the mountain. Chris is about to test out his car, hoping the adjustments are correct and that the cars actually have enough power to make it all the way to the top.
Car's feeling pretty good. We just wanted to take it easy on the first one out, but went back out and gave it a couple rips, burned a little tire, nice and clean. Power's a little down, but definitely got enough to get this job done.
Welcome to our hotel. It's weird. It's 100 years old. It's haunted. We got a sweet old caretaker named Frank taking care of us. Charles Manson was arraigned across the street. And here we have Andy Mapuka cooking us some dinner.
Welcome to Flavor Country. We got tater tots, barbecue chicken, and peppers and onions. Gonna stack them up on a sandwich for some serious flavor bombs.
Flavor's pretty bomb, let me tell you. Right over here. We have Andy Lapuka with some mood music.
Welcome back to Flavor Country.
Definitely gonna be one of the sketchier videos that we've done. It's gonna be cool.
Gotta get the fluids out. You never know how long you're gonna be stuck in a car for on these shoots.
Hey man, did you look at it?
Let's play down.
Don't tell anyone about this.
Gotta get those logos on, man. I thought it would be a little sketchier than it is, which is a good thing. There's obviously points of danger for sure. There's a margin of error no matter what you do. You know, our cars are pretty on point. I wouldn't take anything else up here besides our pro cars, so we have total faith in these things.
All right, burn out and send it. Action, action.
How'd that feel? Sluggish. Check under the hood. We're officially done.
I'm gonna hand this over to Chris. Chris is gonna go do this, and then hold on for now, bro.
Turn the camera off. All right, unfortunately, that's it for me. We have a blown engine in my car. Thankfully, Forsberg's here to take over the reins, so I'm going to pass the torch. We have an all-time road, and somebody's got to shred it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be me, but Forsberg's a perfect man for the job. Forsberg!
I think it should be good. Oh, next time we do it, I'll do it.
Copy.
Gonna see if this mount works.
Jeez Louise. And then slide the other one to focus it. Boom, boom, boom. Couple of kids out here. There you go.
Turk's gonna get his ride along. It's very rare that race car drivers ride with other race car drivers, which cracks me up, but we're gonna make him do it anyway.
Sketchy every time.
Probably the most comfortable ride along I've ever had. No major death-defying cliffs or rocks or. It's all good. Forsberg's the man.
Oh, thanks, man.
I don't know if I've had a ride in a pro car, to be honest. That's interesting to think about.
Yeah.
That's a wrap on another Turked episode. I'm glad my friend Chris Forsberg here could have all the fun. And when life gives you lemons, you smash them.
I sit and wonder why every time that I'm thinking of you.
a dogfight. And there it is, folks. Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion.
There still is some rain in the forecast for the rest of the afternoon, so for the remainder of the afternoon, we will have an open practice session for all drivers to get used to these conditions.
Nothing in as deep in that touch to go, but wow! Oh, doctor, look at that! Mad Mike spins into the rear clipping zone, makes the correction as Chelsea DeNofa passes Forsberg. Who's gonna be first place here in the streets of Long Beach? And your winner is Chelsea DeNofa! Chelsea DeNofa is your winner here in Long Beach. There we go, Chelsea DeNofa, our points leader. Woo! Oh. Falls down. Looks like, unfortunately, DeNofa could be broken there. Oh my goodness! Pollock, both these guys, bragging rights between friends. But even more so, they want to get on the podium. Vinck Jr. right there, door to door with Yoshihara. Two veterans of the sport, two former champions. Vinck Jr. grabbing the win here at round 2, Road Atlanta. Look at Odie right there, blending into his door, shredding some fiberglass. Whoa, buddy! Oh, Merdaunt goes into him. Frederick Osbo, the strong, solid, straight line initiation. Frederick Osbo, once again, finds the crease and dials it in. But look at Frederick Osbo pulling away. Nice job by Osbo, McCory. Great angle from Forsberg. Bluss throwing some more angle at it. Coming off the bank. Frederick Osbo throws it into the bank. Look at Christoph Bluss. Can he get that #1 spot? Frederick Osbo cuts through the smoke. Bluss maxes out the angle. Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Osbo, is your winner here in Orlando. Vinck Jr. high on the bank. Look at Kristaps, absolutely attacking like a maniac. Oh no, Pat Merdaunt for a swing. Throws it in. Forsberg falling down there quite a bit, coming now into that first front clip. And look at this, Chris Forsberg gets the win.
After Jersey, I was really frustrated. I wasn't seeing eye to eye with the judgment call and what was going on with the direction that I saw Formula Drift going. But, you know, I got obligations to sponsors, to teammates, and I really just decided I got to come back and finish off this year at least. And, you know, I'm trying to work through it and, you know, give the judges what they want to see.
Ryan Turk throttling through, smashing the throttle. Look at Gushi right there on the door of Turk. Michael Essa going hard at Chris Forsberg. Vinck Jr. sticking it to the wall. Chris Forsberg right there. Wow, Vaughn narrowly escaping some contact there. Vinck Jr. grabs the win in his Monster Energy Nitto tire Ford Mustang RTR. Wang sheds his back bumper, big angle here. Stoneback really off course here. Oh wow, and Justin Pollock getting to the side of Vinck Jr. Wow, some big flames. Kaufman not all the way out to that rear clipping zone. Frederick Osbo mimicking him. Ryan Turk, Chris Forsberg doing battle. It's a dogfight. Chris Forsberg giving him the French press here. Ryan Turk firing off. Chris Forsberg ducking in the smoke. Forsberg into the wall. Looks like he almost made contact just out of camera shot. Man, these guys, this is an all-out battle. Make some noise, Formula Drift world. And there it is, it's unanimous. Chris Forsberg gets the win. Brake lines being tapped there by both the... Oh, and Forrest Wang exploding that wing off his car. Osbo showing some dominance here, but Odie Bakchis, look at that, a big flick around that final clip. A big gap between the guys. Vinck Jr. gets into the wall. A quick disruption of the vehicle, but back on the throttle. Getting into that rear touch and go is Forsberg, filling the rear zone. And Frederick Osbo is near flawless, chasing him down. Frederick Osbo getting the victory here at St. Eustache. Whoa, Gushi drops in. Wow, Ryan Turk goes into the wall. Oh, and Alex Hilbert goes into the inside. Moen gets it out there. Tyler McCory explodes. Not only his bumper, but his rear trunk makes him, oh, Dr. McCory goes hard into Kenny Moen. Out to that touch and go. Big, nasty transition by Bakchis. Absolutely throws the back end in of that vehicle. Back off, initiates in the bank. Nice job by Carney. Look at him right there. Mirroring him. Coppin throws some more angle at it. Dragging the wall. Come on, Seattle. Shutting it down is Gushi. Good transition. Look at that. Into formation. It's a dogfight here between Bakchis and Gushi. Who's going to get the win? Gushi's already got third. Bakchis pulling away from Forsberg. Bakchis into the wall. Nice job by Odie. Coming down now into the power alley. Forsberg right there, and he comes in too hard. And now your winner here at round 6 of the Formula Drift Championship, Odie Bakchis. Odie Bakchis gets the win. Look at Matt Field right there on the door of this Volkswagen Passat. Tyler McCory, big angle. Wow. And now dive jumping up. Whoa, narrowly escaping. Osmo nosing in. Dean Carney coming in hard, and we got contact. Field, surging attack, and Vinck Jr. spins out. Ryan Turk now way off course. Osmo zeroing in. Osmo making his presence felt here in Texas. Osmo bringing it into that front clip. Osmo, a big mistake by Osmo. The winner's going to the finals. Here we go. Matt Field throwing it in. Bluss taking a very wide line. Unfamiliar territory for Bluss. As Bluss all over the course. Honadel, Forsberg taking out that front clip into that second rear clipping zone. Honadel ripping out of the side. Whoa! Honadel going off course. Matt Field out front. Chris Forsberg giving chase. Field initiate into that first rear clipping zone. Forsberg closing the door and banging doors. And there it is. Forsberg pushes too hard as Field. Can Field keep it together? Your winner here at Texas Motor Speedway is Matt Field. Matt Field gets the win, his first ever Formula Drift win. Vinck Jr. out front, initiating. Oh, and Vinck Jr. hit to the wall. Vaughn goes into the wall. Big angle from Gushi. How's that going to pay off? Oh, my goodness. Yoshihara looking dialed. Precision driving from him. Man, Yoshihara is just flawless at this point. Here we go into that first front clip. Verdon and Forsberg right there. Oh, and Forsberg on the wall. An unbelievable turn of events. Here we go. Matt Field, Frederick Osbo, championship implications on the line. Matt Field throwing into that second rear clipping zone. Some wobbling into the second. Frederick Osbo poised. Right there on the door. Look at Osbo closing in.
Oh,
We're
man.
seeing some contact firing off. What just happened as everybody is watching this battle and what's going down. If Frederick Osbo loses here, Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Brian says Matt Field and Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Here we go. Tyler McCory throws it in. Ryan Turk in chase. Ryan Turk gets the win and advances on to the final four. 3, 2, 1, and there it is. The clock has expired. The 5-minute allotment for the competition timeout, but he does get on the podium due to his number 2 qualifying position. Nice snappy transition by Yoshihara. Oh, and Yoshihara goes into the wall. Your winner here in Irwindale, the House of Drift, Matt Field, here at the House of Drift, Irwindale, California. It's been a tumultuous season, and sometimes your fate is left in other drivers' hands, and Chris Forsberg is your first ever 3-time Formula Drift champion.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the team of Black Magic. Let's make it
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Super loud on the earpiece.
Test 1, 2. Sam 1, 2, 3.
Super loud on the earpiece.
Yep. Yes.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Oh, the new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome,
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
Today on the halftime show, it's a battle of the champions.
We do not have in ear. We cannot
No, your
hear
audio.
European champ James Dean or three-time FD champ Chris Forsberg. Also, is Frederick Gospel's new car with to get back on top, or will an improved
No, this isn't the start of the show because we can't hear.
In addition, we talked to Formula Drift 2016 champion
We
Chris
have audio?
Forsberg. All this and so much more coming up.
Hello and welcome, Long Beach. You are watching the Maximum Driftcast halftime show. And before we get started, let's introduce who we are. And to my right over here, I have Corey Hosford, right?
That is correct, Sam. I'm surprised you guessed that.
I got halfway there, right? So Corey is a previous Pro 1 Formula Drift driver. He's going to be competing this year in Pro 2 and is also co-owner of Street Standard.
Sam, it's like we've met before. I'm blown away by
Just like
this.
we met. And to my left over here, we have Paco Ibarra. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
And Paco here co-owns 2F Performance, and these guys are running about half the guys in the field have your body kits, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and he also has a thing called Tofu Drift Van. You may have seen his
The infamous.
his Initial D inspired minivan on the internet.
Pretty
And
much,
of course, I am Sam Nelvin, aka Drift Idiot, and I also do some media for Von Gittin. So, do you want to talk about drifting, guys?
Let's talk about drifting.
Well, we're here, so let's get this out of the way.
Awesome. So the top 32 was pretty interesting. We had a lot of new cars. We had a lot of new drivers, but most of all, we had a lot of one guy named Byron.
Byron, the driver with the most chances of winning this championship so far.
Yeah. So Byron was out there in force, and we saw Byron because we only were supposed to see 30 people show up initially, right?
Well, actually, I believe there was 34 people registered for this event, and it ended up being a few mechanicals that took a couple of the drivers out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it looked like there was a 34-car field that then was whittled down to about a 30-car field. And then, obviously, through qualifying yesterday and the other mechanicals, we're down just a few more.
So a total of 5 Byrons
Yeah,
this time.
so 5 Byrons. Who you got a list of who? So we had Vaughn, who qualified
Vaughn,
first.
We have Frederick Osbo, Alex Hilbron.
And then we have these two right here, JTP and Pat Gooden.
Oh, yeah. So let's talk about that battle a little bit. So JTP and Pat Gooden used to be teammates, right, Corey?
Yeah, they actually were Falcon teammates. Now Pat's kind of out on his own with Hankook Tire, and they are now out for blood.
And they are out for blood. And here we have, again, another 32 moment with Forsberg. Oh, we're just doing a review right now. All right, cool. So this is also another top 5 moment. This is, of course, Robbie Nishida and Kristaps. And Robbie Nishida's car has not been working a ton in the past year.
Yeah, you look at last year in Robbie in the G37 chassis, he actually had a lot of technical difficulty. So to see him come back out here and perform as well as he did with one of the fastest cars on the paddock with the HCK guys,
Which
kind of gives you some hope in Robbie this year.
Yeah, I haven't seen speed like that out of Robbie in a long time.
Now, this is the talk of the town right here.
Chelsea
DeNofa versus Peter.
Now, this battle in itself isn't a very crazy battle, but we did see Chelsea in debut in the new Mustang, and he unfortunately pushed a little bit too hard and spun.
He ended up touching a little bit of the tire wall, but it's still looking strong, but that also means a lot for Peter because he's looking very good.
Right, and Peter, new to the series, he is going to be in top 16 for the first time. Here's our good guy, Byron.
Byron's causing struggles from everybody. I mean,
so Byron, he's a tricky guy.
He put quite a battle right here with Alex Hilbron.
Yeah, so Alex went against Byron. He's like a ghost that just haunts your every move. But all these guys didn't really have to. They of course qualified high, which made them have this good.
Yeah, that advantage of going against this prestigious
Well, also,
driver.
you look at it, this gives them a free pass to top 16, so they didn't really have necessarily the competition going into that. So it's automatically putting them higher up in the ranks with slipping through with the infamous Byron.
But they still earned it. They definitely earned it because if they didn't qualify in those first 5 positions, they wouldn't
Absolutely.
have.
I would totally agree with that, Sam.
Yep. So, are we still doing top 32 battles? I don't have any in here, by the way, for those in the booth. But we can then move on to the hashtag battle, I believe.
Ooh.
Hashtag battle.
So the hashtag battle, what this is going to be is we, of course, have tons of opinions on all things drifting and discussions. And we, of course, want to hear from you guys now. So what we're going to do is something called the hashtag battle. So as we go over these discussions, we want you guys to pick up your phone and either on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook chime in.
All social media feeds.
Yeah. And you can chime in and you can let us know what you think about these discussions. And the first discussion we're going to be doing here is the 2 champs enter
the
one
battle of the champions.
Yeah, the battle of the champions. So to give you a little bit of a background, James Dean here, he is a champion in his own right and a champion in real life because he's won half of Europe, right?
Right, so James Dean is the most winningest driver in Europe with, I believe, over 11 championships.
And here we have Forsberg first. Yeah. Forsberg is
3-time Formula Drift champion.
3-time, not 4, because he didn't really want that 4th one, but 3 times. And he is undoubtedly one of the most prevalent drifters in America.
He has 55 podiums and 16 wins total here in Formula D, which is kind of absolutely nuts for the level of competition it's been for the past 14 15 years.
Yeah, and back to Dean, we've seen him dominate Europe, and it's still not Formula Drift, though. It's not the same as running the most Premier League, but we've seen him dominate in his own world.
And last time they saw battle right here in Formula Drift in 2010.
Yeah, so this is actually
Forsberg took the win.
Yeah, they're not strangers to each other, which is pretty crazy. So this is a battle that has possibly existed before, and we also now have a chance to see them in the Grade 8.
So it is your time, guys, to go in and chime using the hashtag Team Forsberg or hashtag Team Dean, depending on who do you think is going to be victorious this time.
Yeah, not even today. We might not even see them in battle today, but over the course of the year, we're certainly going to see these champions going against each other.
Right, and they do have a chance to meet
Yeah.
in top 8.
Yeah, they could meet in top 8, which is definitely a show to see if it happens. And who do you think is going to come out on top, Paco?
It's hard to tell. I mean, Forsberg's looking pretty strong back in his V8 because he had an unfortunate thing happening with his V6 twin turbo. So at this point, I think it's going to be a very, very close call.
Yeah, if I'm going to make you choose, though, who's going to, over the course of the season, who's going to come out on top?
I would say Forsberg.
Forsberg? All right. What about you, Corey?
I think I might go the opposite route as Paco.
Yeah. Okay.
And the reason is you look at how many variables Forsberg has changed this past year.
Right.
Nameless performance, new VQ engine, twin turbo. You can see already he's had issues with it.
Yeah.
The leading into this round. And I don't know what type of success they're going to have developing that engine package. James Dean was stunning all the way through this event. Qualified high, performed very well throughout the day, including practice. And I think Team Dean's going to win just by the default of having a properly set up and well-developed car.
Yeah. I mean, his car is set up, but he's also, I think it's a new car as well, right? I mean,
it is, but it's something that I think he's more comfortable with, and the team has developed. He hasn't changed his engine package in quite some time, so it's more of a simpler turnkey setup.
Any other thoughts on the Dean versus Forsberg train, Paco?
I think it's gonna be one of those where we're gonna see more with upcoming rounds.
Yeah,
that's gonna be key. I think like I said, at this point it's pretty hard to tell. They're both looking super strong, and we'll see what happens in the next top 16.
Right, and I was super surprised to see Dean qualify as he did out of the gates. I mean, you wouldn't expect someone that's so new to the series to just come in brand new and then qualify.
96 run. He kind of qualifying in second.
He held the top spot in the qualification round for a while, and again, we're going to see some beautiful stuff from him coming up here. So don't forget to please hashtag Team Dean or Team Forsberg, and let us know what you think. And at the end of the episode, we will then, of course, show you guys the results of that battle. So we have another discussion here.
Oh,
and that would be
another battle.
Yeah, that would be the discussion of Osbo's new car. So we've seen him in the TC as a champion, and now we have a brand new chassis, the Corolla IM. And I think it's been getting some mixed reviews. A lot of people are into it. A lot of people are wondering why he showed up with this front-wheel drive grocery gooder, as some have said.
Yeah, it's actually an all-wheel drive car converted to rear-wheel drive, so it's totally legal. It's just very different that this is a hatchback. It's a 5-door car.
Yeah.
Where he came from a 2-door coupe. Now it's on a 5-door hatchback. It looks different. I mean, I personally think it looks cool because it's a car that you will never see drifting.
So you would think it looks cool though, because you drift a minivan, and you also maybe we shouldn't pay attention to what you think is cool, Paco.
I don't know. Let's get the audience to decide by using the hashtag AsboTC or hashtag AsboCorolla.
So what cars do you guys personally feel Osbo will perform better in? You know, obviously the TC, he has a championship in that car. Papadakis Racing has spent endless amounts of time developing that platform, and now with the Corolla heritage, obviously the A86 Corolla, the hatchback, Toyota's trying to do a strong push on developing that brand with the Corolla. Yes, it is a very unique car in the paddock. I think it's cool looking. I just don't know if they're going to have the time to develop it to make it a championship-winning car this year. Obviously, they're a force in every car they step in, but I just don't know if it's going to do it this year.
So I would think that you want them to succeed, you throw them in a 8.6, because that seems to be the most driftable Toyota offering.
Pretty much.
But I feel like they may have thrown him a wrench here and put him in this IM, which we've already seen perform pretty well today. He performed so well he got a buy run.
I think he's still looking a little conservative. He's still testing the car, I would say.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely twitchier. It's a shorter wheelbase in the TC. It looks a little bit different on track, and of course it's a brand new car, brand new event, and a car that I don't think was really set up to drift from the factory. Not a lot of cars are, but. So don't forget, of course, to hashtag OsboTC or Osbo Corolla if you preferred seeing him in the TC or you're happy to see him in a new car ripping in that thing.
Yeah, either way, I think, as I mentioned before, Osbo's a force to reckon with. And right now, with everybody jumping ship, it's probably a good time to change chassis since a lot of the other field is doing it. But once again, I'm more of a fan of the TC, to be honest, because it is, TC, it's a proven chassis. It looked great. And once again, he was just comfortable with that thing. And Papadakis did a great job.
What about you, Puck? Are you TC or Corolla?
I think I'm going with Team Corolla. Osbo Corolla.
That's not that surprising considering your affinity for the.
Just going for the obscure and the weird and the if it was a station wagon, I'd be even more of a fan.
Okay, what's the weirdest car you'd like to see Osbo in? A Riata?
Yes, Buick Riata.
You want to say it? So maybe if you recommend next year he's in a Buick Riata, then that's what he'll be in.
Perfect.
All right, and then we have the final debate topic here.
Last battle.
And this is a debate of kind of we had a man versus a car.
Or a man against himself.
We have a man against another man, and now we kind of have a man against his car, and that is going to be Matt Field. So we've seen him come off of 2 back-to-back round wins, and we've seen him compete and knock out big competitors.
Obviously, with this season, Field has had a lot of changes to his program, obviously picking up the teal and blue Falcon sponsorship. And one thing that we've heard him talk about is, almost leaving that privateer feel, going from the neon yellow and chrome graphics to now the new teal platform. And the thing is about Matt Field, he does extremely well, and he's a very, very tough competitor. But the thing is, the only person that really beats Matt Field is Matt Field himself. With this new addition to his team and the actual pressure of having that Falcon across the door, is he under more pressure? Is Field going to be more defeated mentally with this new challenge?
He does seem like, so far it seems like he's doing great. Like he seems committed. He's definitely not holding back, and that's what I get. A lot of people thought if he's gonna go corporate with these other, it's the same car, but it still has like a different kind of pressure on it. It's gonna try to be more conservative. But I'm actually glad that he's going all out the way that Field usually runs.
Yeah, I mean, we knew he's going to run hard regardless of chassis and who's on the door. And, of course, the hashtag for this one is going to be hashtag checkers if you think Field is going to be super successful this season, or hashtag wreckers if you think that maybe this is not going to be the one for him. And I actually had a chance to catch up with him in the hot pits earlier, and he definitely said that there is a little bit more pressure running a car with the blue and teal Falcon livery. He's no longer just a privateer team owner making every decision, doing everything in his garage in the middle of the night. He now has a bigger obligation. What do you think? What do you think he's going to do for the rest of the round, I should say, Corey?
I really do believe that Field may gather back up, but once again, going from the ability to have the freedom of a privateer to now being one of the prestigious teal and blue drivers, he may have something lingering in the back of his mind. I really do. But once again, if he can get through the bugs of Long Beach, I think he's going to be great the rest of the season.
Perfect. I think we're going to see same thing. We're going to see more development. So far, I think it's going to be checkers for Matt Field.
You say checkers, and you're also saying kind of checkers?
Yeah, I'm going to say checkers if he can make it through Long Beach.
I'm going to say half checkers, half wreckers, because I don't want to take sides in this one, because I would love to see him succeed. But also, we've seen a lot of new guys out there today with new cars, powerful cars that we expected to do really well, and there was a lot of collisions. One of those collisions we saw was between Forsberg and Honadel. Honadel, one of the most promising younger guys in the series, and thankfully we might have the other end of that collision with us to tell us a little bit about that. So, Chris Forsberg, if you're on the side of the stage there, eagerly waiting for your cue, we'd love to speak with you.
Let it go. Oh, wow. Hey. Oh,
hey, we saved a seat for you right up here to the left. Believe it or not, we didn't expect you, but we put it there anyway, so Paco could switch seats back and forth.
Yeah, I was just passing by on my way to the restroom here, and saw you guys heard my name, so I figured I'd stop by.
Well, thank you so much for coming by. And you just came off of a top 32 win. You want to tell us about that battle?
Yeah, absolutely. We had Alec Honadel in top 32. He's a total ripper. We had some insane battles last year, so we were kind of like knowing he was going to be putting the pressure on, I got the lead first, so just the same old 100-point run, just stick it to the walls and see how we shape up against them. And he was right on our door. He was pushing hard. He knew he had to, lay it all out there. And he got a little too close in the braking zone, bumped into the side of my car, hit the rear wheel. I got a little angle, and then he bumped into the car a second time, and that's what spun him around. I was able to keep control of the car, get through the course, and judges gave the fault to him, got a 0, and so my second lap just kind of had to keep my head on straight and finish it off.
Now, this event has not gone as planned for you, I think you could say, and you've talked about it a little bit on the live stream, and we've seen in your Instagram. You intended to run a twin turbocharge. Hold on, we got this. Twin turbocharge, twin anti-lag, nitrous, V6 370Z motor that comes essentially stock in the car but heavily modified. And you went through a couple of those earlier in the week?
Yeah, so it's always been a vision of mine to get the factory engine back into the 370Z. We had a lot of success, obviously, with the V8 and keeping it full Nissan package, but I've always wanted to get the actual V6 engine back in the car, and turbo technology has just grown exponentially in the past couple years, and especially the Nameless Performance guys making a killer setup with their anti-lag, and the troubles or the confusion of turbo lag and trying to keep the car in boost is almost gone now. And so we are actually making more boost off throttle than on throttle. We got a good amount of testing in on the engine. I absolutely love it. But the first one, we started to see some leakage of coolant into the cylinder. And so we swapped the spare motor in, and we started to see the same symptoms rather quickly. We're obviously focused on it at that point. And so once we saw that, we decided to pull the plug instead of, continue to chase and try and solve the problem. We're here to win a championship and, not just to throw whatever we have at it. I happen to have a championship-winning 370Z sitting in the back of the garage. So
convenient.
Yeah, we dusted it off and got it ready. I actually am planning on driving that thing next weekend at the Formula Drift Super Drift. That's why I was pretty much ready to go.
Well, don't you think in some degree it's a blessing in disguise in some sense? Obviously, the VQ power plant that you're running was, obviously there was some bugs with it or whatever may have caused that particular issue. But then you hop into a car that you are obviously 100% comfortable with. You've won 3 championships with that same motor package, and I believe that's your 2011 car.
Yeah, that car I actually was the first 370Z I got. It built in 2011 with Kevin Wells actually, and then it. When I switched over to MA, we built a brand new car, and that's been my primary car. That's what the turbo engine is in now. And the car that I'm currently driving is the same one that Castro and Jeff Stonebeck has driven over the years with our CFR2 car program. And so, that thing's a total ripper. It's the exact same setup as I had coming off Irwindale, plus or minus some, alignment settings. But that's about it. That thing is just a killer.
See, I have no doubt on the Nameless guys, but I definitely feel more confident in putting my money in you that you're not right now when you're back in your V8, because we've seen you going with that car. There's no testing. There's no
break-in period.
Exactly.
Because you already it's like an old shoe. Not to equate a 1,000 horsepower nitrous drift car with an old shoe, but it's the thing you've been working with for years, and it's familiar territory.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we want to see progression with the sport. We want to be able to do as much as we can to grow the sport and push the boundaries. And yes, our V8 package is, very reliable, and it has been proven to be very reliable over the years. And so it was a good backup plan while we test these new ideas. And like I said, in testing, I absolutely love the car, the twin turbo package that is. And we just want to make sure that we have everything 100% before we bring it out on track. And we do foresee it being at round 2 in Orlando.
Yeah, so that was kind of my next question. So what's your plans from here?
Our plans from here, we actually have plans A, B, and C because, we like to cover all of our bases. And so we've been discussing with some people, obviously seeing, where the failure point was. And so we have new product coming in to test right off the bat. And then we have a custom part being made that we can test on plan B. And then plan C is to actually bring it from a 4.2 down to a 4.0 and then 100% have more sealing surface. We'll still make plenty of horsepower. It's not even the issue. And so, the guys at Brian Crower and JE Pistons will help us to get that 100% developed. And we're just going to drop new sleeves in the block, bring the bore in a little bit, and get a better seal.
So before we move into our lightning round of questions,
oh boy,
let's just ask, how do you feel about the rest of the day regarding your battles?
I feel fantastic. We have some heavy hitters in our bracket. I always do. We always get the hard bracket, but I'm feeling very confident. Our car is on point as always, and we're ready to have a good time today.
So you've actually played this game before with us on our podcast, and
Yes,
this
I
is
have.
the lightning round of questions where we asked our Instagram followers what they would like to ask Chris Forsberg.
Great.
And these are just going to be 1 minute total, so we don't have a lot of time. We're just going to ask the questions, and we want you to fire back as quickly as you can. All right? You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Paco.
Clown Baby asks, favorite punk rock band?
Bouncing Souls.
Hen Dog 492 or 422 says Nissan or Datsun.
Nissan.
I have one for you right here from Steve Winwood 33. Why did you choose 3 championships instead of winning 4?
Well, I guess that's why I'm back here this year.
Hey. All right, this one is from Brett Brederson. Is it Netflix or Hulu?
Netflix.
One from Cookie Casey, pineapple on pizza.
Yes.
This one is from Chalupa Lover XX, Taco Bell or Del Taco?
Del Taco for sure.
Ugh, that's weird.
Whoa, wasn't expecting that. This is from Hot Dogs or Legs 44, VK or VQ?
Tough question because currently VK.
Well, yeah.
But ask me next week, VQ.
Right.
A question from Frederick Asbo. East Coast or West Coast?
Oof. That's tough, man.
Yep.
That's tough because I am here on the West Coast and I do love it. So I would almost have to say West Coast. Don't tell Club Loose I said that.
Oh, boy. That's uncomfortable for everyone. Looks like we got one more here from some jerk named Drift Idiot, and it says, who do you think you are?
Oof. I just think I'm a man talking to a couple guys up here.
Just a man talking to a couple of guys up here.
Yeah,
well, Chris,
up here on this podium.
Thank you so much for your time today. We can't wait to see what you're going to do in the top 16 and beyond. And good luck, man.
Thanks, bros. This felt very professional.
Does it?
It felt a little too professional.
That's strange. Maybe we should tone it back a bit.
Yeah, maybe I'll see you back at your house next week and
All right.
loosen it up.
Deal.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Chris.
guys.
Well, thanks for the round of applause for Mr. Forsberg. All right, so we are nearing the end of the show, but before we do that, we got to talk about what we're going to see, or what we'd like to see, or what we think is going to happen inevitably in the top 16. So, Corey, what are you predicting?
See, this is a very tough prediction for me because we had a chance to watch open practice the other day. We ended up watching practice this morning. We watched top 32. I would say my decision is swayed over this week. Coming into this, I was a big fan of Kristaps. And, he's running the same chassis he ran last year, the same Mass Motorsports engine. He's always been a powerhouse, and he's always came out here and performed, and I think Long Beach would have been his year. But after watching practice, man, I'm thinking Odie may be one of the top dogs out here. Odie's this is considered one of his home tracks, and he's just so consistent. Watching him run Tandem really kind of sealed the deal for me. And then the other one that was surprising is I had Chelsea over Vaughn, actually. I had Chelsea performing better than Vaughn this week, and then obviously watching Chelsea in top 32, he obviously had that hiccup which caused him to spin out, and unfortunately that took him out of competition. But Vaughn has this weird thing is when he's under pressure, he performs better than ever. In practice earlier the day, he was super shallow off all the walls. And I was like, oh, man, what is Vaughn doing out there? It's kind of not the typical Vaughn we see. But then the pressure hits him. You go into qualifying, and he scores the highest run. So I have to be able to separate Vaughn in practice versus Vaughn turning it on going into qualifying. So I'm actually going to get Vaughn. I'm going to get Odie. And then the other one, I know this is kind of a topic of discussion, but also I'm going to have to go with Matt Field.
Paco, any rebuttal?
Well, I like the fact that we have a lot of fresh faces, young blood. I'm going to go with Peter. I think he's looking strong. He's looking definitely fresh. Has a very cool driving style.
Peter over teammate Dean, because I think that most people are thinking that Dean is at the head of the hype train there.
Yes, but I still think that Peter. We already know that Peter is the only guy who has defeated Dean back in Europe.
Okay.
So he's a guy who can definitely defeat James Dean, and also Matt Field. I have Matt Field because I think this is going to be one of his best performing years. He has a better team behind him, which again, I think since he's the only one who can defeat himself, now he's had a little bit more help. And now he can concentrate more on driving. And my last pick is Turk.
Turk.
Wow. I think is looking strong. he's probably, I think he's going to be more committed than ever.
Yeah.
And I think by now, Nameless already dialed his car perfectly, and he's going to be...
I'm gonna have an argument to that as well.
Oh,
And
really?
the reason I say that is I totally forgot about James Dean. I don't know how I did, but this was technically my first time actually watching him live. You know, you obviously see him competing in Europe on the live stream and things like that, but I would almost consider him as one of the new robots of the series. He is very, very consistent, and I think once he gets his run in mind, he can replicate it over and over and over and over. And his driving style, I would compare it to very, very Forrest Wang-ish. Just extremely consistent on top of that style. We watched a few chase runs yesterday, and it's, man, this dude's obviously a professional. He has 11 championships underneath his belt in Europe, and he's going to be my wild card. So I'm going to pick my 3, and then obviously have Dean in there as my number 4 wild card.
Fair enough. I think that's a pretty safe bet there.
I still have my money in Peter.
Okay, so you got the 2 new young guns in the series. You guys are kind of going head to head there, and they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So there is a chance we could see battle from those guys.
There's a chance they can meet at the finals.
But first, Dean would potentially have to get through Forsberg, and that is the battle of the champions that a lot of us are excited to see.
Which potential will happen in top 8.
Yeah, it could happen in the Great 8. All right, do you want to hear mine?
Please go ahead.
They're not actually they're not that controversial. Number 1, I have going to Vaughn.
Of course.
Hey, it's my boss. I gotta say number 1. Also, I think that, you know, like you said, his performance out there is he's a qualifier, as we saw last season. He qualified first in I think like half the rounds. It's insane how he's grown as a qualifier over the years. And we saw him at the beginning of the weekend, still dialing in that car, but it looks to be pretty dialed at the moment. Number 2, I'm going to throw out Forsberg. Another safe assumption, but we've seen him in the VK for years, and we've seen him win, and I think he has the potential to keep on doing that.
I do believe he has the better chance with his older engine package. Once again, I believe it's the lack of test time and the development still. I would agree with you on that.
And then we have, I think Fields is going to end up somewhere high because we've already seen him win the last 2 events. He could win a 3rd. He's driving, I think, more conservatively than I've seen him drive in a while because, like we said, that his biggest enemy is himself, and I think if he can just reel in that aggression and reel in that car, he's going to be good.
I would agree with that. We haven't seen the wall bouncing Matt Field that we've seen out here before. You know, he's not blowing the wings off his car. He's just running that fine line of exactly what the judges want to see, which is important now because obviously that's the qualifying, that's the ranking. But he's just, once again, I think he's trying to get in that robotic form.
Right. So those are our predictions. We'd love to hear about your predictions as well as the hashtag battle winners. So hopefully on the screen here in a minute, we're going to see the hashtag battle results. We have top 16 coming up very, very soon. It's going to be an exciting year. We have so many new cars, so many new drivers. And
Look at that.
Oh, here we go. All right, so here's the hashtag battle results. Team Dean versus Team Forsberg. Team Forsberg, 40%. Team Dean, 60%. So the majority thinks that Dean is gonna come out on top this year.
And once again, it could be just based off the variables of all the changes Forsberg is making. And I do believe that Dean is in that more reliable, more developed chassis that he's been driving for so long. Obviously, he was the S14 prior, but S15 is very similar, but he's still running that 2J engine.
All right, and shortly, there we go. Okay, the hashtag battle. Oh, wow. So you guys are not fans of the TC, apparently, and you do enjoy seeing Osmo in the new Corolla IM. So it's 13% to 88%. So you guys are happy to see the TC gone, apparently.
I'm happy. I mean, I want to see more weird cars.
Okay, more weird cars for sure. And I think we all know that he has what it takes to be a champion. And it doesn't matter what car you put him in, he's going to probably deliver that.
This whole microphone thing's kind of fun.
Look at that.
Well, look at this. It's checkers versus
it's unanimous.
wreckers. We have unanimous decision for Matt Field. Checkers. They believe Matt Field is actually going to perform better this year than he's ever had before. And, you know, part of me agrees with that. Once again, it's if he can make it through Long Beach very well, which I'm predicting he's definitely going to have a podium this round, he's going to be set up for the remainder of the season as a #1 contender.
I totally agree. I mean, he's one of my top picks, and I think so far it's looking great.
I still can't believe it's unanimous that 100% of people think that Matt Field is going to be better than this year. I mean, that's you can't get 100% of the internet to agree on anything. So that is pretty incredible. We are going to be saying goodbye here. Thank you so much for listening to the Maximum Driftcast halftime show. Look out for some incredible battles in the top 16. Go visit your favorite drivers. That's one of the best parts about Formula D. You can just go and say hi and see the pits of all the best drivers in the world, the best drifters in the world, right?
I would agree. This is the time, guys. This is the event that kind of sets the pace for the remainder of the season. Long Beach last year was obviously an extremely wet one. We have great conditions out here. I think we're going to see some of the best battles we've ever seen at Long Beach, and I'm excited to see who's going to be on the podium this round.
Yeah, and then we'll guess with that said.
Yeah, thank you so much. We will see you guys hopefully next round. Thanks.
Have a good night.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Parts, better prices every day.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
the new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more of my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nosferatu drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, You can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Parts, better prices every day.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more of my drink.
I traded my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy. What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Parts, better prices every day.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Parts, better prices every day.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new NOS Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Black View over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy. What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
How we doing, Long Beach? Make some noise! The O'Reilly Auto Parts Streets of Long Beach. This is round one of the Formula Drift Black Magic Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. I'm Jared Deenda. Ryan Sayers will be joining me alongside Ryan Lontaine, who'll be giving some insight from the judges. Lorette Nick will be down in the pits. But we kick things off in grand fashion. We are live around the world, so tell everybody you're here. Hashtag FDLB. Let everybody know. Again, make some noise, Long Beach! First off, you might notice down there on the track, the young men and women wearing blue t-shirts have made a commitment to serve in our United States Air Force. And to honor their commitment, if you could, please stand while Lieutenant Colonel Scott Fleming administers the oath of enlistment.
Good afternoon, Long Beach. What a great day to be here. The weather's perfect. It's April 1st. We're going to have a great afternoon. But first, we have 22 young women and men on the track that are committing their lives to the world's greatest Air Force. Thank you for what you are about to embark on. If I could all have you raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President and the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations.
All right, now please remain standing, and if you would, remove your hats. As we are presenting the colors is the Blue Eagles Base Honor Guard. And singing the national anthem is Angel Mingo.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, make some noise, Long Beach. Keep the party going. Let's introduce you to our top 16 drivers kicking off the 14th season of the Formula Drift Championship. We start off with that signature teal and blue livery. He's the beast from the Bay from San Jose, California, in the Falcon Tires S chassis. It's Matt Field. Moving on down the line, he qualified third yesterday. He is behind the wheel of the Gumout Hankook Tires Nameless Performance Toyota GT86. It's Ryan Turk. Just behind him is Drift Alliance teammate, three-time Formula Drift champion, defending champion in the NOS Energy Drink 370Z on Hankook Tires. Say hello to Chris the Force Forsberg. Next up, this V8-powered BMW on Nitto Tires IMR Inca Madness Racing. It is Alex Hilbrun. Coming to us all the way from Finland, the Nexen Tires S chassis vehicle. It is Juha Rintanen. His nickname was The Future, and the future is now. He's in the Gretty Performance Nexen Tires 2JZ GT86. It is the Gushi. All-American from Michigan. He is in the Roush Performance Falcon Tires, all carbon fiber body, Falcon Tires, Ford Mustang, JTP, Justin Pollock. Next up is your 2015 Formula Drift champion, a new car, but still the same Norwegian hammer. The Rockstar Energy Drink Nexen Tires Toyota Corolla IM. It is Frederick Osbo. Another Formula Drift champion. He's got pink Essa Autosports on the car in honor of his daughter. He's a proud rad dad in the Essa Autosports Achilles Radial BMW Formula Drift champion, Michael Essa. A real contender back behind the wheel of his proven V8 S chassis vehicle, running the signature teal and blue Falcon Tire livery. It is Edmus Odi Bakchis. Next up, not only is he a former Formula Drift champion, but he's also the recipient of the Black Magic Top Qualifier Award, getting $500 and a case of Black Magic Intense Tire Wet to the top qualifier. Also a big bag of cash presented by Black Magic brand manager Rusty Waples, and top qualifier signing board being held by John Inchereri, district manager of O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your #1 qualifier, In the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang, Von Ginn Jr. $500 richer, courtesy of Black Magic. He's going to spend that tonight. Get that cash. Grab that money. All right, moving right along. He is out for it. Coming to us all the way from Latvia in the V8 Power HGK Achilles Radial BMW. It is Kristaps Bluss. All right, next up. Next up, he is working hard. The lights are on. The Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles Radial tires. Coming to us from Ireland, Dean Carnage Carney. Next up, I don't want to call him a newcomer, but it's been some time since we've seen this tall young man, and he is ready and out to battle. He qualified high yesterday. He qualified second in that Wordhouse Drift Team S15. It is James Dean. Coming to us from Poland, rounding out that two-car Wordhouse 2JZ S15. Again, coming to us from Poland, a Formula Drift rookie. Say hello to Peter Vinck. Last but definitely not least, going to the dark side. He is out for blood, the villain. 959 from the PNW. Say hello to Matt Kaufman. There are your top 16 drivers. Long Beach and around the world, are you ready to send it? Make some noise, stomp your feet. All right, so we will get them ready. Get your cameras out, get your phones out, let everybody know you're here. Hashtag FDLB. It begins here in Long Beach and it ends not too far in Irwindale, California. This menacing track is about to get tore up here at round one. The Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. What do you say, Long Beach? Warming the track up. Matt Kaufman, full pull there, just the shape of things to come. Well, we have a special guest here. The United States Air Force has been a great supporter of Formula Drift and the supporter of what I obviously consider the best country in the world. So, you know, U.S. Air Force supports us as a sanction body, but Air Force supports us as a country. But we have a special guest up here. Staff Sergeant Joey Rubio is here in the booth. We're going to have some words with Mr. Rubio. How are we doing, Joey?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
All right, I'm fantastic. Let's get this a little closer. And what's your title within the United States Air Force? What do you do?
So I'm a staff sergeant in the U.S. Air Force, but I also do the marketing piece for all of Southern California.
Okay.
So when it comes to recruiting, I also train new recruiters, but bigger piece on the marketing side. So dealing with events and things of that sort.
Right on. So you got to love this. And are your kids out here and wife and everything?
Yes, sir. I have 2 boys, Quentin and Eli, if you're in the stands. What's up? And my wife, Christina, she's in the stands. Hey, babe.
Cool. Right on. Give him a shout out. And if somebody wanted to join the Air Force, my grandfather's in the Air Force. That's his plane tattooed on me. That's why I got those things there.
Awesome.
So thank you for your service. You guys do so much.
Thank you.
If somebody wanted to enter the Air Force, because it's not, you know, it's not all just about war and guns, and there's so much technology, so much information like that booth over there. But what are some of the roles that you could play in the United States Air Force, and how could one enter into the United States Air Force?
So there's a bunch of different qualifications, but I think the biggest one is just be open-minded.
Yeah.
You know, we have over 140 different career fields. As long as you fall between that 17 to 39 age range, you know, minimal medical issues, medical law violations. We're just looking for somebody very open-minded. If you like Formula Drift, you obviously like the mechanics of it. We have plenty of mechanical and electrical career fields for you guys, and we can all tie it in.
And are you a car guy? What's your favorite? I mean, have you been to a Formula Drift event before?
No, this is actually my first one.
Really?
Yes, sir.
All right, right on. So do you think you're a fan?
I am now.
Yeah,
yes,
right.
sir.
And how long have you been in the service?
I've been in 12 and a half years.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Well, thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Both you and United States Air Force. Round of applause.
Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you. Staff Sergeant Joey Rubio and the United States Air Force. Thank you so much. And now you get to just hang out and hang out with your kids and your family and enjoy the sights and sounds. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
All right, take care.
All right.
All right, thank you again for joining us out here. Formula Drift Long Beach, round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. We'll get Ryan Sage up here as well. And then also Ryan Lontaine and Laurent Nichols. She's been getting some great interviews post battles. What are you looking forward to, Ryan? I mean, we're looking, you know, kind of what we saw yesterday to today. It's been pretty exciting.
Yeah, some really exciting battles in the top 16, and obviously I think a lot of people are wanting to know how the new guys are going to do in Peter and James having done time in Formula D in the past. But I think, you know, the series is much different now. It's a lot more competitive, but to see him come out and do what he did in qualifying yesterday and then making it, having a bye run and being able to go right to the top 16 obviously is going to help his chances and opportunities. But we've got some great lineups here. Vaughn and Dean Carney on the first battle, Odie and Peter, Osbo and Kristaps Bluss, and Alex Hilbrun and Juha Rintanen on the left side of the bracket.
Yeah, and then over there on the right side, you're looking at it. James Dean, you just talked about him. He's going against Michael Essa, a former Formula Drift champion. Forsberg and Gushi. I mean, the two guys that have been around since day one. Ryan Turk and JTP, that should be pretty fun. Ryan Turk, you know, behind both those guys, more seat time than some of the other drivers in their vehicles, and it's proven. And then look at that, Kaufman and Field. I mean, all killer, no filler today.
Yeah, I definitely am very interested to see, you know, it always seems like Forsberg and Gushi line up in early rounds, so I'm sure that's going to be a barn burner. And of course, you know, with Turk and JTP following them, we're certainly going to see some great action here in the top 16.
All right, so we'll be kicking things off here momentarily. All the drivers basically topping off the fuel tanks, getting some fresh rubber underneath the back end of their vehicle. You know, they'll run the same front tires, but as you know, they burn right through the rear one. So when we come back, we'll see our first battle here at top 16, round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Parts, better prices every day.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
All right, well, welcome back. And we talked about the Drifts wheels. You could win a set. Well, we have a winner. You can win a set of Drifts wheels. And round one, Javier, I believe it's Jara or Hara. I don't know. I don't think it's Javier Jara, so I'll say Javier Hara. Winner of the Drifts, hardcore wheels for the street. All you need to do is put that hashtag in a photo, and he won some wheels. So congratulations to him. And also Centerline wheels, Centerline alloy wheels. Scott Johnston, congratulations. You received a brand new set, courtesy of atdwheels.com, a brand new set of Centerline alloy wheels. Congratulations, Scott Johnston. So I don't know if you saw, but we basically had all the cars parked out there. There's one vehicle that was late to the party out there, but finally made it for driver intro, and that was Matt Field. He's been having some issues. Lorette Nickel caught up with Matt Field.
With 2 wins to his credit in 2016, he's looking for his first one in 2017. And Matt, your team was testing some new setups. They weren't working, so you went back to last year's data. So is that working well for you?
So far, the suspension on the car today has been much better. Okay. Obviously, as the sport progresses, we try to progress as a team as well. We tried some things, didn't quite like them, went back. Fortunately, we have data from the past, and it seems to be working well.
Okay. Now, your engine tuner, Jay Chang, did tell me that you're having a misfiring issue, and they think it's internal. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, we've been chasing problems all day, pretty much, all weekend even. We think we solve it, then it comes back. And then we do something else, and then it goes away for a little while, and then it comes back. So we're kind of at the point where we're playing the cards we're dealt. We have to make adjustments on the car for the engine and hope that it holds together.
Okay. Matt Field, best of luck, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Lorette, and good luck, Matt Field, as we are ready to do battle here, or the gentlemen are doing battle. I'm just talking about it. All right, who's going to advance on? We've already whittled down to 16. We'll go 8-4, and of course, we'll get the podium. So pretty exciting stuff here. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Dean Carnage Carney. These guys have gone against each other 5 times, with Dean besting Vaughn 3 compared to 2. So should be pretty interesting here. Look at the winning percentage. You can see 66.8 compared to Dean's 43.1. So Vaughn is the guy to beat. I mean, he #1 qualifier. He had a 97 on his qualifying run. Vaughn getting Jr. will lead. Dean Carney will be given chase. And we are ready to kick things off here in the top 16. If you're tuning in, let everybody know, #FDLB. Download the Formula Drift app. Updating it throughout the year with new content, results, and all the information. Dean Carney having issues of his own, and he's been working feverishly on the vehicle, shoot every single night. He's having head gasket issues. I know Vaughn Gittin Jr. just had an issue. He was doing a burnout on media day, I believe it was on Tuesday, and hit the wall. So here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is initiating into the judge's perspective. Nice job under the bridge, and Dean simultaneously transitioning as Vaughn Gittin Jr. dives in. Oh, correction there from Dean. Vaughn zeroes in on that final front flip. Great execution by Vaughn Gittin Jr. Let's take a look at that again there, Ryan.
Yeah, and as we bring in the third member of our broadcast team, Ryan Lantain. Ryan, just how important is the lead driver trying to nail down as close to a 100-point run as he can? It seems like Vaughn checked the boxes here, even though Dean was really close. It looked like Dean made a slight bobble towards the end, but if you could walk us through what you saw there.
Yeah, it looked like Dean was actually deeper in touch, or the outside zone 1 than Vaughn was. But what I noticed about Dean's follow was he did pretty well in the first couple of corners, but when he got over to the touch and go 2, setting up for inside clip 1, he was kind of off pace with Vaughn. He was not mimicking Vaughn's transition very well at that point. He was a little bit behind. So we'll see how Vaughn does when he's chasing Dean. But in overall, Vaughn had a really clean lead run.
So now Dean will be out front. You can see him just making his way, keeping his Achilles warm. That start chicane being instituted once again. If this is your first event, that start chicane been implemented over the past few years. What am I trying to say here? What it's trying to do is basically get the drivers paired up. I don't know, maybe you want to elaborate a little bit on the start chicane.
Yeah, it just allows the chase driver to leave the line basically whenever he would like. So as long as he leads up with the lead driver coming into the first corner, the lead driver needs to leave when the light actually drops, and he does need to go through that chicane. So the idea is to slow him down, allow the chase driver an opportunity to be as close as possible so we get the best show possible leaving the first corner.
Get them close in proximity to each other, especially on initiation. All right, and we are sending car here on the second half of this battle. Dean Carnage will be leading. Vaughn Gittin Jr. will be giving chase. And here we go. And we're seeing, it looks like I'm seeing a red flag here. Okay, so that is a restart. All right, so there, as we were just talking about it, that start chicane, those cones there, if you hit a cone, it is a restart. So no tires burned, nothing earned. 3 strikes, you're out. If you do have 3 restarts, whichever driver has 3 restarts, they automatically lose, they default, and the other driver advances on. Here we go. So, big Dodge Viper of Dean Carnage Carney, Oracle Lighting, Achilles Radial, and here we go. Dean out front, Vaughn in tow. Drifting at the same point, not simultaneous, but at the same point. Dean getting all the way out to that touch and go. Transitioning under the bridge. Dean, big angle. Vaughn Gittin Jr. Sticking it to the door. How is he going to handle that? You saw him just let him slip by, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. a major mistake. A big mistake there by Vaughn Gittin Jr. Ryan, taking a look at it again, it seemed to go south when he was on his door coming just past the main grandstand. and had to really slam on the brakes.
Well, it was a really great start here by both drivers. You can see Dean coming down the front straight. Nice initiation. Look at Vaughn. Great rate to angle here. And then Ryan, pick us up as we come out of outer zone number 1 right here and into outer zone number 2. Vaughn is surging forward. And this looks like the area that we're going to talk about the most right here on this last inside clip. Go ahead.
Yes, we are. Looked like Vaughn tried to get inside. He had a poor transition because he had himself set up in the wrong place. Well, as he was coming from outside zone 2 to touch and go 2. So you can see here as they go through outside zone 2, Vaughn's a little too far inside and he has to really back off to let Dean transition. And because Vaughn backed off, he didn't have the momentum to get himself around that inside clip. And he ended up coming on the inside of that clip and got in the way of Dean. So Dean hit him and kind of went off course there. But we're going to have to look at this from every single view that we have again, just to be fair to both drivers. But we're going to come to a conclusion pretty quickly here.
Pretty interesting turn of events there for Vaughn. I mean, that was it's kind of, he's bummed, but Dean could be pumped.
Yeah, we always see some very exciting battles in top 32, but it seems to kind of ratchet up a little north once we get into top 16 and then certainly into the final rounds. But yeah, it was a great start by both drivers. From first pass on mine, it just looks like Vaughn was a little over aggressive. He fell back here on this transition into the last inside clip. Tried to make it and cut that line on the inside, but it was just a little bit too tight there and made contact with Dean. So we'll have to confirm with the judges if they also think that is the case and get ourselves a winner here moving on into the grade 8.
That was really weird. All right, so taking a look at it again here. You see Dean got out to outside zone. You saw Vaughn, he did not. So it's kind of really on his door, so he really had to slam on the brakes. Lantain?
Yeah, Dean was really aggressive on that first touch and go. You could see that he hit the wall. He had a slight lack of angle when he hit the wall. It kind of took a little bit of angle out of the car, but he was staying on throttle. He was driving as hard as he possibly could, and it just looked like Vaughn was kind of a step behind from that point on. Might have been a little inside on the track in terms of outside zone 2, and then ended up making a mistake over there. Yeah, so you can see Vaughn on the inside right here. Doesn't have room, has to back off, and then doesn't have the momentum, like I said, to carry him out. Straightens up almost, and then gets in Dean's way. So it looks like Vaughn's going to be at fault for that collision.
The judge is really just analyzing it to the 99th degree just to make sure. And Ryan, I think you're right. Vaughn really got thrown off once that wall was tapped by Dean. And it slowed him down, had him scrub a lot of speed. All right, so we are waiting for the verdict. And here we go, slide left for Dean, and there it is. Dean Carney gets the win, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. is knocked out. Your #1 qualifier ends up making a critical mistake and takes himself out of competition. So unfortunately, Vaughn Gittin Jr., he is out, but Dean Carney, he is pumped. Again, all the hard work is paying off. Keep the party going. Odi Bakchis, Peter Vinck. This should be a fun one. 2 S chassis, 240s, or excuse me, not 240s, but S15 and S14. 2 JZ under the hood of Peter's vehicle. Got an LS under the hood of the Falcon tire. Wrapped S14 of Odi Bakchis. And with Peter being a Formula Drift rookie, this is his first ever top 16. And here we go. So, Odi Bakchis will lead. Peter Vinck giving chase. Peter right there on the door. Odi using all of the course, getting out there. You saw Peter have to transition early as Odi Bakchis. Peter really on the door. Losing some parts is Peter. And there it is, shallowing up. Woo! Some mistakes made by Peter, but regardless, just an exciting run.
Well, these boys are here not to play any games, and that was a really fun battle to watch. Let's take a look here as Odi takes the lead out front. You can see Peter already putting the pressure on. Now, like you said, Jared, Peter's going to transition early. right there as Odie goes really deep into that first and second outer zone. But right here, Ryan, what happens to Peter on this transition in the last inside clip?
Yeah, he seemed to get really, really close on outside zone 1. He actually anticipated where Odie was going to be and transitioned before him, which was pretty impressive. It's not really a mimic, but wow, did that look good. And then he just got a little too close from outside zone 2, coming up to touch and go 2. They rubbed a little bit, and then Peter ran out of momentum and had to straighten up there at the end. But pretty exciting battle.
Yeah, right out of the gate. Off-season is definitely over, man. These guys are going hard. And Peter Vinck, he's got nothing to lose, man. He's got everything to prove, but nothing to lose. And Odie Bakchis, he is just, I think he's really happy to probably be back behind the wheel of an S chassis. I mean, he made the Genesis look great last year, but I think his happy place is an S chassis. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I think Odie's gonna, whatever Odie drives, he's gonna be phenomenal at it. But I think for him, this was the setup that he really, really liked, and certainly showing that right now, just outside last year of getting in that top 3 and looking to better himself this year in 2017.
All right, so making sure the track is clear. Debris is off the course. You saw, I believe it was Odie's side skirt that ended up flying off. All right, here we go. Peter Vinck will lead from Poland. Odie Bakchis giving chase. Look at that. Nice job. Odie initiated at the same time. Peter pulling away from Odie Bakchis. Peter under the bridge. Good angle. And there it is coming around the bend. That final. A good effort there by Peter and Odie Bakchis.
Well, definitely wasn't the chase that we usually expect to see from Odie, but I think good thing for him, he was able to close up that gap towards the end. Ryan, from your perspective here, with Peter having that big mistake towards the end on the first run, did Odie's chase here really have an impact on the overall run, or do you think he got enough?
Well, he was playing with fire in the beginning, but like you said, luckily he closed the gap halfway through. Right about here, he started to get a little bit closer, but when we look at an incomplete chase or that doesn't really apply to this situation. I think it looked like Odie was trying, he just couldn't keep up with the car. So we're gonna, I think, score this fairly for both of them.
Yeah. So you could see there, Odie and Peter. Looks like having some words there. I think he's telling him congratulations. That's nice. Get out of the car, saying good battle. And Peter's stoked, man, the Wordhouse team. All right, slide him left for Peter, slide him right for Bakchis. And there it is. Odie gets the win. Odie gets the win. A great lead run. I think that, Peter had that mistake there towards the tail end of when Odie led. So that is all she wrote. But, man, look out, world. Peter Vinck from Poland, he is no joke. Here we go next. Oh, look at this. This is a rematch from Orlando. We talked about, Ryan, we talked about it earlier. Kristaps was 1 clipping point away from the victory in Orlando last year, and it was against Frederick Osbo. So potentially some redemption here. Kristaps is in the same car he piloted last year. Osbo definitely not. Similar engine setup. The 2AR. And the Rockstar Engineering Nexen Tires Toyota Corolla IM. Here we go. Osbo out front. Kristaps Bluss give a chase. Initiating are both the gentlemen. Norway and Latvia. Look at that. And there's Kristaps closing the gap. And Kristaps spins. Something is amiss there. What went wrong for Kristaps as he exited and finished out that rear clipping zone, chasing him down?
Well, certainly tensions are high here as we get deeper into competition. Let's take a look as Frederick Osbo leaves the gate. Kristaps Bluss right behind him. Osbo into initiation here, back on the throttle as both guys leave turn 9. Nice job by Osbo on that touch and go back around. Great job right there on that first outside zone. Now here we see Osbo putting big angle in the car. Kristaps coming up, and right there is where Kristaps no longer becomes a factor. Osbo through the rest of the course. So that now, Ryan, you talked a lot about that area, that it is a decel area. We saw 2 examples in 32 where one went for the driver in the chase, one went for the driver in the lead when there was either contact or big angle there. How do you look at this one so far?
So far, we just found out that there was contact made, but it looks like there's a mechanical issue with Kristaps' car, so we'll have to figure out if that was the reason for his spin or if the hit had something to do with it. So he is looking at the front of his car. We're going to have to review the replay again, and we'll see what we all come up with as a result.
All right, so as you can see, Kristaps, he's going to need some help off track. And like the judges do every time, they will see who is at fault. Here we go, taking a look at it again. Was Kristaps pushing too hard, and he got into the side of Oswald? Let's take a look. Oswald using all the course, and was there contact?
There was contact. I believe that was confirmed, yeah.
Yeah, just covered in smoke.
There's from another angle here, straight from the tower. You can see Kristaps just barely through the smoke there.
Right, so I think it was when Osbo transitioned back and Kristaps was there. So another case of the chase car being too close when the transition happens. All right, so Kristaps reading some body language there. Very frustrated about the scenario. As we take a look at it again. Ryan, what's your take there, Sage?
Well, I think the judges, and Ryan can speak for himself, but I think they're just going to try to determine whether or not Osbo was doing everything that he should have been doing there, that if he was within an acceptable allowance in terms of the angle and the speed, and having that be a deceleration area, or whether he wasn't. I think that's going to be the key factor there, and we'll have to see what Ryan and the other judges think as we take a look at it one more time while we get Kristaps off course. And what they'll do is, because there's actually been contact, that they will need to assign fault. Now, once that fault is assigned, the drivers may choose to do one or two things. They'll either just let it go, or they may call a competition timeout to check the vehicle if they need to, if they are the one that is at fault. If they're not at fault, then they have the right to check the vehicle. But obviously can't do anything until we get Kristaps' car off the track, and we'll see where we go from there.
If you haven't already, please download the brand new Formula Drift app. It has standings, updates, results. It's a quick download, and you'll find all the information for every Formula Drift event throughout the season. All right, so Kristaps getting towed off here. It's interesting how it just shut down on him. Not able to get restarted. So if you're tuning in, we are live here at the streets of Long Beach, the O'Reilly Auto Parts streets of Long Beach. And round 2 will be in Orlando. Traditionally, over the years, we've gone here to Atlanta, but this year we're actually going to Orlando. So Orlando is round 2, then Atlanta is round 3. Orlando, April 28th and 29th. Then we'll see, again, Road Atlanta, May 12th through the 13th. Make our way to Wall Speedway, New Jersey. That is June 2nd and 3rd. Go back up to True North, Autodrome, St. Eustache, July 14th and 15th. Evergreen Speedway, August 4th and 5th. That's round 6. Round 7, Texas Motor Speedway, September 8th and 9th. And then the final round. Who's coming out to Irwindale? Let's see a show of hands. Irwindale, October 13th and 14th. Yeah. See you out there. Who do you think is going to win the championship? Who's going to wrap it up? Everybody yell it at the same time. Who do you think? All right, so taking a look at the replay again, just seeing who is at fault here. I mean, to me, Ryan, looking at it, it's similar to Forsberg and Honadel. Honadel got into the back of Forsberg, but it's much more blatant.
Yeah, this one is definitely, I think, less clear. I mean, you could make the case that Oswald looked like he was kind of straightening out a little bit. But it's kind of hard to see through the smoke on that replay in particular, but there's been quite a few. So hopefully these guys have a decision here and we can move forward with the next battle and revisit the second half of that.
Yeah, and that's what's ultimately going to happen, is basically deemed fault, because Osbo did complete the entirety of the course and Kristaps came to a halt. So Ryan, you're finding out that, what's that?
Yeah, the judges are going to give fault to Kristaps there. So now that that's been determined, we will move on to the next battle and let those guys prepare their vehicles for the second half of that battle.
So Kristaps is deemed at fault. He'll have to utilize his competition timeout, uses 5 minutes in order to fix his vehicle, see if it can get up and running. And then Frederick Osbo can take a look at his car, since he was not at fault. All right, so there you go. You can see him warming him up. That is Alex Hilbrun. So Osbo and Bluss will be put on hold. And Hilbrun versus Juha Rintanen. So Juha from Finland, Alex Hilbrun from Peru. Inca Madness Racing, as he calls his team. And these guys have seen battle no times together. 36.4 winning percentage. So Alex has a little bit higher compared to the 30% winning percentage. And Alex warming up his Nitto tires. Talking to him, what kind of changes he made. He beefed up the car. He changed the suspension kit, basically the angle kit. They developed their own, and he's loving it. Outside of a new body kit and a new look, he still is developing the vehicle more. All right, you can see Juha back there. All right, Hilbrun on the start line. You could see there Juha on Nexen tires. Nexen tire smoke filling the burnout box. Shout out to Parker Jet and Tyson Bravo watching at home. Love you boys. How we doing, T-Bone? Shout out to my wife, Stephanie. Thanks for watching. Tell all your friends, tune in now. All right, we are sending cars. Here we go. Back to the action. A little bit of delay there from the contact of Kristaps and deciding who was at fault. Send it. So already into the grade 8, Dean Carney and Odi Bakchis, who's going to be joining them. Alex Hilbrun, Juha Rintanen. Good initiation by Alex. Look at that, exploding his back bumper. Alex Hilbrun, Juha Rintanen applying the pressure here towards the latter portion of the track. Look at that, door to door. Make some noise, Long Beach. Wow, exploiting that back with tail light, almost ended up in the stands. That's why practice safety.
Phenomenal job by Rintanen on the latter part of the course, but on the first half right here, I think this is probably the best version of outside zone 1 that we've seen. Ryan, right here, I mean, you don't get much closer than that and not have an impact in your line. So tell us what you thought about the lead run there from Alex and then the chase here from Juha Juha on the last section of the course.
Yeah, that was some incredible accuracy on Heilbronn's part, getting that close to the wall, ripping the bumper off, but not actually changing the direction of his drift at all, not changing the angle or the momentum. That was fantastic. Juha did a good job in the chase position, maintaining proximity and mimicking what Heilbronn was doing in the lead position. So now it's going to be up to Juha to lead and Heilbronn to try to put together a good chase.
All right, so let's see. Juha will lead. Juha will lead. Heilbronn, minus that back bumper and a taillight, he will be given chase. Juha's been really coming on strong. He debuted that car last year, and looks like he's finally really getting it to do what he wants. Juha Rintanen. Next to tires, STR Racing Wheels. Again, Juha, JR Motorsports, running the 2JZ, about 850 horsepower. Juha out front. Alex Heilbronn giving chase. And here they come. Interview of the judges. Juha, some shimming there as he goes under the bridge. He taps the wall. A big correction there from Juha. Now into that outer zone in front of the judges stand and into the peninsula. Looks like Juha was going for it, maybe taking some notes as he was chasing down Alex, but didn't really quite pay off the way that it did for Alex.
Well, it got a little hairy there coming into outer zone number 1. Right underneath the Firestone Bridge. Let's take a look at this here. Juha Rintanen taking the lead. Alex Heilbronn in the chase position. Alex already pushing hard. You can see doesn't get as deep as Juha does. And right here, Juha makes contact. He loses angle for a little bit, and then you can see surging forward, taking advantage of it there is Alex Heilbronn. So Ryan, the takeaways there from Juha making contact and what Alex needed to do in the chase.
So Juha, when he hit the wall, lost angle. He had to take a little bit of the angle out of the car. I think that was a fortunate thing for Heilbronn because Heilbronn was way off of outside zone 1, but it ended up working to his advantage because that got him closer to and out of the kind of the danger zone behind Rintanen at that point. So I think that Juha's error is going to be heavier weight just because of him being in the lead and making that mistake.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. So here we go. Juha Rintanen and Alex Heilbronn slide him right for Alex Heilbronn. Gets the win and advances on to the Grade 8. All right, so already in the Grade 8 is Alex Heilbronn, Dean Carney, and Odie Bakchis. Speaking of Odie, Lorette Nickel caught up with the Grade 8 contender.
For a 100-point run, and Odie, when you're looking to do that, how conservative do you play it?
Well, we got in the groove really well. Unfortunately, I'd like to get in the groove during qualifying, but I feel like we're in the groove, so I'm trying to lay out the run that the judges want during my tandem runs. Even though there's someone chasing me, I'm trying to go wall to wall, massive angle, and I'm just giving it my best.
Yeah. Well, I heard you say that you were disappointed. In what?
Well, we qualified 8th, and I felt like the car is really ample. I wanted to do better. I'll take 8. This is our first round. Things are shaky. I'll definitely take 8. I'm happy, but we're always striving for more.
Okay, Odie, best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
All right, and we are back here. Thank you, Lorette. Good luck to you, Odie. The signature skyline of Long Beach here, and looks like we are seeing the second half of the Christophs Bluss Frederick Osbo battle, and Christophs was at fault, so he would have to use his competition timeout, and he does have that disadvantage with him spinning and coming to a halt. All right, so here we go. the second half of this battle. Christos Bluss, Frederick Osbo. The brand new Toyota Corolla IM hatchback. Norwegian Hammer. And Christos Bluss, HGK Motorsports, his third season here, competing in the States. All right, so Christos throwing it in. Now to view the judges. Getting after that touch and go. Man, blinding Osbo. Look at the amount of smoke that's coming off of Christop's car. Transitioning into that final front clip. And just wrapping around. Nice job. That was a ton of smoke coming off Christop's car.
You think he was trying to make a point there?
Yeah, right.
So obviously with Christop's at fault, he was looking for Osbo to make an equal mistake. It doesn't look like Osbo does that, but Christop's lets everybody know just how phenomenal of a driver he is here. This is probably the smokiest run that we've seen. He's pretty much on throttle the whole time, that snappy transition back around. He doesn't hit outer zone 2, but Ryan, obviously this is more to come for Christop's Bluss throughout the year.
It is, yeah, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with out there. You just saw that lap. Yeah, he's capable of doing that while filling all the zones. So he has that new car waiting in the wings. I don't know when we're going to see it, but we'll see how the three of us here will judge independently and figure out who wins.
All right, so with Christop's having that mistake there on the first portion of this battle, Christop's and Osbo. And there it is. Frederick Osbo gets the victory. Frederick Osbo advances on. So Frederick Osbo advances on into the Great Eight. We are halfway through our top 16. James Dean, Mike Essa. James Dean hasn't seen FD competition in a minute. All right. James Dean, Michael Essa. James Dean, your number 2 qualifier in the 2JZ powered Wordhouse Drift Team S15. Michael Essa. Ready to throw down. Here we go. This should be a fun one to watch. Essa looking really smooth, not as violent, driving as we've seen before from Michael Essa. Looking very smooth. And as is James Dean. I mean, he's really making a lot of noise here. Here we go. James Dean, Michael Essa. And James Dean advanced on through the former Formula 2 champion of Essa. Transitioning, oh my goodness, tapping the wall. You see him make a correction, but he steps back out, stays in it. Now transitions into that final front clip, and Essa wraps it around, he loops it. Michael Essa loops it around that final front clip, and that will be advantage James Dean.
Well, seeing some real excitement here as James, again, continuing to impress. Really deep into that touch and go. Smooth transition over now. He loses a little bit of angle by touching that first outer zone, but he gets back into the second outer zone. Now Essa here surges forward. He's got angle in the car, but he can't hold it all the way around. Is that what happened to Michael Essa there in that last turn, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a gorgeous run from Dean up in the lead, other than the slight straightening after the wall hit. But you could see the level of comfort he has in his car on this track, even though he hasn't been here in years. So Essa, in this case, when he's leading right now, he's going to have to hope for a mistake from Dean in the chase position to have any chance of moving forward. Now, if Dean just puts together a decent chase run, it's going to be really hard for Essa now to move forward. So I bet he's hoping for a mistake from Dean in the chase.
I mean, there's a lot of expectations from James Dean, but man, if he comes out just swinging and he podiums on his first, re-entry back into Formula Drift, it's really gonna shake things up, and it just speaks volume of his talent.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we'll see here how he can do in his very first chase of the afternoon, being that he had his bye in run number 1. or excuse me, the top 32.
All right, so Essa will now lead. James Dean will give chase.
So we've seen a great qualifying run from Dean, two great qualifying runs. We've seen a great lead run here. Now this is his first opportunity to chase. What do you expect out of him here?
I think he's going to really shine right now. I mean, Essa, he's seen Essa drive before. You know, I know that Peter and James were doing a lot of recce missions last year, meaning they were coming to the events and watching, spectating, so they know how Michael Essa can drive. So I think he's really going to push hard. He's going to be on his door.
You think you're going to get a 100% here because of Essa spinning out, or you think you're going to get a little bit of calculation?
I think he's going to push. I think he's going to go probably 75%. I think he wants to know the limits of his car and his chasing ability, but also play it safe and strategically where you don't need to really just overcook it and spin himself. But I'm looking forward to, because if James Dean wins, the winner of this will do battle against Forsberg or Gushi, so that should be fun. So here we go, Michael Essa, James Dean. Michael Essa knows he needs to let it all hang out. He's doing just that. So there it is, James Dean giving himself a little bit of room. Pretty calculated there. Everybody shoving that out. It looks like that will be enough for James Dean unofficially to move on. We'll make it official momentarily as we take a look at it again. Essa, I mean, that was a great run, but unfortunately, because of his mistake in his chase run, that's going to be all she wrote.
Well, another very smoky run a la Christoph's Bluss, and you can see just the Achilles, massive amounts of smoke. Essa known for his smoke shows. Big throttle here. You can see Dean keeping him within proximity here, but Ryan, as you know, this is pretty easy to follow here. Unless James Dean were to make an equal mistake as Michael Essa, he should be getting the win here in the top 16.
Yeah, exactly. You could tell how intense Essa was on that run just by the amount of smoke that's on the track. We could barely see anything, but you summed it up perfectly.
And here we go, Essa and Dean. Slide him left for Essa, right for Dean, and it's unanimous. James Dean gets the victory. James Dean gets the victory and advances on. James Dean advances on to the grade 8, so one step closer to, I mean, has anybody ever done that in their, I mean, Daigo, I guess, somebody like that, but coming out here. All right, so Lorette Nickel caught up with Matt Kaufman.
In the top 32, unfortunately for Matt Kaufman, he sustained some damage when Dan Burkett hit him. And Matt, are you worried about what this is going to cause you in top 16?
No, not really. I'm just more bummed that it's not so beautiful anymore is really my biggest issue. But, I mean, he didn't, like, I told him, like, just if you're going to hit me, just don't hit my checkers. And so, like, he only hit one checker, so I'm pretty stoked about it.
All right, well, you're going up against Matt Field. What's your expectations there?
Me and Matt go way back. He was a judge in my Pro-Am series and so forth. Like, we used to butt heads so bad, just about dumb stuff. But he's become a good friend of mine in this, and I'm so excited. We were both just try to go as ham as possible, and I know after all the years passed and whatnot, it all just adds up, and so I can't wait.
Good. Well, Matt, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah, Matt Kaufman, definitely an exciting driver to watch. He's got that, you know, a lot of the guys going with V8s, but he's doing with he's got the Ford horsepower as opposed to the Chevy, and he is ready to do battle later with he says, ready to go against my homie Matt Field, so it should be fun. Here we go, Chris Forsberg, Ken Gushi. These are two Formula Drift veterans. So two long-standing Formula Drift vets. Chris Forsberg will lead. Ken Gushi will give chase. Chris Forsberg qualified 7th. Ken Gushi qualified 10th. So here we go, Forsberg out of the chute, back behind the wheel of the VK56. The car is primed and ready to go. Forsberg using all the course. Gushi right there in the mix. Forsberg under the bridge. Ken Gushi really banging on Forsberg's door. Rolling into that final front clip is Forsberg and Gushi. Great execution by both these gentlemen of the sport.
Well, what I want to know here from Ryan is this a situation where Gushi made a couple sacrifices maybe on line to stay close to Chris, and he was really able to maintain close proximity in very difficult parts of the course. Ryan, what's your take here as we take a look at this run here with Chris and Gushi?
Yeah, you can see that Ken Gushi was definitely off touch and go one. but it got him in the right spot for outside zone 1, go through outside zone 2, and through the finish of the course. So now as we watch Chris in the chase position, we're going to have to see if he makes any sacrifices to maintain the same level of proximity. And if Chris wants to win, he's going to have to maintain the same amount of proximity, but fulfill the rest of the chase car's duties, which are to mimic the line and transition points as well.
All right, so let's alternate the order here. Ken Gushi will lead, and Chris Forsberg will give chase. All right, so here we go. Who's going to get it out of these titans of the sport, veterans of the sport? Like I said, Gushi's nickname was the future, but we are in the present, and Ken Gushi seems to be really dialed. The car's running strong. He's feeling confident. Chris Forsberg wants to debut that new engine. We'll hopefully see that VQ twin turbo setup at the second round in Orlando. And here we go. Gushi out front, Gretty Performance Boost Brigade, next to tires. Forsberg giving chase, NOS Engine 370Z. Gushi a bit shallow off that touch and go. Now dropping into that second outer zone. Well played right now by both gentlemen, coming into that final front clip. Gushi and Forsberg, toe to toe. Let's take a look at it again.
Well, this is definitely something for the judges to think about. I think that Chris may have had the better lead in terms of the touch and go in outer zone 1, but Gushi certainly awesome in the chase position. Let's see if Chris here is able to do the same thing that Ken was in his chase. You can see Ken doesn't really get out to that touch and go. And Ryan, as you take a look at this run here, anything that stands out between the lead run and the chase from both drivers?
Well, I definitely think Chris had the better lead for the beginning part of the course, where he went really wide on the touch and go. He went wide on outside zone 1 and through outside zone 2. Now Ken in his lead run was off of the touch and go and maybe not quite as deep on outside zone 1. So you have to look at the way that Chris followed that, though. Comparing Gushi's chase to Chris's chase, I think Chris did a better job of mimicking the line, the angle, and the transition points of Gushi throughout the course.
All right, so judges finalizing their results, and we'll find out shortly who's advancing on. Here we go. Gushi and Forsberg. Slide him left for Gush. Slide him right for Forsberg. Brian, and there it is. It's unanimous. Chris the Force Forsberg gets the victory. Chris Forsberg gets the victory and advances on to the Great 8. What's funny is, Ryan, I think this is, for the fans that are here in person, I'm sensing some booing over there, but on this side right here on the judges stand, they're not booing because I think it really lied on that initiation on what Lantain was just talking about.
Yeah, the first part of the run for Gushi on his lead was not that great. He had an incredible chase run, but Chris chased just as well, it sounded like, from Ryan's perspective. And coming down to that lead run versus the lead runs,
right,
it looked like it went in Chris's decision.
Here we go, Ryan Turk, Justin Pollock. All right, we're getting some fans about it right now. Ryan Turk, Justin Pollock. Fans are chanting one more time. Look at that. Well, unfortunately, it has been decided. Chris Forsberg advances on. Ken Gushi is unfortunately knocked out. So here we go. Ryan Turk will lead. Justin Pollock giving chase. Turk coming into view. Big angle there by Turk. Pollock diving in, getting aggressive. Justin Pollock right there, tucking in behind that Toyota. The Roush Performance Ford Mustang, blipping it. Sticking it to him throughout the course and then up until that final front clip. So let's take a look. Turk out front. Initiates, rolls into it. Watch Justin Pollock. He gets there on his door. So Justin's doing a great job chasing him down. But right here, this is where it gets a little interesting. Lantain, what? Talk about any stand-up moments for you.
Well, right away, Justin had a bit of a bobble coming up to touch and go 1, and then after his transition to outside zone 1, he also had less angle and a bit of a correction there. Once he got over to the inside clip at the very finish of the course, his, I don't know if it was another momentum thing or he just had his car in the wrong spot, but he wasn't able to make it around inside clip 1, kind of straightened up a little bit, and actually twice, just before the clip and then right after it as well. So definitely a big mistake from Justin on that one. All Turek has to do in this case is follow cleanly in the chase and mimic whatever Justin is doing in the lead, have good proximity throughout the rest of the course, and Turek should be able to get the win if he's able to do that.
Yeah, yep. All right, well, thank you for the insight. As right now it will be Justin Pollock leading, Ryan Turk giving chase. I think JTP is going to throw down something pretty big here. He really goes for those aggressive transitions. So let's see how he does touch and go, but he was kind of having some difficulty when he would go to the touch and go, wouldn't totally get out to that first outer zone. But I think he's going to find a good level of compromise here. All right. All right, here we go. Here is Justin Pollock out front, Ryan Turk giving chase. Throwing it in. Here comes Justin Pollock. Let's see if he has that snappy, nasty transition. Good, actually fluid. Big angle from Pollock on the outside zone. Ryan Turk diving into that Falcon Tire smoke and just wrapping around that final Black Magic Intense Tire Shine front clip. Let's take a look at this again. I said usually Justin kind of has a nastier transition, but he kept it really clean, kept it fluid. Right here, just clean. That was nice, textbook. The other thing noted, didn't get all the way out to the outside zone. Other thing noted is Turk is right there, but Pollock had a great lead run. That would have been a high qualifying run, using the whole course. And here we go. So Pollock and Turk, slide them left for Pollock, right for Turk. And there it is. Ryan Turk gets the victory. He's advancing on. Ryan Turk advances on to the Great 8. All right, so there was some contact between Osbo and Christoph Bluss. Laurent Nickel caught up with Osbo to talk about his side of the story.
Well, we just saw Frederick Osbo on the track, now moving on, and there was some contact on the track. Any damage sustained to your car?
No, I think our car is fine. Christoph's had a slight hit on my rear tire. I barely felt it, but I guess it spun him out. And our car is fine, the wheels are straight, and got back out there for the chase run, not doing any changes. But Christoph's got mad at me, and it's tough, because I consider him a friend, and all I was trying to do was run a really hard, wide line, and I felt like that was one of our best runs this weekend. So I think he should, in fact, be mad at himself, But here we are, moving on, top 8, ready to continue this momentum we have.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of energy out here. It's the first round. So how safe do you play these runs out here?
You can't play it safe. You got to go balls to the wall. And, I try and pour on as much angle as I can. I've been struggling a little bit all week and trying to bring it out to those walls. I finally was able to do it. Out of turn 1, into turn 2, through turn 2. It felt really good. So I feel like I'm getting situated in the new Corolla IM. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but I think it looks cool out there. Yep. Brings something different to the table, to the sport. So I'm having a lot of fun out there.
Frederick, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are back here. Once again, we are advancing on. This is the final battle of the top 16. This should, the battle of the Supreme Mats. Matt Kaufman, Matt Field. These guys have seen battle against each other before. Matt Field got the victory, but the villain, Matt Kaufman, he's ready to throw down. He's changed up his livery. He's got a new look, as does Matt Field. Kind of a throwback to an old school Falcon livery that we haven't seen in a few years, but with the signature neon floral yellow lip and handles. So let's see how Kaufman does against Matt Field. Matt Field will be leading. No, Kaufman will be leading. Kaufman qualified 6th, the score of 90. So he's definitely want to watch. That is a restart there. The red flag is out. Kaufman had an insane rolling burnout there. All right, so let's see what Kaufman's got against Field. Field against Kaufman. I know, right? Oh, got the fans kicking off their own wave. Yeah, there it is. Going to the bridge, coming across the bridge. Oh, there you go. All right, start it again there. Here it comes, here it comes. Get a wave going all around the whole venue. Coming to you. There we go. All right, it's going to the waterfront. It's going to the waterfront, coming to you. There you go. Here we go, Kaufman and Field. Rolling into it. Look at that huge angle from Kaufman. Field shallowing up. Kaufman crab walking through into that outer zone and the final front flip. Wow, I want to look at that again. Kaufman, big angle there.
Well, a bit of a back and forth battle here as we take a look at our final battle in the top 16. Matt Kaufman and Matt Field initiating close to the wall there is Kaufman. Now he doesn't really get out to the touch and go very far, Jared, but does on that outer zone 1 a little bit late. You can see decent proximity here by Matt Field. And Ryan, what are you seeing between these two drivers as we wrap around this last inside clip?
You can tell that Matt's having some type of mechanical issue where he's not able to put all the power to the ground.
Which one? Which Matt?
Oh, sorry, Matt Field. Field in the chase position was not able to put the power to the ground the way that he wants to. His line isn't as wide as as Kaufman's, and he also isn't getting the angle that Kaufman is getting either. So you can tell that he's down on power. The engine, it's making some odd noises as he's getting on throttle. So he's at a disadvantage in that sense. Hopefully he's able to put together a clean lead run here so he can have a fair opportunity to put down a lead run. But in the chase position, he was definitely having some issues.
You know what I guarantee? You know who's going to win? I can guarantee who's going to win. Matt's going to win.
Dang.
All right, so Matt Field, Matt Kaufman. Here we go. Field will now lead. He is your most recent victor. I mean, given that this is round 1, but he had the victories in both Texas and Irwindale, the final 2 rounds of last year's season. Here we go. Matt Field out front. Throwing in. Getting out to the touch and go. Good execution. Kaufman not getting all the way out there. Chasing him down. And coming into that final front clip. Pushing him around. Nice job. Matt Kaufman really looking strong.
Yeah, Matt Kaufman had some shining moments last year in 2016. Montreal, Seattle, certainly looking like he is putting together a good program here this year. One of the few drivers that, not too many changes to the vehicle, just trying to strengthen up his program from where he left off. And you can see as Field wraps around that second outer zone, right here Kaufman dives in. Ryan, what's your take from run number 2?
Yeah, a couple of times you could see Field's car straighten up, just lose a little bit of angle as the engine was making some odd noises. He managed to get a run together, pretty good through touch and go 1 and outside zone 1, but past outside zone 2, you could see the car start to lose angle, and it was harder for him to keep the car sideways. Past inside clip 1 to the finish line, definitely had a hard time keeping it sideways.
All right, so here we go. Matt Field, Matt Kaufman. Slide him right for Kaufman, slide him left for Field. And Brian says Kaufman. Ryan says, oh, Andy says one more time. And Ryan says Matt Kaufman gets the win. Matt Kaufman advances on to the Great 8. So taking a look, the top 16 is over. Now we are going to enter into the Great 8. We got Dean Carney versus Odie Bakchis. Osbo with Hilbrun. We got James Dean versus Forsberg. Oh, that's going to be a good one. Turk and Kaufman. So right now, Lorette Nickel caught up with the Formula Drift, let's call him a recontender, James Dean.
When I asked him how did it go for him, he said insane, and I think that adrenaline is still pumping through you.
Yeah, especially when I just got the news that my next battle is against 2016 champion Chris Forsberg. So I'll take that. For my first FD event back in 7 years, that's better than what I could ever ask for. So we're going to push hard, see what happens. Yeah, man, it's a dream weekend for me so far.
I'm so glad. But you just told me that your run against Michael Essa, you were experiencing brake problems. What was happening?
Yeah, so for my lead run, everything was fine. I initiated, got onto the first touch and go, transition back, and I touched the wall under the bridge a little too hard, had a small correction, but managed to keep it going. And into the final corner, Michael spun. So I had a big advantage for that. And when I was chasing, when I was going back to the start line, I noticed my brake pedal was, had half of the travel was free play. So didn't know what it was. We had no time to fix it, so took a chance. Managed to get through the run with very little braking power, and yeah, we're moving on to Grade 8, so this is just crazy. We got the braking issue fixed, thanks to the guys, the team, working very hard to keep us on track all weekend, so bring on the top 8.
Okay, Dean, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
James Dean, ladies and gentlemen.
Right on. Thank you, James Dean. Thank you, Lorette Nickel. And, man, James is he's on it, man. He just seems really humbled. He's pretty stoked, and, yeah, it's great to see him back out here again in Formula Drift competition. I mean, he's 6'6". He's a tall dude, 180 pounds. Skinny, tall dude, and he's going against the champion when we come back. The Grade 8 is kicking off. So our Grade 8 is shaped. We're going to take a short 90-second break. That's a minute and a half, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, more Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, Fueled by Enthusiasts, O'Reilly Auto Parts, better parts, better prices.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
All right, welcome back. We are live here at the streets of Long Beach, the O'Reilly Auto Parts streets of Long Beach. Round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Also, if you're in Grandstand 21, that's the single out in the kind of middle of the track. Those are dedicated grandstand seats. Unfortunately, security might have told you different. They are assigned seating. So if you're there without the proper ticket, we ask you to please find another seat to the general admission area, as the Grandstand 21 are reserved seats. So please move to let the ticket holders have their respective seats. So our grade 8 is set. Ryan, let's take a look at it. Dean Carney versus Odie Bakchis. Who do you got?
Well, this is definitely going to be a very interesting battle. We've got the that big heavy car of Dean's and Odie looking very comfortable in his old chassis. It's kind of a coin toss there. Dean really was very strong against Vaughn getting Jr., the #1 qualifier, so he may have momentum on his side. But Odie is one of the best chase drivers in the business, so these guys are 1-1 right now, and this will be a deciding battle.
Frederick Osbo and Alex Hilbrun. That's gonna be a good one.
Well, I think Alex has certainly shown that he's willing to throw caution to the wind, especially on outer zone 1, and I think that has been the big difference in a lot of battles so far, outside zone 1 and then down at the hairpin. So I think if Alex is able to do what he was doing in the previous runs, he's going to have a good shot there.
The battle of the champions on the other side. You got James Dean. He's pumped to go against Chris Forsberg. Who do you have? I mean, James Dean looks pretty unstoppable right now.
Yeah, he does, and it's really hard to bet against him right now, even with a 3-time champion. So we'll see what happens there, but a great battle there. I mean, just knowing that these 8 guys right here, one of these 8 guys is going to be the leader of the series coming out of this event.
Right, and then Ryan Turk and Matt Kaufman. That should be fun. Those guys, they've been transporting around in previous seasons. Now they're not. They're in different teams. All right, so here we go. This is Odie Bakchis out front and Dean Carney giving chase. Our first battle of the Grade 8, the NOS Energy Grade 8. Odie getting all the way out there. Oh, good transition from both the guys. Into the rear clipping zone goes Odie and Dean. Pretty flawless run here. Oh, and just as he takes out that front clip. So mistake there by Odie Bakchis, narrowing in on that final front clip.
Well, really tremendous synchronization here by both drivers, and Dean especially taking kind of the lead here as he's trying to mimic Odie. Watch as Odie hits this touch and go here, right there, both transitioning right about the same time. You can see Dean trying to close the door here. Ryan, how is Odie doing in the lead, and was Dean able to chase him down here towards the end?
Yeah, Dean did a great job in the chase, as you said. He was really mimicking Odie's transitions, his line, everything. Dean's doing a great job in a car that he claims is less capable than the new one, so can't wait to see him in that new car. But Odie did a great job in the lead as well. I didn't see any major mistakes from him. Maybe a bit of a slowdown just before inside clip 1. That gave Dean the opportunity to really get right inside.
So Dean will be out front. Odie will be giving chase. All right, so here we go. We have Dean Carney out front. He will be leading. All right, as you can hear in the background, Pat giving the sending car signal, and here we go. Odie Bakchis will be chasing. And leaving that start line. Dean kind of a delay there, getting to that first initiation, but now here they come. All the way out to that touch and go. Good transition from Dean. Odie Bakchis on the door of the Viper. Is he allowing enough room? Yes, he does. Look at Odie. I mean, sometimes just when he's on fire, it's unbelievable what Bakchis can do.
Yeah, he certainly has become one to watch the past few years, and he's showing a great example here. And Dean as well, just coming out very strong here. You can see nice initiation here. Odie not letting him get away too much. You can see Dean does a pretty decent job on that touch and go, then transitioning back around. Odie trying to stick with him. You can see Odie close the door a little bit here on outer zone 2, and then Ryan on the latter section of this course. What are some of the standout moments for you?
They're really looking pretty comparable from lead to lead and chase to chase. Dean might have made a slight mistake coming just past inside clip 1 to the finish line. Kind of hard to see in the replay because of the smoke, but pretty similar leads and chases here from both drivers.
So we're hearing some fans chanting one more time here in the stands. What do you think? Do we have a winner in either? Who thinks Odie Bakchis advances on? Pretty loud. How many people think Dean Carney advances on? And how many people think one more time? All right, pretty collective cheering there. And the judges were reviewing a run there. Looks like the verdict is in. Slide him left for Dean. Slide him right for Bakchis. And there it goes. Brian says Odie. Ryan says one more time. And Andy says one more time. They're going at it again. So Ryan Lantain, you and Andy said one more time. Your reasoning or justification behind that?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, they really had similar leads and chases to me, so I really couldn't see a standout at either side. Little tiny mistakes were made by both here and there, but nothing too glaring. So I'd like to see them go again, and for one guy to really prove that he's better than the other.
All right, so here we go. We are seeing Frederick Osbo versus Alex Hilbrun. This should be a pretty fun one to watch. These guys have never seen competition against each other, Osbo and Hilbrun, which is, I'm not totally surprised, but for some reason I thought they had gone against each other. But man, Alex, he could really apply the pressure here too. The FD champion of 2015. Alex Hilbrun. All right, good early initiation there from Osbo. Alex chasing him down. You see that Toyota Corolla very settled as Hilbrun. Some wavering on initiation, having to fall back a little bit there is Alex, but then he reels him back in.
So a bit of smoke lingering here from these two guys. Hilbrun laying down a big plume there. We see Frederick Osbo leaving out of the gate, now down into initiation and turn 9, heading towards his touch and go. You can see Osbo out there with some big angle, transitioning back around. So Ryan right there, that touch and go in outer zone 1 seemed pretty good from Osbo. Hilbrun trying to keep him in tow here. How did he do on the latter part of the course?
Yeah, Osbo was super clean, really big angle at touch and go 1, really wide out to the wall. But you could see that Hilbrun in the chase position wasn't able to match his line, his angle, and kind of had a little twitch there, a little bobble from the car. But he did set up good for outside zone 1 and throughout the rest of the course. So that's an area of opportunity for Osbo in the chase position to do better than Hilbrun. But Hilbrun's going to have to put together a really solid lead run to match what Osbo just put down.
All right, Alex out front. Osbo giving chase. And we are clear to send. Alex, a Pro 2 champion. Not only podiumed every round, but won every round a few years ago. And now has been banging away in Pro, and that car is just seeming to be really dialed. So Hilbrun leading, Osbo giving chase, and here we go, send it. Coming into view of the judges just now. And there we go, into that touch and go. Alex using all the course. Osbo shoring up. And Hilbrun using all the course. Unbelievable, great execution. I mean, if that was a qualifying run, Alex Hilbrun would have put down a solid score there. Let's take a look at this again here, Ryan. I mean, Alex he used all of the course.
Well, if you were questioning whether or not the Corolla IM was going to be competitive, I think that kind of answered a lot of the questions there. That was Alex Hilbrun laying down a very solid, quick and fast lead run with a lot of smoke and unable to shake Frederick Osbo throughout the majority of the course here. You can see on this last transition here, Ryan Osbo dives in, barely comes close to hitting him, but stays very, very close, and a great bit of driving there.
Yeah, you could see that Osbo had a really clean chase run. He might have done a better job just because he didn't make a couple of the mistakes that Hilbrun did in the chase. But definitely Hilbrun, he had either as good a run as Osbo in the lead position or better. He was as wide as Osbo everywhere. He might have been more committed throttle-wise and just angle-wise throughout the course, throwing the car with what looked like kind of a reckless abandon, but he was able to just hold it together throughout the course.
All right, so we are waiting for the verdict here between Hilbrun and Osbo. And here we go, Hilbrun and Osbo. Slide him left for Hilbrun, slide him right for Osbo. And Brian says Osbo. Ryan says one more time, and Andy says one more time. So they're going at it again. All right, so as we are seeing two one more times back-to-back, just shows you just the level of driving is just starting to equalize here as we are here in the grade 8 and 2 battles in. We still don't have anybody in the final 4. Before that, Laurent Nico caught up with Chris Forsberg, who is in our next battle going against James Dean.
Chris Forsberg told me that he felt that he was strongest at the lead runs, so tell us why.
Yeah, I feel like that we got the car really dialed. I have a lot of experience here at Long Beach, and we're filling the zones, and that's what the judges want to see. Give solid 100-point chaseable lead runs, and they are rewarding it because you can't give a good chase if you don't have a good lead. And so we're out there doing our thing in the front and also giving good proximity in the chase position.
Okay. Any adaptations that you've had to make to the car?
No, this car is it was built identically to my previous car that I drove for the past 4 years, and with the exception of 1 or 2 very minor things that we just dialed out by the time we got here. Just setting up our alignments and such for Long Beach versus Irwindale, where it came from, and yeah, I mean it's on point, 100%.
Okay, moving forward, you're going to be battling James Dean.
Yeah.
Any expectations?
I mean, he's a ripper. He's all eyes are on him, so to speak, and so this will be a good battle. And yeah, I know he's great, he's consistent, he's fast, he's smooth, and so I haven't driven against him not only in practice but in 5 or 6 years. Last time when he was in an S15 in Formula Drift back in 2010, but that was ages ago. It barely even counts now. So yeah, it's a whole new ball game, and we're gonna see, let the best man win.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we are live and we are back, and here is who we got here. So believe this should be, is this the one more time revisiting? It is James Dean and Forsberg? Okay, I just want to confirm. So James Dean, Chris Forsberg. James Dean qualified second, so he will be leading in front of qualifying 7th is Chris Forsberg, defending champion in that NOS Energy 370Z. You guys have not seen competition together against each other, even in previous years. And again, Chris warming up his hand-cooked tires. See James Dean patiently waiting on the start line. .2JZ S15. That's what Dean is piloting, this Wordhouse drifting team. Peter Vinck, his teammate, up here watching on, as he has already been knocked down, unfortunately, but he's cheering him on. Can James Dean take it all the way to the top? He's got to get through a 3-time champion, Chris Forsberg. All right, here we go. Higher power. Get ripped, here we go. James Dean out front, Chris Forsberg giving chase. What's gonna unfold? Here we go, James Dean. All the way out to the outer zone. Wow, wall to wall, James Dean, Chris Forsberg diving in on that Falcon tire smoke, transitioning around that final clip. Make some noise for Dean and Forsberg. Is that what you expected, Ryan?
Well, I mean, James Dean continues to impress. I mean, he has laid down some of the most solid lead runs we've seen, starting all the way back in qualifying and continuing to up the ante. Forsberg, on the other hand, pretty much stuck with him the entire way. Now check this out as you come into this touch and go. Dean's going to get super close here with great angle, very smooth transition. I mean, perfect right there. But look, Forsberg is right with him. Ryan, what's your takeaway here from run number 1 between these two great competitors?
Fantastic lead, fantastic chase. If I'm going to start nitpicking, though, Chris was a little bit off of the outside zone 1 with the back of his car. He was a little bit inside, so that's a little area of opportunity for Dean when he's chasing. Now, it's going to be up to Chris to put together an equivalent lead run or better to keep his chances, alive, if you will, as it will be for Dean to put together as good as of a chase or better to try to avoid a one more time from these two drivers.
All right, so let's see who's going to advance on. Forsberg will now lead. Dean will give chase. The winner of this battle goes into the Final Four. And James Dean, if he makes it into the Final Four, he's guaranteed a podium because 3rd place is decided by qualifying. He's the highest finishing qualifier. So if he makes it into the Final Four, and if he goes through Chris Forsberg, he is guaranteed, at minimum, 3rd place. Forsberg. Forsberg leading. Dean giving chase. Are we going to have a dominant driver? Are we going to see another one more time like we've seen? James Dean right there on the door. Forsberg all the way out to touch and go. Doesn't go. Oh, shallow on that outside zone. James Dean right on the door of Forsberg. Mirroring him everywhere he goes. Gives him just enough room. Transitions back. James Dean dominated on that chase run.
Well, it's getting pretty exciting around here. That was a really fun battle to watch. You knew it was going to come down to that run after Ryan pretty much had that first run equal, maybe a little bit towards favor of Dean. But look at Dean right here. It initiates already right next to Forsberg. Now, Forsberg doesn't really get out to that touch and go or the first outer zone. And Dean is just sticking with him. Now, right here, Ryan, Dean falls back a second. He almost surges forward past Chris, falls back for a second, but then tucks right back in. Interpret that little last section of the course for us.
So it looked like there may have been contact on initiation. It looked like Dean got right inside, and maybe the back of his car hit the back of Dean's car, or Forsberg's car, right at initiation. I don't know if that had anything to do with Chris missing the touch and go slightly, but near the end of the course. So here we go as we're taking another look of the initiation. Watch the back of Dean's car and watch Chris's car right there. It looked like Chris went to a little bit more angle quite suddenly, so there might have been a little tap right there. Didn't affect either of them too much, it looks like. Right here, though, it looks like Chris may have made some sort of little mistake right there that caused Dean to have to really back off. We're going to have to check that out a little bit closer.
Yeah, but look how quickly he caught up to him. I mean, that was a great execution there by James Dean. So contact seen there by Lantagne. And did it, you know, we've talked about this, you know, is it impact or is it kind of race incident? Like, you know, basically the different scenarios of collision or, you know, impeding.
Well, basically, you know, in drifting in general, we accept the fact that cars are going to touch each other. And if they touch each other to a point to where the action stops, we call that a collision. Or if a vehicle is pushed offline, we call that a collision. If there's contact and nothing happens, the judges will judge it as they see it. Oftentimes, you may have some damage to a vehicle that needs to be addressed after the fact, and if that happens, we've got provisions in the rule book to address that. But in this particular case, I think that the run will be judged as is, based on what the judges saw in course.
All right. And the judges are taking a look. Remember, we don't have anybody in the Final Four. We have the two one more times, and the fans wanted them, but Dean and Odie. All right, so again, we still have one more times, the two one more time battles of Osbo and Hilbrun, and Dean Carney and Odie Bakchis, and then also Ryan Turk and Matt Kaufman have yet to go against each other. So here we go. Can James Dean defeat the three-time defending FD champion Chris Forsberg? Here we go. Slide him right for James Dean, and James Dean gets the victory unanimously. James Dean advances on. He's in the Final Four, and again, he is guaranteed a podium. We do not have a third place battle. That is decided with basically the losers bracket. It's decided by the highest qualifying driver, and James Dean he qualified number 2 with Von Gittin Jr. out. He qualified number 1. So at minimum, James Dean will be third place. All right, Dean Carney called the competition time out, so we will be going to the Osbo-Hilbrun one more time battle. So again, Dean Carney calls competition timeout, meaning he has a 5-minute allotment to go against Odie Bakchis, and Osbo and Hilbrun will be going against each other. All right, you can see Osbo, he will be leading. Hilbrun giving chase. Osbo, Rockstar Energy Drink. Nexen Tires, Toyota Corolla IM, Alex Hilbrun, Nitto Tires, IMR Racing, BMW. Throws it in. Here comes Osbo in that Toyota Corolla IM. Get all the way out to the touch and go. Here comes Hilbrun. Shallows up. Way off line is Hilbrun, unfortunately. But Osbo keeps pace, continues through the course. And Hilbrun made a big, big mistake there. That's going to hurt him. So let's take a look at it again. Ryan just, Osbo really getting out to that touch and go, but he still did get out to the rear clipping zone.
Well, this time a bit more dramatic here in terms of the difference between Osbo and Hilbrun. Hilbrun right here on the inside, you can see he gets really tight on that line. Ryan, what happened there as he transitioned from outer zone number 1 into the outer zone number 2?
So he had the right transition point. He was mimicking Osbo's line, his transition. Everything was really going well for him. It's just the way that he threw the car. He didn't quite have the push to get it out wide to outside zone 1. And that really got him on the inside line. So here we go again with another look at this run. So you can see he got out there with Osbo, transitioned at the same time, but he ended up getting way on the inside. Huge e-brake pull to try to get the car back out wide as Osbo, but never really got it out there until right around past outside zone 2 point. And then he was nice and close to the end, but at that point the mistake's already made, so he's going to have to hope for a pretty big error on Osbo's part in his chase run.
Let's see where they land right now with Osbo chasing down Hilbrun. All right, we are sending cars here. Hilbrun will lead, Osbo giving chase. All right, so here we go. Hilbrun will lead. Osbo gives chase. Initiating. Hilbrun, yeah, tapping the back bumper. Oh, and there's a mistake by Osbo. So look at that. The same point that Hilbrun made a mistake, Osbo does as well. And bringing around that final clip. So the same mistake made by both drivers, but it looked to me even more abrupt by Osbo.
Well, let's take a look at this again here. You can see great job right there on initiation by Hilbrun, really staying close to that wall. And look at that, I mean, incredible there. Doesn't really affect his line. Osbo on the inside here, so kind of a similar situation to what you said. A great lead run out front from Alex Hilbrun, and then Osbo tucking up on the inside here towards the latter part. And both guys crossing the finish line. Ryan, what's your impression of that second run?
Well, I'd have to say that Osbo's mistake looked a lot worse than Hilbrun's. Hilbrun might have had a slightly poorer line, but Osbo actually lost angle for quite a portion of time there. Not enough to give him an incomplete, but definitely enough to make it make us look twice at this whole thing again here. We're going to have to kind of watch this replay again. Take a look at his transition as he goes from touch and go. Right there, you can see he straightens up, drives straight, and almost reinitiates again. So that is a pretty big error on Osbo's part.
All right, so we are waiting to see what happens here with Osbo and Hilbrun. Both of them making similar mistakes. And here we go. Slide him left for Hilbrun, right for Osbo, who's going to the final 4. Brian says one more time. Ryan says Alex Hilbrun, and Andy says Alex Hilbrun takes down Frederick Osbo. And Alex Hilbrun takes down the Toyota Corolla IM, the Rockstar Engineering Nexen tires. Alex Hilbrun on Nitto tires lights him up, and he's going to the final 4. All right, so here we are This looks like we are seeing, I believe that's Ryan Turk. Yep, Ryan Turk, Matt Kaufman. This will be pretty exciting. These guys have never seen competition against each other. 2 JZ powered Toyota GT86. Toyota Racing GT86, I might add, to Ryan Turk's Gum Out Nameless Performance package. Matt Kaufman. Nexen Tires, Kaufman Racing 959, Roush Ford powered S13. All right, so and here we go. Ryan Turk out front, Matt Kaufman giving chase. Simultaneous initiation. Coming down the pipe. Turk gets all the way out to the touch and go. Kaufman not all the way out. Turk filling the second rear clipping zone. Tightening up is Kaufman. Oh, and we see contact. Contact between Kaufman and Turk. A big door slap by Kaufman into the passenger side of Ryan Turk.
Well, we're starting to see some trends here. We've seen some action on initiation, some action here on outer zone 1, and then down at the hairpin. It seems like that's where a lot of things coalesce in terms of people having contact with each other. Let's take a look at Turk here and Matt Kaufman. Run number 1 of the Great 8. Turk, good angle there, staying pretty deep into touch and go 1 and outer zone 1. Good movement here, back around. And then right here, Lantain, what happens on this last little hairpin here?
Well, it looked like Kaufman, as he came past outside zone 2, he sort of got a little bit slowed down before the transition for the touch and go 2, but he surged forward after that. So as you watch here, coming around in this area, he wasn't doing great, let's say. He wasn't doing bad. He had good proximity, but he wasn't filling the zones as he should have. Right here, he kind of fell back and then surged forward, but I think he surged forward a little too aggressively. Turk was in his full rights there to slow down as he was coming around that inside clip, which is what everybody does, and then they accelerate away. But Kaufman was trying to make up some ground and just miscalculated and got into Ryan Turk's door.
All right, so reviewing Ryan Turk and Kaufman, you see him right there taking that contact. So Kaufman at fault. They are deeming fault there to Matt Kaufman. So Ryan Turk, if needed be, he can inspect his car to make sure it's all up to snuff. So it looks like Matt Kaufman. Looks like he's calling a competition timeout. All right, so it is confirmed. Matt Kaufman, you saw him quickly going through the course. He is headed to the pit, the hot pit area. He's going to inspect his car, make sure it's all good. He is at fault, but so he does need to utilize his competition timeout, his one and only one, but no better time to use it than now. So Ryan Turk can't step outside of his vehicle and take a look because of Matt Kaufman being at fault of the contact. So as Ryan was saying, yeah, as the event progresses, you're seeing some trends really forming here as far as where the aggressiveness comes out and the mistakes can be made. So here you can see Kaufman getting the car up on the lift, gonna check it out, see what's going on, make sure everything is okay, because that front left there, that's the side that went into the side of Ryan Turk. So there's Turk. All right, so Kaufman's team, 959, Nexen Tires. right, so it seems that, all right, looks like it's quickly done. So pretty sure they just wanted to confirm that everything was okay. You didn't want to go out there and potentially have a broken arm and you go to throw it in and your car is just not there and you write off the whole car. So, you know, some exciting news for James Dean. He advances on. He's guaranteed a podium. Lorette Nickel had some more words with the Irish driver.
Well, guys, it turns out that dreams do actually come true, as James Dean has been working for years to get back here. And you just told me that you put the best run down against Chris Forsberg. Walk us through it.
Yeah, for sure. When you're up against the best drivers in the world, you have to put it all down. And I knew he was going to push to the limits. And luckily for me, I pushed as hard as I could, even beyond what I could, and managed to put down the best lead run of the weekend for me. And oh man, insane. We chased him. He was close to me all the way through. My turn to chase, and I chased him as hard as I could go. He's really fast, and I knew I had to give it everything. Almost pushed too hard, but it just worked out. And what are we doing in top 4? I have no idea. It's crazy.
You just said that you maybe pushed it a little bit too hard, or you could have. How do you start backing that down and controlling that?
Well, I guess you have to risk it all when you're battling the best, and that's what I did. Luckily it paid off, but it could have easily just went wrong. But yeah, I'm glad I decided to push as hard as I could.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Dreams come true.
All right, thank you, Lorette. Thank you, James Dean. We're going to take a quick break here, gather our thoughts as the action continues and are, you know, kind of going to some commercials, because we're seeing a lot of action, a lot of carnage already ensue here, but we are narrowing down who's going to get on the podium. We'll find out before dinner time. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and we'll come back here to round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Black Magic, Own Your Shine, Air Force, Aim High, Hankook Tire, Driving Emotion, Balkan Tire, NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
Oh, the new NOS Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle awesome, Busch. Huh? Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh. Really? Yeah.
Get rowdy.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Get rowdy. What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the Team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
All right, welcome back. We are here advancing on through the Great 8 to find out who's in the Final Four. So we've seen one half of Turk and Kaufman. We saw Kaufman get in the side of Turk, so he calls competition timeout. The car's up and running. So now Kaufman will lead. Turk will give chase to find out who advances and goes against Dean Carnage Carney. So, again, Kaufman will lead. Ryan Turk will give chase. We have already seen one half of the battle, and that was contact between Turk and Kaufman. And we are ready to send cars. So, already in the Final Four, Alex Hilbrun and James Dean. Who is Hilbrun going to go against? We'll find out. Dean Carney or Odie Bakchis. And then James Dean's going against one of these gentlemen, Ryan Turk or Matt Kaufman. Here we go, send it. Matt Kaufman initiating. All the way out to the touch and go, nice shot, really hanging it out there. Ryan Turk on the door of Kaufman. And Turk, you can see him checking up there to wrap it around. Really interesting line there. Watch how long Kaufman hangs it out in the touch and go. He treated it almost and filled the rear clipping zone, but it was a touch and go.
Well, here you see the initiation from Matt Kaufman. Turk looking for an opportunity here to get close, coming off the touch and go. Doesn't reach out as far as Kaufman does on the touch and go, but much better positioning here. And then a little bit of straightening there, Ryan Lantain from Turk, outside of outer zone number 2. What happened there?
Yeah, he definitely was not on the right line through that area and had to correct with the e-brake to try to maintain angle while being on that tighter line that made him, almost pass Kaufman if he had kept going in that way. So he had to really try to maintain his distance in that area, but that mistake still doesn't outweigh the incomplete that Kaufman had on his lead run, or sorry, on his chase run, the previous run.
Okay, all right, let's go to the judges. Here we go. Slide him left for Kaufman, slide him right for Ryan Turk. And Ryan Turk gets the victory unanimously. Ryan Turk advances on. He's going against James Dean in the finals, and Ryan Turk qualified 3rd. So, all right, so if you haven't already, please download the Formula Drift app. Here are the details: live scoring, alert, and stats, exclusive FD content, breaking news alerts, get notifications, access to the free live stream, ability to buy tickets, FD fan rewards program, exclusive games and contests, special video features. Download for Apple or Android. Go to Formula D and find the Formula Drift app. Also, if you have the app, go ahead and put in the code FD1 and you'll get 50 points. So 50 points already. So if you have the app already, type in FD1 and you'll receive 50 complimentary points. So 3 drivers already in the Final Four. And here's the final battle of the Great 8. qualifying. All right, so here is our final battle. All right, so here we go. Dean Carney and Odi Bakchis. Odi will lead. Higher qualifying driver. Qualifying 8th. Here we go. Big entry there from Odi. Good transition for both the drivers. Yeah, Odi getting to the outside zone. Dean allowing himself enough room to transit. Oh, really centering that Black Magic Intense Tire Shine front clip. Let's take a look at this again.
So after the one more time and the competition timeout from Dean Carney, we finally get this battle underway here. Odi Bakchis taking the lead. Dean Carney in tow. Odi sweeping out wide to that touch and go. Dean right there, good transition back around, keeping him in tow. But Ryan, as we enter this last section of the course, it looks like Dean just on his final transition approach to this last inside clip comes up a little tight there. Yeah, it looked like he transitioned a little bit early and didn't quite have the momentum to carry him out around that inside clip. And he hit it with the center of his front bumper. We're usually pretty lenient on, the edge of the front bumper, just kind of tapping it, grazing it, even if you kind of knock it out of place. But in that case, he actually centered into the front of the car and it wrapped around to the other side. So that was a bit, I would say, a significant misjudgment on the line in that case.
All right, let's see how Dean. I mean, he took down Castro, Vaughn getting junior, and now he's going against Odi. Odi took down Cameron Moore, and he did take down Peter Vinck. So these guys have definitely seen some major competition to this point. Let's see how Dean does out front. All right, so here we go. Dean Carney will lead. Odi Bakchis giving chase. The winner going against Alex Hilbrun from Peru. All right, here we go. You see him through the start chicane. Dean Carney initiating. There goes Odi Bakchis simultaneously. All the way out to the touch and go. Transitioning is Dean. Odi right there on the door of the Dodge Viper. A great chase run there. Look at Odi Bakchis. Absolutely possessed driving by Bakchis. Right on the door of that Dodge Viper.
Well, tremendous job here from Odi Bakchis. Certainly doing what you need to do in the chase position after a strong lead run here. Dean coming out right here, going very deep into that touch and go. Good transition back around. This is a solid lead run from Dean, but Odi right there, not letting him walk away. Ryan, what's your impression here on run number 2?
I think that Odi did an amazing job in the chase position. That's one of the most consistently close runs that we've seen in terms of proximity and mimic all the way throughout the course. That was fantastic. Carney, on the other hand, laid together a really amazing lead run. He did a better job than Odi did through the touch and go and outside zone 1. He was closer to the wall. Odi's back tire was right around that, not quite over the red line, but Dean was over the red line. So he was closer to the wall in both respects there. I think the rest of the course, they were kind of even. But Dean does have that error that he made during his chase run, so that has to be considered as well.
All right, remember, next weekend, buy your tickets now for the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach. We'll be back out here Friday and Saturday night, and we're not just doing qualifying. We're doing a top 16 both Friday night and Saturday night. So you're going to be seeing competition both evenings, Friday and Saturday, all part of the festivities. 6 events going down at the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach next weekend. We'll be back out here again, myself, Ryan Sage, and a lot of the drivers. So again, we'll have a top 16 competition Friday and Saturday night. Here we go. Dean Carney, Odi Bakchis. Who's going against Alex Hilbrun, the final driver in the Final Four? Well, are we going one more time? Ryan says Odi Bakchis, and Andy says Odi Bakchis gets the win. Odi advances on and is going to the finals. He's going against Alex Hilbrun. Hats off to Dean and his team. They worked feverishly throughout the weekend. They worked hard. But Odi just definitely put down a solid chaser. I think that was the moment of greatness there for Odi. So our final four is set. Odi Bakchis versus Alex Hilbrun. James Dean versus Ryan Turk on the other side of the bracket. Top four up next here at round one of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. We're going to take a short break, make sure all the cars are rip-roaring, ready to go. Fresh tires, more fuel, ready to party, and send it here on the O'Reilly Auto Parts Streets of Long Beach.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
welcome back. The Final Four is set. Who's going to get on the podium? Well, it's guaranteed that James Dean and Ryan Turk will be on the podium. Because if James Dean wins, Ryan Turk gets third place. If Ryan Turk wins, James Dean gets third place. So on the other side of the bracket, you'll have Odi Bakchis and Alex Hilbrun. They qualified 5th and 8th. So now, yeah, Alex Hilbrun qualified 5th and Odi Bakchis qualified 8th. So here we go. James Dean initiates into, whoa, look at that smoke coming off the back there. James Dean, Ryan Turk, filling that rear clipping zone is James Dean into the second one, transitioning through. Here comes Ryan Turk, chasing him down all the way around that final clip. Makes some noise for James Dean and Ryan Turk.
Well, it definitely seems like it's going to take something really special to curb the momentum that James Dean has right now. These lead runs that he's been doing have been so consistent. I mean, it's basically the same thing every time. Deep on the touch and go. Deep into outer zone 1. Now Ryan Turk, on the other hand, is sticking with him here. Both guys leave outer zone 2. Right there, Turk, almost a little understeer there, it looked like in the shadows, but able to close the door there towards the end. Ryan, what's your take?
The only issue I saw in the chase from Turk was between outside zone 2 and inside clip 1. It looked like he had lower angle, and on his transition, it was a little bit slow, and he might have kind of paused that little angle there as he transitioned. But other than that, super clean run from James in the lead position. Turk did a good job up until that point in the chase. So Dean does have an opportunity where if he doesn't make any mistakes in the chase, he could potentially win the chase-to-chase comparison, and Turk's going to have to put together a really good lead run to match what James just did.
All right, here we are on the other side of this battle. Send it, make some noise, Long Beach, here we go. Who's going to the finals? Turk or Dean? Ryan Turk coming to play, dipping into that touch and go. James Dean right there, cannot be shaken. James Dean, that Wordhouse Drift team from Ireland, is he gonna take it to the top? And look at James Dean all over Ryan Turk. James the Truth Dean. He is on fire right now.
Definitely coming across the pond and killing the game here today is James Dean. Same initiation in the chase position we've seen him do. Ryan Turk in the lead. Doesn't really get out to the touch and go there, so I think that the lead run is going to be a factor after what Lantain said. Turk might have done a better job right there on the outer zone number 2, but then right here, Dean closes the door. So Ryan, your final thoughts here on run 1 and run 2 from these two guys in the Final Four.
Turk definitely was not as close on the touch and go. It wasn't as close on outside zone 1. He was as close or closer on outside zone 2, but Dean all the way through was like his shadow. If you watch the transition points, the line, the angle, everything was identical. So I'd say James definitely has an advantage in the chase position.
So again, the winner advancing to the finals. Here we go. Who's going to the finals? And it's James Dean is going to the finals on his re-entry here on U.S. soil. The luck of the Irish is on his side. He's guaranteed a podium, as is Ryan Turk. With that loss, Ryan Turk still gets third place because he qualified higher than both of the drivers, Odi Bakchis and Alex Hilbrun. So it's do or die for Hilbrun and Bakchis, as the winner will go against now James Dean, who qualified second. He's in the finals. At minimum, will get second place, but he is going for it. All right, so Hilbrun, Bakchis, both these guys have seen the podium before, would love to get the win, the overall win. Hilbrun has seen third place, but not a victory. Odi has seen a win. All right, warming up the tires. Alex Hilbrun, Odi Bakchis, who's going against James Dean. Ryan, would you have thought this? I mean, James Dean coming in that strong. I mean, we've seen him drive before, but would you honestly would have thought that he'd be here?
It's really hard to know. I didn't really expect, anything. I just wanted to watch and see from everything that I've heard. I mean, obviously he's dominated all of Europe, and he came out today and he certainly made a big statement. Win, lose, or draw, whatever happens here, he made his presence here very, very known, and is going to make a lot of the top drivers think about what to do going into round 2. Incredible performance.
Yeah, and this track obviously suits his style. Orlando, he's seen ovals before, but our ovals are, our tracks are very different than what he's seen in Ireland and all over Europe. But we'll see. It seems like the car's dialed. That's step one. The car's right, the mind's right, but he is the truth. James Dean, he is about it. So, but right now, Alex Hilbrun, Odi Bakchis, and if Odi could step up the way he has been on those chase runs, that's been fantastic. But look at Hilbrun taking down Frederick Osbo, Odi Bakchis taking down Dean Carney. He took down Peter Vinck. So right now, Alex Hilbrun will be leading in that Nitto tire. BMW IMR, Inca Madness Racing. Calls it the Monster BMW. It is a beast. Here we go. Going to initiation. Hilbrun getting out touch and go. And tapping the wall. Exploding the lens off the back of his BMW. Odi Bakchis, not phased, keeps it close, keeps it tight. They know they need to step it up. I mean, this is basically you either get a trophy or no trophy. That's how it's going to end here today for one of these gentlemen.
Well, great start here to our final battle in the Final Four. And you can see right here, Hilbrun starting off very strong here. It's pretty deep into that touch and go. A little bit late, though. And then right there, right up against the wall in that outer zone. Odi sticking it to him. And I love this transition here. Ryan Lantane from Odi just right there, avoids the back bumper, tucks up on the inside, and then right there across the finish line, smashing the throttle.
Yeah, that was a masterful move right there by Odi, the way that he transitioned. He predicted where Hilbrun was going to be, and he just put his car right next to him. Hilbrun, on the other hand, did a good job of touch and go 1, outside zone 1. He was a little bit late. He did have a slight change in angle when he did tap the wall. It was very slight, but pretty clean lead run otherwise from Hilbrun.
And you got to think, Ryan, who's poised right now, seen all the battles today, who has a real shot against James Dean, who is just on one.
Well, I think both of these guys, I certainly have a legitimate shot. It's just going to be a matter of who can hold it together on this last run. Both have been driving aggressive. Neither have been afraid to go up against any of the outer zones, pop a bumper, hit a wall, and that's what it's going to take on James, because what we've seen from James in his lead runs is that he kind of does what Frederick Osbo has done in the past. That perfect lead run, and then make you work for it on your lead run.
Yeah, that's the advantage of qualifying high. You have that kind of choice. Round of applause for Alex Hilbrun. All right, so again, download the Formula Drift app. Put in the code FD1, you'll get 50 points, but giving away some goods, all the information, breaking news, ability to buy tickets, schedule, maps of the venue. There's so many things to check out on the Formula Drift app, and it's going to get better and better as the season goes on with all the content and the standings and everything going on. So be sure to download the app for both Apple and Android. And again, put in the code FD1 and receive 50 points, compliments of FD. So now we're going to be seeing Odi Bakchis in the lead position. Odi will lead. Alex Hilbrun giving chase. Who's going to the finals against James Dean? Again, Ryan Turk will get the third position. He gets third place here on the streets of Long Beach. And here we go. Odi Bakchis out front. Look at that. Initiated at the same time. Hilbrun right there. Out to the touch and go goes Odi, digging deep. Hilbrun drops into formation. It's a dogfight. As Hilbrun backing off, allowing him some distance in transition, narrows up, just works it around that final clip. Man, Alex just made that thing just move sideways. Did like the moonwalk over to that final clip. That was mastercraft.
Well, a very challenging job for the judges here. 2 great runs back-to-back. Watch Odie out here. You can see just blazing that outer wall on the touch and go, then back around to outer zone 1 and 2. And then right here, Hilbrand dives in at the last second here. Ryan, what is your interpretation of this final battle here?
I really liked Odie's, the way that he got to touch and go, his transition out to outside zone 1. He didn't scrape the wall, but he was right out there. I don't think that Hilbrand had quite the aggressive jump in at the last inside clip, and he did hit that inside clip cone, but not too aggressively. So a couple of little things to look at, but overall, pretty clean run from both these drivers.
All right, so who's it going to be? Who's advancing on? Where are my Odie Bakchis fans at? Running that teal and blue Falcon livery. And then where are my Alex Hilbrand fans at? Alex Hilbrand. Who wants to see him go one more time? All right, looks like we have kind of a winner. Here we go. Brian, Ryan, and Andy. Slide him left for Odie, slide him right for Hilbrand. And Brian says one more time. Ryan says Odie Bakchis, and Andy says one more time. So they are going at it again. We'll get some fresh rubber, Nitto under Alex's car, some Falcon underneath the S14 of Odie Bakchis. When we come back, don't go anywhere. It's a beautiful afternoon, evening. It's 5:25 local time. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll see who's going against James Dean. James Dean is already in the finals, but now it's either Bakchis or Hilbrand going against Dean in the finals. When we come back here, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Streets of Long Beach, round 1 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Welcome back, as we are seeing Odie Bakchis and Alex Hilbrand put on new tires to do battle one more time, hopefully one more time, to go, and one of them will advance on to go against James Dean. Speaking of James Dean, Lorette Nickel caught up with him once again as he's seeing the finals.
James, your spotter, Michael, just came over the radio and he said, whatever happens today, this has been amazing. How do you even put this into words?
I honestly really can't, and that's telling the truth. It's going to take a while to sink in, that's for sure, but here we're at our first FD event in 7 years, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has been behind me from the very start since day one. Like, it's not just me, it's not just driving, it's family, friends, it's sponsors, everyone who believed in me. This is for them. So I have no words. Just on top of the world.
What are you processing right now?
Seat, steering wheel, handbrake, gearbox, and trying to do my best, and that's just it. Yeah, tonight, I don't know what. I think I'll just fall asleep after the event. I'm just pumped on adrenaline all day long, and it's just incredible. Incredible, super happy. So huge thanks to Warthouse Drift team for making this possible, and my good friend Peter Vinck from believing me and coming up with this idea in the first place. And yeah, I owe so much to everyone around me right now. I'm just couldn't be better.
Best of luck in the finals, James.
Thank you so much.
Wow, James Dean, just you could just see he's absolutely elated. His team's working hard, and like I said, he is the truth, man. He's got a lot of fans in his home country of Ireland, but a lot of people knew that he was going to be a threat when he came here. But to this degree, I don't think anybody expected it, even himself. So, but he has one more battle to decide if he is the greatest one today, and really kicking things off as far as season, because there is a points championship, and after today there will be a leader going into round 2 in Orlando. So when we come back, we'll get some tires and we will burn them up for our final battle in the Final Four, Bakchis and Hilbrun, when we return.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 all-season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
And there is James Dean waiting in the wings to find out who he's going against. Car is dialed, the Warthouse Drift team, and there you can see already on the line, Alex Hilbrun. These guys have seen the podium before. Magnus Walker, how we doing? Jesse Combs, how we doing? In the building, yeah, you come up. Go ahead. All right, so lighten them up. All right, so here we go. Again, Alex will be leading. This is a one more time battle. Hilbrun, Nitto tires, Falcon tires underneath that of Odi Bakchis. Here we go. Hilbrun out front. Odi Bakchis. Who's going to the finals? Make some noise, Long Beach. Hilbrun or Bakchis. Wow, coming guns a-blazing. Ika Madness is on fire, but there is Odi. Odi holding it down, a little bit overshooting there. Can he work it back in? Odi. That was the wackiest line by Bakchis. You saw him, he did not really go out to that touch and go. He got out to that gray concrete pad and then brought it back around. Really worked it out. Make some noise for these guys, Hilbrun and Bakchis.
Well, a really incredible save by Odi, because from this position, it looked as if he was going to go flying off course. out of outer zone 2. But right here, Hilbrand, great job on that touch and go, then back around. Now watch Odie right here. He's super close, but right there, a little bit of loss of angle. And then right here, Ryan, he falls through the smoke line. Somehow or another, he makes it back without hitting that inside clip. What happened there?
Yeah, that was pretty good car control from Odie after making that mistake. He managed to finesse his car around that corner and not get in the way of Hilbrand while falling in right next to him. But right off the bat here, you can see that Hilbrand gets really wide in the touch and go, just taps that wall ever so slightly. Odie's a little bit on the inside, and it kind of carries through to outside zone 2. And that's when he ends up going off in this situation. So he might have had just the wrong arc coming through there that sent him offline. But Hilbrand did a good job in the lead position. You can see right here, so that's where Odie kind of goes a little bit on the inside, loses a little bit of angle, and then it shoots him wide as Hilbrand goes over to the touch and go, goes nice and wide, grabs that inside clip, and then finishes off.
So now Odie will lead. Hilbrand will give chase. Whoever it is, they will get some fresh tires to do battle against James Dean for the finals. Our podium ceremony right here behind the judges stand. You can't miss it. Come join us over there. Here we go. Send it, Long Beach. Odie Bakchis out front. Hilbrand. Odie tapping the wall. Shredding bumpers. Hilbrand right there in the mix. Transitioning around that final clip. Man. Ryan Sage making claims. What do you got?
Well, definitely, I think on this run, this battle, you could certainly draw some better inferences than the last one. The last one was very close, but I see a couple mistakes there. Odie hitting that touch and go. Much better job by Odie deep into that second zone, but Ryan, your opinion really matters here. What do you say about this second run?
Yeah, Hilbrand really did a great job of mimicking everything that Odie did in the lead position. He was closer. He did a better job of doing what Odie did. He adhered to his line, and he did a really good job of mimicking his transitions, except for the very last one, which was a really difficult one to mimic just before the inside clip.
All right, here we go. Odie Bakchis or Alex Hilbrand. Who's going to the finals? Alex Hilbrand is going to the finals. It's Peru versus Ireland. Alex Hilbrand versus James Dean. Ryan Turk automatically gets third place because of his qualifying position. Best that of Odie Bakchis, who qualified 8th. So the finals are set. The Black Magic finals are here. And it is Alex Hilbrand and James Dean. Unbelievable. Alex Hilbrand, cool, calm, and collect during the halftime break. He's liking the car. He's looking strong. And it's James Dean versus Hilbrand. Again, Hilbrand from Lima, Peru. And James Dean back on U.S. soil to compete for this Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. The finals up next. We'll get a fresh set of Nitto tires underneath Alex Hilbrand's car. James Dean's got his Falcons. He's rip-roaring and ready to go. When we return, the finals here at the O'Reilly Auto Parts streets of Long Beach.
Oh, the new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean,
Not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy. What's up, guys? Ryan Turk here, and I'm really pumped to announce that we're bringing on my good friend Chris Forsberg on the team Black Magic. Woo! Let's make it official, bro.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. BlackView cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your BlackView keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. BlackView over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
We're here for the teachers, the people who explain how to do it and why. For over 50 years, teachers have relied on O'Reilly Auto Parts because we understand the value of keeping vehicles and traditions running strong. Sharing what we know and showing them how. Turning that problem into a problem solved. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
Well, the finals are set here at round one, the streets of Long Beach, and we have our two contenders. James Dean re-enters competition, and Alex Hilbrun. Lorette Nickel caught up with the Peruvian driver that is Alex Hilbrun.
Guys, Alex is making his way into his first finals. And Alex, what do you have for James Dean?
Oh, we got a lot of things, you know. We have everything we had for everyone else, and that's going to be one more.
What are your expectations?
Well, obviously we're going to win, so thank you.
Love the confidence. Guys, back to you.
All right, so Alex Hilbrun, I can hear him winding it up.
He's going to win.
He's going to win, thank you.
We're going to win.
We're going to win. You're going to win, you always do. All right, so Hilbrun and Dean. Where are my Hilbrun fans at? How about where are my James Dean fans at? Wow. Look at that, how quickly he garners some fan base, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well-deserved. I don't think he's made one substantive mistake this entire event, especially in the lead position. And he certainly has momentum in his corner. Alex Hilbrun, he's going to have to work hard for this one. He's going to be taking the chase position in run number one, while James Dean will take the lead. Now, both guys top qualifiers in the top five. Dean number 2, number 5 for Hilbrun. And obviously seeing some of the other top qualifiers make it ladder into the competition, so letting you know that qualifying is an important part of the program here as both guys line up for the final battle of the 2017 Long Beach event.
All right, so you can see Alex Hilbrun warming up his tires. Remember, download the app. Watch every round of Formula Drift competition across the country, as we do have 8 rounds. This kicks it off. It ends back in Irwindale. All right, so we're ready to send it here, and here we go. The finals are set. Who's gonna stand high atop the podium Is it gonna be Hilbrun, or is James Dean gonna make this a near perfect event? He qualified second, and can he take it to the top, or is Hilbrun gonna step up and knock him down? There's a red flag, a restart there. All right, so James Dean jumped the light. James Dean jumping the light there off the start. Need to wait till the lights extinguish. All right, here we go. Long Beach, let them hear ya. Make some noise. The finals are set. They can hear ya just down the chute. And we are ready to send it. Long Beach, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Streets of Long Beach. James Dean, Alex Hilbrun, the finals are here. Who's gonna get the victory? James Dean gets out and touch and go. Hilbrun right there, transition into that rear clipping zone. Looks like Hilbrun comes off with that rear clip a little early. James Dean filling all of them. Absolutely well done, flawless. Alex Hilbrun was front row in a clinic put on by that Irish surgeon.
Well, once again, we see James Dean go back to what he has been doing all weekend long, and especially here today in the lead position, and that is throw down a near perfect lead run. You can see right to the touch and go, right to outer zone 1. Now Alex is going to come off a little bit early here. Now Ryan, as we leave outer zone 2, you can see Dean was right there in outer zone 2 and then wrapping back around, so he sets a very high bar for his lead run.
Yeah.
James Dean is essentially running the same run over and over again in the lead, and that's exactly what you need to get to this point in a competition. You need to run really close to all the walls. You have to be very consistent from start to finish, and that's what he's doing right now. He's not really making any mistakes in the lead position, getting really close to the touch and go, outside zone 1, all the way through the course with no corrections, no bobbles or anything. On the chase side, Hilbrun did a pretty good job, really close. He was a little bit lower, he had a little bit lower line from outside zone 1 through outside zone 2, but really did a great job in the chase position. So Hilbrun now has to put together, something equivalent or better than what Dean did in his first lead run. And now Dean's going to have to try to mimic as best as he can, stay really close, and not make any errors in the chase.
It really seemed like, Alex Hilbrun, he could chase down James Dean aggressively because he's seen, like you said, that's what makes it good going against somebody that is as strong and solid and consistent as James Dean. Hilbrun could just follow because he's just textbook. He's just reproducing it.
Exactly. And when you have that clean lead to follow, it's a lot easier as a chase driver to know you can trust that lead. And I must say that Hilbrun really learned his lesson from earlier, where he was kind of making that transition under the bridge not so wide. Now he's getting right out there and doing a good job. So he's really cleaned up his driving in that area.
Here we go, Long Beach and Formula Drift fans around the world. Who's going to get the victory? Send it! James Dean, Alex Hilbrun. The streets of Long Beach are on fire, and here we go. Hilbrun out front. James Dean on the door of Hilbrun, the BMW. Hilbrun gets all around the touch, go wall to wall for Hilbrun. James Dean cannot be shaken. Is James Dean going to take it back to the top here on U.S. soil? Wheel to wheel, door to door, till the end. Make some noise, Long Beach! Ryan, do we have a victor, and who do you think it is?
Well, this is the first time we've seen at least some difference from James in the latter part of the course here. Now, great job by Hilbrun, very, very deep into the touch and go. Perfect job on that first outer zone, and look at this on the second outer zone. Right there, he's a little bit late, but he gets very deep. Now watch this right here. Dean tucks up on the inside. Hilbrun's a little bit deep on that inside clip, and you can see Dean was anticipating he was going to be a little bit tighter there, potentially, as we take a look at it again. Ryan, walk us through this second half of the run.
Hilbrun did exactly what he needed to do. He threw down a fantastic run. He might have just kind of bobbled the angle right there, but angle to angle, big transition, really, really wide, a little bit late on outside zone 2. And Dean here dives in really, really aggressively. He might have hit front wheel to front wheel in that area, which may have caused Hilbrun to kind of take some angle out of the car. It might have knocked the wheel out of his hand a little bit. But right here, great commitment from Hilbrun in the lead position.
Yeah, Hilbrun had a phenomenal run. I mean, if he would have had, I think, a better chase run, I could potentially see this going one more time. But unfortunately, I think Hilbrun, I have to think that's it. But we'll bring him down here on the track. We'll bring the drivers on the track. We'll find out Again, Ryan Turk guaranteed third. You saw Hilbrun and Dean do battle. We'll bring them out on track, and then the podium ceremony just behind the judges' stand, unless there is a one more time. And don't count it out. Hey, did you guys have fun today, Long Beach? Make some noise. They're chanting one more time here in the building. Who's coming to Irwindale now? Taking a look at it once again, and you know, Ryan, you have to take into consideration that contact as well. That can't just be ignored. Did that affect Hilbrun? It looked like Dean hit Hilbrun there. Look at that. I mean, he is on that wall.
Hilbrun was a little bit long in that second outer zone, and right there you can see he's not tied on the inside clip. Yeah. Dean follows him, makes some contact, so there could have been equal fault there. But it was sort of the latter part of the course, and it didn't seem to affect either driver too much. It's just really going to come down to looking at those both of those runs from either driver, taking a look at the replays we have, and then figuring out whether or not they've got a unanimous vote.
All right, so we'll see if we have a victor. All right, showing it again here.
What we're looking at right now is Hilbrun's line coming around inside clip 1. We want to make sure that he was going to be in the right spot, that he was going to be going wide out to the finish line before James ended up coming in contact with him. So as we see right here, he did miss that inside clip quite a bit, and it looked like he was going to be on the inside of that corner as opposed to going out wide at the finish line, and that's really what we're looking at to assess fault for the contact.
All right, you can see the fans sticking around to find out, do we have a winner? And we do have a winner. They are not going one more time. We do have a winner. And we'll bring the vehicles right here onto the track. We'll bring them here on the track. Of course. Make some noise for all the drivers, all the competitors here at the streets of Long Beach. All right, our drivers are down here on the track. Again, did you guys have fun today at Long Beach? Make some noise as they step outside of their vehicle, Alex Hilbrun. And make some noise for James Dean. Let them gather their bearings, gather thoughts, congratulatory high five and a handshake. All right, so now again, Ryan Turk gets third place. And your winner here at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Streets of Long Beach, round 1 of the 14th season of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. It was Peru versus Ireland. Alex Hilbrun has seen the podium, but he's never won. James Dean has seen Formula Drift competition, and he's back here on U.S. soil to clutch kick and take some names. And your winner here on the streets of Long Beach, from Ireland, James Dean in the Warthouse Falcon Tires, Sylvia S15 takes it to the top in a near perfect performance. James Dean is your victor, re-entering Formula Drift competition. As Peter and Dean Carney congratulate him. And second place in the Nitto Tires Monster BMW, make some noise for Alex Hilbrun. James Dean, Alex Hilbrun, Ryan Turk, truly an international podium so much work, and we got so many words. Lorette Nickel talking to James Dean, and we're going to get one more interview with Lorette Nickel. Lorette, you're down there with our winner as Peter looks like he's giving a hug and a kiss. So if we could, throw it down to you, Lorette, who's with our winner.
You guys, congratulations. You are getting so many congratulations from your teammate, Peter. James Dean, from 2010 to 2017, it's been over 7 years in the making for you to get to this moment. How brave did you have to be today?
Beyond my limits. Oh my God, I honestly have no words. That is by far the best feeling I've ever had in my life. Just want to say huge thanks to everyone who made it possible, because I wouldn't be here without any of those guys. And I'd definitely like to dedicate this win to Lucas from Worthouse, who sadly passed away last week before our event. So it's been a tough weekend in so many ways, but definitely this win is for Lucas.
Wow, when you have such a day like this, how does the dream match up to the reality?
Far better. I never had dreams like this. This is insane. I have no words.
I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Thank you, Lorette, and congratulations, James Dean, Alex Hilbrun, and Ryan Turk. Join us. We're going to step down here. We're going to give out some trophies, pop some champagne, and celebrate. We have a points leader, and it's James Dean after round one. So stay tuned as we have the trophy ceremonies again. Join us over here if you're in the building. But Ryan Sage, final thoughts?
Well, James Dean made his mark today. If there was any question about whether or not he had the tenacity and the skill to compete against the world's best, that was certainly answered here. But it is a long, long season, 7 more rounds to go. Yeah. In this 2017 season, so he's got his work cut out for him. People are going to make changes, they're going to make adjustments, and no doubt about it, it's going to be a battle all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's just exciting. I think this is just showing the progression, the eyeballs, the aspirations. You look at James Dean, he's like, I've always wanted to come back to the States. He's doing it on his terms, in his car, doing the style he has, and he's doing it seems to me like grace, like a very graceful and humble Irish driver. And he's a young man, he's got a lot of talent, and he's the truth. There it is. Congratulations, James Dean. Alex Hilbrun back on the podium, just narrowed out by James Dean because he's one to watch throughout the season. Of course, Ryan Turk, and thank you so much for joining us out here. Round one is in the books. The O'Reilly Auto Parts Streets of Long Beach and the Formula Drift off season, it's over. It is on. We're going to send it throughout the year, and we'll see you at Irwindale. Be sure to download the app, and then again, download the app. Thank you for joining us here at the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Thank you on behalf of Ryan Lantain, our judges, Lorette Nickel, and Ryan Sage. I'm Jared Dienda. We'll see you next time. Send it.